very good afternoon to you and welcome to the St. Lucia House of Assembly, where we are about to commence a special sitting of this House, March 16th, 2023. And there's one bill down for discussion, and that bill is by the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, Economic Development, the Youth Economy, Justice and National Security. And it's simply entitled Suppression of Escalated Crime. As we all know, the crime situation in St. Lucia is at an unprecedented level. And the Prime Minister, in an address sometime last week, promised to take to Parliament laws that would enhance the police capability of fighting this problem that has engulfed our island home. We were in this House just a Tuesday, where a number of bills and a motion was before the House, and we are back here today for this special sitting, which is about to start.
Let us pray. Deputy Speaker.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we have in thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Good afternoon, honorable members. I am in receipt of correspondence advising of the absence of the members for Labrie, Grosley, Dennery South, and ancillary canneries, who are all away on official business. And we are aware of the absence of the member for Castries Southeast, who remains away on medical leave, and of course, he has our best wishes and prayers. Statements of ministers. Bills, National Security Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Suppression of Escalated Crime, Police Powers.
Suppression of escalated crime, police powers.
Minister for National Security.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the National Security Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Madam Clerk, division.
Honorable Virginia Albert Poyot, how do you vote? Aye. Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony, how do you vote? Honorable Alan Shasley. Honorable Alan Shasley, how do you vote? The mic, please, sir.
No.
Honorable Sean Edward.
Aye.
Honorable Bradley Phillips.
No.
Honorable Richard Frederick. Honorable Ernest Hilaire.
Aye.
Honorable Emma Hippolyte. Aye. Honorable Moses Jabatis.
Aye.
Honorable Stevenson King.
Aye.
Honorable Jeremiah Norbert.
Aye.
Honorable Philip J. Pierre.
Aye.
Honorable members, following the division, 10 members voted aye, 2 members voted no, there were no abstentions. The vote is carried. Leave granted. Please proceed, Minister for National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members. Let it be put on the record that when the government of St. Lucia is trying to put in place legislation to avoid or to help the police, to empower the police to stop the escalation of crime, the opposition voted against it. Let the record be clear that the opposition led by the member for led by the member for Miku South, supported by the member for Choiseul, came to this honorable house and voted against the police. On the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, over the last weeks, there has been an escalation of violence in the south of the island. Mr. Speaker, that violence erupted when a well-known, what is called in the language, a citizen or well-known Don was assassinated, and clearly there were reprisals, from other members. You don't mean to give an answer. I tell you already, that's where you go. That's where you're going to stay. Opposition. That's not your business. That's not your business. That's not your business. Mind your business. The convention you had and nobody was there. Mind your business. The $2,500 you pay for each delegate. You have to pay $2,500 to get elected.
You give Cable a contract of $1 million a month. Where were you to answer? Where were you to answer?
Member of Castro Senate presence.
I warn you.
But you
sell people's land for $25 and you give it away for $1 an acre. $1 an acre.
Member for Castro is Central. Everyone will have an opportunity to debate and say what they have to say.
What he's trying to do, members, what he's trying
Member
to
for
do,
National Security.
he's trying to create an environment for him to work out.
Minister for National Security.
He's trying to create an environment to work out.
Listen,
We're not going to give him that environment.
this bill is a very important bill, as are all bills brought before this House. We're going to have an orderly debate in here. Please proceed, Minister for National Security.
We're not putting horses before hospitals. Mr. Speaker, on March 9th, 2023, gun violence erupted in Beaufort. 2 males and a female resident of Bruceville were killed, and a 9-year-old hospitalized for gunshot wounds. This happened in less than an hour of each other at the Fisheries Complex and on Clark Street. Then again, on 10th March 2023, 4 persons were killed. Mr. Speaker, I want to once more express my condolences to the families of the people who lost their life. Mr. Speaker, the negative impact of this incident was felt not only in the community of Beaufort, but throughout St. Lucia. The Ministry of Education closed schools and businesses closed earlier than usual, as individuals living within the area and in St. Lucia generally became anxious and fearful of their lives. This has caused the economic reality of disrupted businesses within the area and the ability for people to earn their living and for businesses to ply their trade. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the harm that can be caused to communities in St. Lucia, not only in Beaufort, as a result of increasing crime. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the crime of supplying and distributing illegal guns and firearms can cause harm to the users and to the country generally. In addition, the supply of illegal ammunition and illegal firearms threatens the lives of and causes harm to people who are sometimes innocent. The formation of gangs with the whole purpose of committing crimes and causing harm to individuals in society lends to the increased occurrences of crime in St. Lucia. The Governor of St. Lucia also acknowledges that the Royal St. Lucia Police Force has been working very hard to combat the rising crime situation in St. Lucia, and I want to compliment them for their efforts. Even after, Mr. Speaker, even after the wanton destruction of the custody suites, the police have had to be transporting people arrested from pillar to post, from station to station, in that because of the custody suites was destroyed, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no place to keep them. And the government of St. Lucia, and I can proclaim and I can say that next month we will begin reconstruction of an area that we shall call the custody suites for the benefit of the country and give the police some place to hold arrested people, albeit for a few hours. After the incident, Mr. Speaker, police presence has been intensified. In so doing, the force is using its powers under the Police Act, Cap 14.01, and the Criminal Code, Cap 3.01, which are not adequate to deal with these high-risk situations. In an effort, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the prevailing crime situation, the government proposes to enact the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Bill. The bill will therefore provide police officers with additional power for the suppression of escalated crime as stated in the long title of the bill. And there have been discussions with the police, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank them again for their cooperation. Escalated crime is defined as an offense that constitutes a serious offense and disrupts the peace, the protection of life and property of individuals. The serious offenses contemplated in the definition are offenses against the Anti-Gang Act, Cap 318, the Drugs Prevention of Misuse Act, Cap 3.02, the Firearms Act, Cap 14.12, and offenses against a person under Chapter 2 of the Criminal Code, Cap 3.01. The bill indicates that the bill is applicable to a police officer in the execution of his duties for the suppression of escalated crime in an escalated crime area. An escalated crime area is designated under the bill by the Minister of National Security. The application of the bill does not affect the police powers under Police Act Captain 14.01 or the Criminal Code Cap 3.01. The bill, Mr. Speaker, the objectives of the government in passing it are stated as being the establishment of a framework to protect the public order, public safety, and economic stability of St. Lucia, suppressing or otherwise dealing effectively with escalated crime within an area in St. Lucia, and strengthening the capacity of the police force to deal with the escalated crime in St. Lucia. Before the force can exercise any powers under the bill, the Minister of National Security must pass an order, which is essentially a statutory instrument to designate a particular area an escalated crime area. The order will provide a description of the boundaries of the area to be designated an escalated crime area, specify that in Part 2 of the bill or some provision of Part 2 of the bill applies to the escalated crime area and the duration of the order. Several powers are provided to a police officer under the bill. Consequently, a police officer has the powers of questioning, to block a road, set up a cordon, require the removal of a vehicle or other article, and access land or building in the bill. A police officer above the rank of inspector has the powers to close premises, give directions for control of firearms, ammunition, and explosives, and control places of public resort and entertainment. In exercising these powers, the bill protects the police officer from the institution of an action, suit, or prosecution or other proceedings once the police officer acts in good faith that is in compliance with the bill. A number of offenses are created under the bill in furtherance of suppressing escalated crime. It is an offense to destroy, damage, remove, tamper with, interfere with, or in any other way impair the utility or efficiency of property belonging to the government or government agency. It is also an offense to trespass on such property. A person is prohibited from damaging, obstructing, or doing anything that will prevent or interfere with the use of a road or path. In addition, a person cannot assault a police officer whilst the police officer is executing his duties. A person may be detained by a police officer in accordance with the bill for committing an escalated crime or an offense under the bill. In the bill, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Security will make arrangements for an outside security force to assist the force if implementing the bill, and will make regulations for giving effect to the bill. Mr. Speaker, as you most likely you must have heard, the regional security system has been activated, and as we speak, they are on the ground in St. Lucia. If an offense is committed under the bill, the penalty as provided in the bill is on summary conviction to a fine of $50,000 or of imprisonment for 15 years or to both, or on conviction or indictment for 25 years imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very serious, Mr. Speaker, extremely serious, because it gives members of the police force power to bring an end to the situation as it exists in St. Lucia today. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that the bill alone will not solve all the problems. The bill alone cannot solve all the problems. But the bill will give some support to a situation that exists now at this present time. Together with that, Mr. Speaker, the government is doing other things. This morning, we will put in effect a program that will give small businesses of the country $10 million of support, 70% in grant and 30% in loan, so as to help small businesses recover after COVID. The bill is in addition to the launching of the Youth Economy Agency, where young people again will be given grants and loans to help them start their businesses or to help them expand those who have already started a business. The bill comes together with the community tourism program, where again we will bring tourism to the people so that the philosophical benefits, tourism can have a philosophical underpinning, Mr. Speaker, that the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible, and that is through the community tourism program. The bill comes at a time when only on Tuesday we borrowed money to improve conditions at Victoria Hospital, at the OKE Hospital, and to turn the Victoria Hospital into an urban clinic to assist in healthcare in this country. So the bill is not in itself a cure to all the problems in this country, but the bill is to assist the police now to bring a situation under control. That is the purpose of the bill. And if you note, Mr. Speaker, you will see that there may be a time period in which the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Bill will be in effect. There's going to be a time period. It's not going to be in perpetuity. There's going to be a time period, Mr. Speaker. Because we have to bring an end to this situation, Mr. Speaker. There's going to be a time period. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, the main purpose of the bill is to provide police officers with additional powers for the suppression of escalated crime. In the preliminary part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title, and in Clause 2 of the bill, various terms are defined for the purposes of the bill. The clause therefore contains definitions for the phases escalated crime area, and serious offense. Clause 3 of the bill, application of this act, provides that the bill applies to a police officer in the execution of his or her functions for the suppression of crime in an escalated crime area designated under the bill. Additionally, Clause 4 of the bill, purpose, provides that the purposes of the bill to establish a framework to protect the public order, public safety, and economic stability of St. Lucia, suppress or otherwise deal effectively with escalated crime within an area in St. Lucia, and strengthen the capacity of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force to deal with escalated crime in St. Lucia. But Mr. Speaker, we are also giving tangible resources to the police. Only this week, Mr. Speaker, the police were provided with 150 bulletproof vests to help them to execute their duties. The police, Mr. Speaker, have been provided with, from since July 2021, not less than 20 vehicles, including 3 vehicles that they are going to be receiving between today and next week to help them in their duties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 60 additional police officers will be recruited in the police force. Starting the process of recruitment has begun, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, the training vote for the police has come from 0 to 300,000. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, there will be an allocation for the repair of police stations, for the provision of furniture and equipment for the police, Mr. Speaker. So no longer will the police have to depend on dinners to get their equipment. The government will make a direct intervention to support the police, Mr. Speaker, and they will not be at the whims and fancies of people to have dinners to help them in that situation. The government will invest directly, Mr. Speaker, in the police force. It comes at a time, Mr. Speaker, when the government has begun construction of the Grossley police station. And if you go to Grossley now, Mr. Speaker, you will see that the building now is being demolished and work will start on a brand new, and the police like to call it the Northern Divisional Headquarters. That will happen, Mr. Speaker. Work has started there, Mr. Speaker. It comes at a time, Mr. Speaker, when work on the Viewfort police station, which has been delayed, will start. I've given the instruction so work on the Viewfort police station to start almost immediately, and I want to assure the member for Viewfort South that work on the station is going to commence next week to improve. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a point about that on the Viewfort police station. Mr. Speaker, when the problems there were pointed out, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that it would have taken about $300,000 to repair it because of the fact that it was neglected, Mr. Speaker. Not because it was reported, because it was neglected. It will now cost millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, to repair something that could have been done for less than $300,000. That is the commitment you had that was there to the police, service in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, as I said, is an addition. This bill is to suppress a situation that exists now, but that's not what all we are doing to deal with crime in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. It comes at a time when next week the Minister of Education, or next month Minister of Education, will be again distributing thousands of devices to the children in St. Lucia, 4,000 devices to the children in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, to help them deal with the fact that the last government stopped the laptop program, Mr. Speaker. And the story on the e-books has not been told, Mr. Speaker. So it's a combination of policies, Mr. Speaker, that the social policies and educational policies and even health policies that the government is undertaken to help the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member for Choiseul regrets that he followed his leader. Part 1 of the bill, designated as an escalated crime area, provides for the designation of an escalated crime area by an order made by the minister responsible for national security in clause 5 of the bill, and for the contents of an order for designation of an escalated crime in clause 6 of the bill. Part 2 of the bill, police powers of suppression of escalated crime, consists of clauses 7 to 4. The power to stop a person is provided to a police officer under clause 7 of the bill. The power to block a road and set up a cordon is provided under clause 8 of the bill, and the power to require removal of a vehicle or other article is provided under clause 9 of the bill. Other powers provided to police officer in the bill are the power to access land or buildings in clause 10 of the bill, the power to close premises in clause 11 of the bill, the power to give directions for control of firearms, ammunition, and explosives in clause 12 of the bill, and the power to control places of public resort and entertainment in clause 14 of the bill. A police officer is protected from an action from or persecution or other proceedings under clause 14 of the bill. Part 3 of the bill of offenses for the suppression of escalated crime provides in clause 15 of the bill for offenses relating to public property, in clause 16 of the bill for offenses of trespass of public property, in clause 17 for offenses with respect to roads, and in clause 18 for an offense with respect to assault. The detention of a person who commits an offense under the bill is provided for in clause 19 of the bill. Part 4 of the bill, miscellaneous, provides in clause 20 for the minister responsible for national security to make arrangements for an outside security force. Mr. Speaker. The minister has the power to make regulations under clause 22 of the bill. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this bill is very serious, but it displays, Mr. Speaker, the courage of this government to put in effect, albeit for the time being, legislation that to curb the outbursts of violence in this country. And as I said, it's going to be for a period of time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the bill gives the police more powers. The police within or outside an isolated crime area shall stop if required to stop by a police officer. A person shall stop if required to stop by a police officer. And if a person contravenes, he commits an offense. The police have the power to block roads and set up a cordon. It also gives the police power to require removal of vehicle or other articles, Mr. Speaker. Gives the police power to access land or building in clause 10. Gives the police power to close premises and that has to be done by a police officer above the rank of inspector if he believes that these premises within an escalated crime area, and that's important to note, it is within an escalated crime area, are being used or have been used or intended to be used for a purpose or in any manner that will prejudice the interests of public safety or public order. The police officer may, by notice in writing, require the premises to be closed and remain closed until further notice or for a period not in excess of 48 hours. Mr. Speaker, the bill gives the police power to give directions for control of firearms, ammunition, and explosives. It's a police officer above the rank of inspector may, by giving a direction, provide for prohibiting absolutely or conditionally the possession of a firearm or any ammunition or explosive within the escalated crime area, Mr. Speaker. A direction under that subsection may require the removal of the firearm, ammunition, or explosive to a place as may be specified in the directions. Mr. Speaker, it also gives the police officers protection, Mr. Speaker, once they are in compliance with what the bill allows them to do. It gives them protection, Mr. Speaker, under section 14. Once the police follow the dictates of the bill, they are being protected under section 14 of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill also gives the police officer powers of detention. A police officer may detain a person if he or she reasonably suspects that the person has committed, or is about to commit, or has been involved in the preparation, instigation, or facilitation of an escalated crime or an offense against the act, Mr. Speaker. And the person shall be detained under subsection 1, shall be detained in such place, whether within or outside of the escalated crime area, the person can be detained, Mr. Speaker, for a particular period. So, Mr. Speaker, this temporary legislation is to stop an immediate problem. It shows that the government has confidence in the operational capacity of the police. It shows that the government believes that the police will follow the law, but will bring the situation under control. And the government will give them the support and the resources as required to bring the situation under control, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the members of the RSS who immediately, when St. Lucia asked for support, they immediately made available troops from the countries, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members of this honorable House to support the suppression of escalated crime police powers bill, so that we can see if we can bring an end to this situation that may cause the country generally, Mr. Speaker, undue harm now and particularly in the future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the suppression of escalated crime police powers bill be read a second time. The member for Swazelle Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first want to acknowledge and welcome the members of the hierarchy of the police force in our midst today. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into some of the questions that I would like to ask, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on something that I'm not quite certain about, and that has to do with the procedures of Parliament. We came to Parliament last week, Tuesday, and there was an adjournment to this Tuesday, which we continued, and there's another adjournment for today, this afternoon. On the paper on Tuesday, on the order paper, there was no mention that we were going to be debating this bill, suppression of escalated crime. On the order paper of Tuesday past, we had no idea that this bill was going to be debated either, Mr. Speaker. And the document was sent, at least I saw it about 9:30 last night, a draft of the bill. A revised copy of the draft was received about almost midday today, and later on today we got another final draft, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am not sure with the adjournment whether an item that was not on the original paper or the agenda of the other paper should be something that we should be debating in an adjournment if it was not in the original. If we were closed, sine died or sine died, as we say, I can understand we were having a new sitting. So I need your guidance as to whether this is in order, that a document or a bill that will be debated after two adjournments is in order. So I seek your guidance on that. I'm not sure of that.
You want the answer now? Or?
No, you could answer me later. It's okay to answer me a little later.
Okay.
Or when so, Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, and the fact that this is a serious bill, Mr. Speaker, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, okay, serious adjustments to the manner in which the police will be allowed to do their operations, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, serious times require serious actions. There's no doubt about that. I am on record. I am on record in this House, Mr. Speaker, very early to have indicated to the House that any action that the government will take to assist in quelling the crime, I will support fully, and I have said that, Mr. Speaker. Okay? But, Mr. Speaker, there was a big uproar because the opposition indicated no. We did not indicate no to the bill, Mr. Speaker. The no was because the question was whether we are okay with the bill going through all its stages today. That was the question, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, but I don't support the bill going through its full stages today because there are lots of questions to be asked, Mr. Speaker. So, one of the questions I would like to ask, yes, I will ask, and I will ask them, Mr. Speaker, is whether such an important bill, Mr. Speaker, whether an important bill such as this, Mr. Speaker, was at least brought to the attention of the Bar Association. Because, Mr. Speaker, it appears to me, I am no lawyer, Mr. Speaker, but it appears to me, Mr. Speaker, that there may be intrusions to people's civil and constitutional rights. Okay? And I believe they should have a broader discussion. I understand the situation we're in. In fact, the situation is being dealt with as we speak. Okay? So this is not a matter that was done before the action, it's been done after. So it can, Mr. Speaker, go to a wider forum for discussion. This is all we're asking, Mr. Speaker. This is all we're asking. So, I mean, while the members opposite would want to try to, heckle me, Mr. Speaker, but the point is, Mr. Speaker, we have gone later. We have gone later, a member for Denrinoff. We have gone later in this session of Parliament. Okay, so Mr. Speaker, this is the question, because the Honourable Prime Minister is very familiar with the terminology checks and balances. There must be checks and balances in everything we do, Mr. Speaker. And one of these, and so Mr. Speaker, I will ask my questions, and hopefully, the Honourable Attorney General can, I'm sure, be given the permission to speak, Mr. Speaker. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, the first question I think I want to ask is, the Honourable Prime Minister indicated that, I think that the expression is sunset legislation. If there's a time frame of a particular bill, is a sunset. If you could guide me as to where, because I did not see. You said time frame. You said a time frame, which essentially is the main thing. So I'm hoping that I could be directed to where in the bill it speaks to a time frame. That's the first question I would like to ask, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must remember, Mr. Speaker, the
Bill to take away people's rights.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so I refer to
Hear what you want to hear.
under the interpretation, Mr. Speaker. Under interpretation.
Which one was it? Was it a fisherman or was it a dog?
Under interpretation, Mr. Speaker.
Which one was it?
Escalated crime.
Confused.
Escalated crime means an action or omission that constitutes an offense. I just would like guidance on what you mean by an omission. I'm asking this thing from a pure ignorant position. I don't know. Okay? B, in that same interpretation, speaks to escalated crimes mean an action or omission that constitutes an offense and is punishable by law, that constitutes a serious offense in a particular area. Something about that speaks to discrimination to me, Mr. Speaker. Serious offense in a particular area. We should not hone in on any one area when it comes to a serious crime. Okay? Let's speak about the bigger picture. It could move to any area. Today is in Beaufort, tomorrow is in Capet State. Okay? Well, let's not speak to a particular area. Suppression in crime in general. Mr. Speaker, I move to part 2. Police powers for suppression or escalated crime. Power to stop a person, Mr. Speaker. A person, whether within or outside an escalated crime area, shall stop if required to stop by a police officer. Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, the police can stop anybody, anywhere, Mr. Speaker, with due reason. Okay? So I'm not sure why this was included to go outside of the escalated crime area. Okay? Police can stop you with due reason, and then you can be on your way, Mr. Speaker, with regard to that. You see, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful. And I have a lot of friends in the police force. I have a lot of acquaintances in the police force, Mr. Speaker. Okay? But there are also, Mr. Speaker, by my own experience, I have witnessed police personnel, Mr. Speaker, where the power creates monsters, Mr. Speaker. We have to be very careful, Mr. Speaker, that we don't create an environment of abuse, Mr. Speaker. We have to be very careful. Mr. Speaker, you know, people will want to take this thing from a political standpoint, Mr. Speaker, but let us speak about ensuring that the citizen, and Mr. Speaker, the police have a right, I love the police, you know, Mr. Speaker. I love the police. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that we don't create an environment, Mr. Speaker, to create more problems for us. We don't create that environment. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, you will remember, you will recall, because I have experiences, you know, Mr. Speaker. I recall an incident, Mr. Speaker, many years ago when Choiseul had their very first Junior Creole. The very first Junior Creole, Mr. Speaker.
It's not accounted for.
And at that time,
I see.
traffic was a mess. We couldn't walk, we couldn't drive, because traffic was just blocked, Mr. Speaker. And I remember the SSU trying to get through to the Lafag field with the cage, the vehicle that was known as the cage. And a gentleman on the side of the road just said to the police, "But you cannot pass there." And Mr. Speaker, a gentleman just come out of the vehicle, grab the man for saying that, and push the man in the vehicle. Mr. Speaker, that is an abuse of power. And this is what, Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure, that there are certain people in the force, Mr. Speaker, who will want to abuse the power that's been given to them. We have to be very careful of that, because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, our police are supposed to live harmoniously with the citizens. I can never attack the police, so don't try to raise something that has not been said. Don't raise something that's not been said. I'm not attacking the police. Okay? Stop trying to go somewhere that you're not supposed to go. Okay, Mr. Speaker? I'll never attack the police. I need the police, you need the police, all of us need the police. Okay? But Mr. Speaker, the gist of what I'm trying to say is, let us be very careful when we're doing certain things, Mr. Speaker. Okay? And that is why, Mr. Speaker, some time ago, there was a poll, you know, as to whether there should have an inquiry for a police killing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every police killing needs an inquiry. Whether the police is right or wrong, that is how it should be, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, the citizenry must feel, okay, that the police, okay, doing their work within the confines of the law. We must never forget the police motto, you know, Mr. Speaker, to protect and serve. Protect and serve. That's the role of the police. And every one of us must be comfortable when we see the police. Mr. Speaker, I recall one time, many years ago, a policeman stopped me, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I put down the window, and the way he just shouted at me, you know, let me see your, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, no, you're trying to digress from my message, you know. You're trying to digress from my message. My message is, we must never make anybody feel that they're above the law at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. I understand, Mr. Speaker, and again I'll say, I understand the intent of the bill. I understand the intent of the bill, but we must be very careful that we protect the police from themselves and we protect our citizens, Mr. Speaker.
Your day is coming.
Mr. Speaker, I move to power to access land or building. In accessing, part 2, 10. Power to access, page 10. Power to access land or building. You know, for all what you're saying, you know, you all were the ones who continue to speak of consultation, you know. So don't you think this bill deserves that sort of discussion? That's what you're saying? That bill don't discuss that kind of discussion? At the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, as I said, part 2, in accessing land or a building under subsection 1, a police officer may enter into and remain in occupation of the land or building for a period as he or she thinks fit, Mr. Speaker. I think that's very wide powers being given, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's one of the areas that needs to be looked at, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 11, item 12, under the heading, power to give directions for control of firearms, ammunition, and explosives. 12 says, a police officer above the rank of inspector may, by giving a direction, provide for prohibiting absolutely or conditionally the possession of any firearm or any ammunition or explosive within the escalated crime area. I am not sure I understand this, Mr. Speaker, whether it is speaking to people who have illegal firearms. Because if you have an illegal firearm, the police don't need any kind of authority to address that, Mr. Speaker. And if the police is of the opinion that a holder of a legal firearm holder is misusing it, the commissioner has the authority to confiscate that firearm, Mr. Speaker. The commissioner don't need nobody's permission if somebody is misusing the firearm. So I'm a bit concerned and confused with the inclusion of that, Mr. Speaker, because it speaks to businessmen or business people in the area with that same. So a businessman with a licensed firearm holder in an escalated crime area, the police can tell him, okay, you have to give up your firearm. I don't understand that, because there's a procedure to obtaining a firearm license. You vetted properly, and I don't understand why. And so I'm thinking that thing could be spoken to. Is this being spoken to people with legal licensed firearm? And if it is, Mr. Speaker, people who may have businesses in an escalated crime area and they live outside of the escalated crime area, Mr. Speaker, you would take their licensed firearm, so when they're going home, they don't have that sort of protection that they first applied to that in the first place. So I'm seeking clarification, Honourable Member. That's what I'm looking for. I'm seeking clarification.
Member Cassius, so Member Souza, you just read section 12.
Yes.
Doesn't the last line say to prohibit it within the escalated area?
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, it goes further to speak to. I'm not opposing for opposing sake. Yes. I'm not opposing for opposing sake, and we are not opposing. We are not opposing the bill. Why you want to push the agenda that we're not opposing the bill? We're just seeking time to go through it in detail. No, Mr. Speaker, the colleagues on the other side are trying to. But Mr. Speaker, yeah. So
that's actually a compliment coming from you. But you're disappointed.
A person who has in his or her possession or under his or her control any firearm or any ammunition or explosive shall comply with a direction for securing the safe custody of the firearm, ammunition or explosive under subsection 1. So, Mr. Speaker, I can understand if for the person's own protection, if they're in an escalated crime area, they have a firearm and the police are of the impression that somebody or whoever is responsible for the escalated crime could get hold of that firearm, they can secure it, but when the person moves out of the escalated crime area, they can provide them the firearm. So this is the kind of clarification I'm seeking, Mr. Mr. Speaker, I move to page 13, protection of police officers, section 14.
Jealous? Jealous, man?
It says no action, suit, prosecution or other proceeding shall be brought or instituted against a police officer in respect of any act done in good faith, Mr. Speaker, in the exercise or purported exercise of his or her functions for the public safety. That to me, Mr. Speaker, is extremely subjective when we use the word done in good faith, Mr. Speaker. And I want to urge the Honourable Prime Minister is not there at this time. He just mentioned that he got a number of bulletproof vests for the police officers. I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we immediately go into legislation to get body cameras for police going into these escalated crime areas, so that, Mr. Speaker, that area of done in good, that line of done in good faith can be properly assessed, Mr. Speaker. Okay, done in good faith, Mr. Speaker, is something we have to be very careful with, Mr. Speaker. Detention of persons 19. A police officer may detain a person if he or she is reasonably suspect that the person is committing, has committed, or is about to commit, or has been involved in the preparation, instigation, or facilitation of an escalated crime or an offense under this act. Again, Mr. Speaker, I believe the Commissioner of Police have the authority to haul somebody in, okay, for a specific time period if the person is suspected of or have an intent to do, Mr. Speaker. So maybe some additional information can be provided on that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, the intention, Mr. Speaker, is not to say that we do not support the bill, Mr. Speaker. It's just that, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, I believe there should be more discussion on the bill, Mr. Speaker, for the protection, not just of citizens, Mr. Speaker, but of the police themselves, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful of those who may have that intent of abuse, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, if we had put this thing in place prior, Mr. Speaker, but right now I am very confident that this matter is being addressed. Mr. Speaker, and we should have sufficient time for this bill, Mr. Speaker, to be discussed on a wider basis. So the intention of not supporting, and I hope the hierarchy that's in the gallery are not, swayed by some of the words that we do not support, Mr. Speaker. They know better than that, Mr. Speaker. And recognize that the intent, Mr. Speaker, is that further discussion and dialogue, Mr. Speaker, should go into this, and everything should not happen in one sitting for the protection, Mr. Speaker, of the vulnerable and those who are not able to speak up and stand up for themselves. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Zellia, sorry, this is the member for Soufrière Forces-Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's like 5:30 on a Thursday afternoon, Mr. Speaker. 5:25, and I'm standing and I rise, Mr. Speaker, in support of this bill before us. And this bill is the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Act 2023. Mr. Speaker, before I commence, permit me to wish my colleague, the member for Castries South, a speedy recovery. I suspect he is watching what we are doing in the House, and we really hope that he recovers fully to join us in this august body. Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia voted a government in office. And one of the reasons why we are in office is to govern this country. Mr. Speaker, the spate of killings and the mayhem that occurred in Beaufort last week is unacceptable in our country. Unheard of and unacceptable. This has instilled fear in the citizenry. This has disrupted the lives of the people. It has put pressure on our health system. It has put pressure on our police that has to be out 24/7. It has disrupted economic activities in Beaufort. And if this remains unchecked, this will quickly impact negatively the economy of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for Choiseul-Saltibus. He spoke and he said several things, and I listened. He said very early that serious situations call for serious measures. And this is correct. And what has happened in Beaufort is more than serious. And I believe as a government, as a country, we need to stand up and show ourselves, show the world that we are a country of law and order. Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul-Saltibus raised several questions. But in essence, his areas of concern was that he's worried that the police might abuse abuse the powers contained in this special piece of legislation. And I remembered very clearly that the Honorable Prime Minister, when he presented the member for Castries East, did indicate that this piece of legislation has a time frame. But one of the things I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the issue of abuse, whether it is the police or whether it's the individual, is not one that you can legislate for. The issue of abuse and the way any individual performs his or her task has to do with basic integrity, basic character training, and basic training in the discipline. And that is the training of our men and women who are represented in this august body today. So I am not concerned about whether this piece of legislation is going to cause a police officer to abuse his or her authorities. Because if this officer is already in the force, and if he does not have the right integrity, then he does not even need this piece of legislation to abuse his authority. And the honorable member himself gave examples of officers who have what he perceived to be abuse of authority, and they've done that without this piece of legislation. This is not anything, the abuse is not anything you can pass legislation for. So, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister mentioned this morning, the Ministry of Commerce, after almost 2 years of trying to put together a micro and small medium enterprise loan facility, we launched this morning, where the government took a loan of $10 million to support some 500 small businesses in this country. Since what happened in Beaufort, I've been having calls from the business community. Some of them are closed, their staff don't want to come to work, they are not making monies. We need to deal with it. And the way we are going to deal with it is to look at the structure we have within this country. And within this country, the structure to deal with the problem we have now is the police and our judiciary. This piece of legislation before us can never be perfect. I'm hearing you calling for wider discussion on that bill, member for Suzel Saltibus. But you do not have the time for that type of wide discussion that you're asking for. We need to get our teachers comfortable again in the schools. We need to get our children back at school. We need to get the doctors and nurses at the hospital comfortable in serving the general population, much less the bodies that they bring, the injured persons that they bring in. There is no time for what you are asking for. So I'm hoping that today this august body is going to deal with this issue. So, Mr. Speaker, the country, the police is the authority we have to deal with it. The violence that has happened in Beaufort, in our conversation with persons, have caused significant health problems. It has caused anxiety, it has caused fear, and it has caused death. By our count, I believe it is 8. So the question I have for the member for Suzel Saltibus, what answers do you have for the relatives of the 8 persons who were killed? Do you ask them, yes, what question, what answer? You ask me that question. The question is, I am supporting this piece of legislation today. So
Member for Soufrière, members, the proceedings are being recorded. My position on crosstalk is very clear. I will not stop crosstalk. That is part of parliamentary debate. but it cannot be as excessive as it is to prevent the proper recording of the handset. Please proceed, Member for Soufrière.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that was the question I asked. What answers do you have for the relatives and loved ones of the 8 persons who were killed? They did not have time. They did not have time. So, Mr. Speaker, as a member of this Honorable House, as the Minister for Commerce, who's concerned about trade in this country, as the parliamentary rep for Soufrière, I endorse this bill and pray for the protection of our police officers and thank them for the effort so far and pray that they have the courage to bring this matter under control. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank regional governments for providing support to St. Lucia in this critical time. On the area of other constituencies, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that now the situation is focused in Beaufort. Tomorrow can be in Soufrière, it can be in Soisel, it can be in Deriso, it can be anywhere. And I'm saying today, as a member of this august body, that we need to stand together and to say enough is enough. Let us put all our collective efforts to keep St. Lucia safe, peaceful, and beautiful. I support this bill in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
The member for Mico North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I don't need a podium today. No, Mr. Speaker. Let me add my voice to that of the member for Soufrière and to say that I support this bill, this piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, there are times where I understand why we have an opposition. I understand why. I think there are times when the opposition brings very meaningful debate into this House, and they represent a certain cohort of people who went to the polls and who supported them. And I know when these people go, Mr. Speaker, even those people who support me, they have certain things that they don't expect from me, Mr. Speaker. And I know there are certain times that even if we were in opposition, Mr. Speaker, that they would expect me, if something is good for the greater good, the benefit of the country, Mr. Speaker, I know that at times the people who supported me would hope and pray that I too would not just join the bandwagon of opposition and just say that we're in opposition and oppose for opposing sake, but rather lend my voice in support. Mr. Speaker, I stand on my feet and I literally feel like I'm trembling, and this is no joke, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak from the police standpoint first, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll speak from the position of the parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, do you know, and I asked the member from Choiseul, and we have police officers, senior police officers sitting here, do you know what it takes for a police officer, Mr. Speaker, to leave his home every day? We hear the news, we hear it. We're not the ones confronting it boldly. We're not the ones going into the areas where we hear the shootings happening. And we still feel panic at our homes. And you have police officers who have the responsibility, and they say they take an oath. They have the responsibility. Whatever happens, whatever time it happens, they respond. And there's no, even if it's their job and they're the ones charged with the responsibility, Mr. Speaker, there's no way under the sun that any amount of money, that the remuneration that the police receive can ever be commensurate to the effort that they put in to fight crime in St. Lucia. And today, Mr. Speaker, today, we're going to stand here in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, and say about, oh, we're giving the police extra powers. We're fearful that when we give the police extra powers, that they're going to go and abuse these powers, Mr. Speaker. We're going, Mr. Speaker, and the member from Soufrière captured it well. What prevented, it's not selective, what prevented a police officer last week from abusing his powers if he wanted to abuse it? What prevented him? That does not give the police officer no sort of protection when he goes, and it says, there's a part in it that speaks, when he behaves in good faith. And it says it's clear, it's abundantly clear, when he behaves in good faith. That is the only time he's going to get the protection. And if a police officer decides to get up and indiscriminately go and behave in a certain way, there are ways to deal with him. So to stand up here, Mr. Speaker, in a time like now,
Him or her.
yeah, in a time like now, Mr. Speaker, in a time like now, when there is panic, people panic throughout the island, we're going to stand here and oppose. And Mr. Speaker, I will say, I have no issue whatsoever when the member says that bills need further consultation. Which bill that has been brought to the House that we can agree that does not need further consultation? Which bill? Every bill, Mr. Speaker. Every bill. And Mr. Speaker, in a time when it's urgent, how many more lives must be lost before we decide to come to this House? How many more lives? How much more pressure must we put on the healthcare system before we decide as a government, as a people, as a parliament, opposition and government?
Really missing the point.
No, it's not missing the point. As an opposition and government to come together and decide, okay, we say enough is enough. Let us put the politics aside, at least for once, and agree that, okay, there may need, but you know, Mr. Speaker, it's politics again. Because if there's no problem with you saying, okay, there may be need for further consultation, Mr. Speaker, and they have ways and means, we do things, even times the member has my number and every other person member, and we speak privately at times, Mr. Speaker, and there are things that I may not agree with, and I will speak to him. There are times he and I would sit down and would have certain conversation about certain things, and we would not bring it out in the fore. But it's for the politics of it, Mr. Speaker. You understand? It's the politics of it. Some people, at times I feel like some people rejoice, Mr. Speaker. Like they rejoice at the fact that what is happening. And if this is what we're going to do in the name of being power hungry or wanting to hold on to power, Mr. Speaker, then the state of affairs is really a shame. It's embarrassing. That at times, and maybe neither of these members on my right, Mr. Speaker, may not go openly and rejoice at what is happening. But the surrogates, you see certain posts and then they politicize and say, you understand? Oh, is the Prime Minister? What is the Prime Minister doing? Well, the Prime Minister is doing something. The member for Castries East is doing something. And I applaud him because, Mr. Speaker, it's courageous. It takes courage to be able to bring this bill before the House. And I applaud the member for Castries East for bringing this bill. It shows that, Mr. Speaker, we identify there's a problem, we admit there's a problem. There's no running away from it. And then I heard the member for Choiseul, Mr. Speaker, Saltibus. I know he likes to use both parts of his constituency when you refer to Choiseul, Saltibus. Speak about, oh, it's like for a specific area. Mr. Speaker, but it also, I think it gives, the way it's written, it gives a certain degree of flexibility. It does not say Vieux-Fort, Castries, Grosley, Dennery. It does not say. So it gives you, as the needs arise, Mr. Speaker. As the need arises, Mr. Speaker, you may be able to move from one area to the other. And you may use your boundaries and coordinate as you see, as the needs arise. So to make it seem like we're doing this and it's just that one area and that the bill is discriminatory, Mr. Speaker, I think that's just an effort to just glue people, misguide people, make them believe that we're just trying to, it's just, and how can we run away from what happened over the weekend? How can we run away from what happened? But we have other areas that we can consider hotspots in St. Lucia. We know what happened in Boaden and Jacmel. We know what happened in quite a few other places in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So,
And in Soufrière too.
Yeah, in Soufrière as well. So to say that this is discriminatory, and Mr. Speaker, I say, you know, when bills like that come, Mr. Speaker, and people oppose, I always say, unless you're a police and you're facing this thing head on, or you have been affected personally, your brother, your sister, your mother, somebody, the stray bullet hit somebody that you know, then you're not in a position to show the kind of empathy that you're supposed to show, Mr. Speaker. And when it hits home, Mr. Speaker, I speak passionately on this bill because, Mr. Speaker, I know what it is when the police officers go long hours upon long hours upon long hours, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to commend the police officers. And Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence in the current hierarchy of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Full confidence in the current hierarchy of the St. Lucia Police Force and the men and women. And when we speak, I want it to be known, Mr. Speaker, because you know sometimes when we say something, somebody may listen to it. Because people, we have all sorts of people listening to us here and listening to what is happening here. And sometimes we say something and somebody may say, but you know, maybe that's true. Because we speak about we give the police extra powers. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I think last year it was, or year before, I know of at least 2 police officers who would have lost their jobs through, they would have done certain things, they were brought before the disciplinary committee, and they would have lost their jobs because they were found guilty of offenses. So it is not a situation where we just say carte blanche, go do what you want, and there are no repercussions for the things that you do. Police officers have been brought to question. The thing is that we always say, when they've been brought to question and we dismiss them, we don't make big hoorah about it. It's not something that we rejoice. So a lot of people believe that, okay, the police just do what they want and they just go on script, nothing happens to them. That is not the case, Mr. Speaker. I know police officers who have lost their jobs, well, former police officers now, because of disciplinary action taken against them. So I don't think that this bill, in any way whatsoever, allows police to go, or any police officer would now think, Mr. Speaker, that he or she is bigger than the law. They didn't think so then. I don't think that this bill will allow them to think so now.
They are bad eggs.
They are bad eggs everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. And you know that. There are bad eggs everywhere. Sometimes close to us, sometimes among us. Sometimes there are bad eggs everywhere, Mr. Speaker. No, there are bad eggs. Mr. Speaker, we get them in our circles. Yes, I'm right, I know. There are bad eggs everywhere.
You have next to you?
Don't look left.
No, I'm looking right. I'm looking right where I have to look. I'm looking right where I have to look. But Mr. Speaker, I say, I say all that, Mr. Speaker, to say that the timing of this bill could not come at a better time. This bill could not come at a better time. I want to thank the Regional Security Services for providing us with additional support. I want to thank the men and the women who put on their uniform, put on their boots day in and day out, and they continue to go out there and to hold this police flag with the highest regard, put on their crest and that number, Mr. Speaker, pass these buttons through the holes, Mr. Speaker, and continue to go there and serve. And they go there, they slick their boots, and they walk the streets knowing full well, Mr. Speaker, and I heard the Prime Minister mention about the 150 bulletproof vests, and I want to applaud, but I want to say that we need about 1,500 bulletproof vests to be able to function properly, or for the police to be able to function properly. I lost myself saying us, Mr. Speaker, for a minute. But I commend the police office, the Prime Minister, for making these bulletproof vests, especially in a time like now. We see the caliber, I think when you see the type of caliber, the spent shells, the caliber of the spent shells that have been recovered from the scenes. Mr. Speaker, I think now more than ever it speaks for us to take our safety and our security very seriously, and to ensure that the police are properly cladded, properly protected when they go out there, because they put their lives on the line every day. They're not assured that they're going to come back home when they leave. Yet still, not knowing whether or not you're going to come back, they keep going every day. And they go for one reason, because they have a responsibility to ensure that the children can go to school, that the business places can open, and that criminals do not take over this beautiful island of ours. And they do that without fear or favor. And when we get an opportunity to thank them, to applaud them, and I heard the member for Shoulder say they have a lot of police friends, and I think, Mr. Speaker, if I'm speaking from the police standpoint, a few of his police friends might be disappointed in him today. But that's my opinion. That's my position. I think a few of his police friends may send him a message this evening and say, we understand you are a friend, but there are times where you have to call the kettle what it is, a kettle. And not just try and we have to call a spade a spade. And right now, he said drastic times require drastic measures. And that is what we do. And Mr. Speaker, from the parliamentarian standpoint, I mean the people from Miku depend. There are people from Miku who work in the south, who work in the north, who work everywhere, who work in the tourism sector. And Mr. Speaker, you know, if we allow the situation to escalate or further escalate, Mr. Speaker, it's going to have repercussions, not just at the constituency level, but at the national level. It's going to affect every one of us. Mr. Speaker, I'm not in a position where I can tell any of my constituents to come to my house or to come. I don't have a storeroom or I don't have friends with warehouses, or I can send my constituents in the event that things are not good in this country. And I really depend on the economic activity that happens, and my constituents depend on the economic activity of this country. And I think now what we are doing is to ensure that we don't allow this thing to further escalate, but to provide the police with the powers to ensure that they can quell the situation, they can deal with it for what it is. And even when the member said, oh, he think, why should we come to the house with this, when he thinks by now we have this thing under control. That was he thinks right now we have certain measures in place, and I think that it's commendable for the members on this side, because if you think that we already have it in place, but if we did not do anything, Mr. Speaker, and something happened, or tomorrow we see that the crime diverts from one area to another, it would be the same people who say that we have it under control today who would come and say, when you all had an opportunity to pass legislation to make things better.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is misleading.
Member, I haven't recognized you yet.
Okay.
I do that now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is misleading, Mr. Speaker, and for the records, I think I need to correct him, because I did not say because the situation seemed to be under control that we should not pass this bill. You get it very correct, member. What I said, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that I believe the situation is under control gives us the time to address the bill by further consultation. Those are my words, Mr. Speaker, more or less.
That is actually what I heard you say, yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So you say that we can buy time because the situation seems to be one that is under control. And when we try to buy time, Mr. Speaker, I guarantee you if tomorrow the situation escalates, they would say, but you had an opportunity this week to bring this before the House and you did not. So it's just about the politics. No, it's about the politics for them, Mr. Speaker.
All rats in the hole right now.
It's about them, it's all rats in the hole, it's about politics. But I think we get to a situation where some things are bigger than votes, Mr. Speaker, some things are bigger than politics, some things are of national concern. And we cannot play politics with it, Mr. Speaker. And this is why earlier when I heard members in their little heckle here and there, Mr. Speaker, I refuse to engage in that, because I believe a bill as serious as this needs the full attention of the House. And to end up in segues between, Mr. Speaker, I refuse to engage in that, because I think this bill requires, on a serious note, a bill of this magnitude requires the full attention of the House and of the people of St. Lucia. People listening need to know what it is that we are going to do. Because people are in fear, Mr. Speaker. People are in real panic. People are shaking. And you're going to say, oh, we can buy time and go and consult on the bill. There will be enough time for consultation, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that we're addressing this thing right now. The urgency, the matter is an urgent one, and we're addressing it right now. I commend the member for Castries South. I don't know if to say that I'm happy that the member said that he supported the bill, the member for Chozel, that is, because I think his initial position was very well captured by the Prime Minister when he opened to say the no. He did not shy away to say no. I would not say it's under influence or duress. But I think, Mr. Speaker, if this bill was passed probably on Tuesday of this week, we probably would get an abstention or probably a yes, Mr. Speaker. We probably would have gotten an abstention or a yes. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to once again say to the members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force the healthcare workers, all first responders, the fire service. I think we should make special mention of the fire service, Mr. Speaker. The fire service are under a lot of pressure. We see the police, Mr. Speaker, but the fire service are also charged with the responsibility of going into these areas. Remember, Mr. Speaker, they don't go there, they don't carry firearms when they go into these places. And at times, I know right now it's fearful, but I remember during our time during the time I spent, or during my tenure as a policeman, the fire service would get to the scene before you, further exposing them. And I commend them on their efforts. I know it has taken a lot from them, but they continue. You would not know that it has taken a lot because they make it look easy. But I know, and I speak from first-hand experience, that it is not easy. So I commend them on the work that they're doing. The healthcare workers, I commend them as well. We know that as what this situation is putting a serious strain. The business people who have tried to endure. It is my earnest hope that we return to a state of normalcy where we see businesses opening as per normal, and that we see children being able to go to school. And it's not just the fear, Mr. Speaker. There's also a psychological impact, a psychological effect of these activities, especially on young people. They see what's happening on the news. They hear people speaking about it in the circles. And you can hear them tell you, they can hear them tell their parents they don't want to go to school tomorrow, they're fearful of going to school, Mr. Speaker. And we should never get to that point. And that is what we're trying to fix, Mr. Speaker. We've gotten to it, but we're trying to fix it. And there's no politics in it. There's no politics in it. We're going to do everything that we have to do for us to ensure that we return to some sort of normalcy in this country, especially with the sequence of events that happened last week. So I want to lend my voice in support to this bill, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill fully, and I commend the Prime Minister for being courageous and bold and taking decisive action in a time of adversity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Viewfort North.
Yeah, I'll try a thing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues. Good evening. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the suppression of escalated crime police powers bill. Mr. Speaker, there are times, not only in this house, but in your life, when, according to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., there are times when the urgency of now presents itself and you must act. And this is one of these times, the urgency of now. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because it provides police officers with additional powers for the suppression of escalated crime. I support this bill because it creates a designation of an escalated crime area. It describes it. It gives the minister the powers to describe a designated crime area. It gives the police additional powers for the suppression of escalated crime. And there are offenses for the suppression of escalated crime and detention. This bill, Mr. Speaker, gives the police additional powers to stop, to create roadblocks, to require the removal of vehicles or other articles. It gives the police powers to access land or buildings. And the urgency of now, Mr. Speaker, requires this House to take measures to correct what is happening. It requires it, Mr. Speaker. Let it be very clear that today the opposition in the House of Parliament, and in effect the United Workers' Party, by extension, the United Workers' Party today opposed support to the police to deal with the situation at this time. Mr. Speaker, moi venu ici pour supporter une loi qui baille police plus support avec plus courage pour du bout ces qualités criminelles qui a fait un pays. Avec loi ça là, qui baille ces police là pour voir, parce que le ministre là ça garder à côté si la n'y a chai crime ces qualités criminelles qui a fait là. Avec loi ça là qui baille ces police là autorité pour faire opération en place ça là et qui a baillé plus pouvoir pour du bout ces actions qui yon des monde qu'a fait pour faire tout le monde perdre pays. Aussi Mr. Speaker, aujourd'hui est important parce que opposition ou en Kaila, opposition aujourd'hui pas supporter pour bailler police plus pouvoir pour du bout de ces qualités criminelles qui a fait un pays. Il est important pour faire ça.
Member of Vivote North, is it a point of order?
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, the point of order, the member is misleading, and I would like to say it in English and Creole.
What did he say that was
The
misleading?
member is saying that the members opposite, and he went to say the United Workers' Party does not support the bill.
He continued.
That's what he said, Mr.
No, he continued at this time.
He said at this time?
He said at
Mr.
this
Speaker?
time, yes.
Okay, my apologies if he said at this time, Mr. Speaker. I did not hear that.
Proceed, member of Vivote North.
M'aller l'école l'histoire tout seul ou ça. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, let it be clear that the opposition does not support the support which this bill gives to the police through the passage of this bill at this time. Let it be very clear that at a time when the urgency of now demands that we support the police, at this time the opposition and by extension the United Workers' Party did not support the police at this time. One thing for sure, Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept that an entire community, an entire country shudder and stop because groups of young people cannot agree with each other. We cannot accept that, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be right for the people of Beaufort or any other part of St. Lucia. It cannot be right for our people to remain on one street and cannot cross the street simply because they are friends to a certain group of people. That cannot be right. How can it be right, Mr. Speaker, for schools, the health center, pharmacies to close and shorten business hours simply because a few people decide to settle their differences by assassinating people at will? How can that be right? And today, the opposition says that they need to talk more about it. They need more consultation. That they will not support this at this time. They will not support the bill. It cannot be right, Mr. Speaker, for businesses to just shut their doors suddenly, because a few people are so brazen that they will walk up to people next to a bank and blow off their brains in broad daylight. Cannot be right. And while these crimes may seem to be targeted crimes, innocent children and other people are falling victim, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be right. And when these things are happening, people are blowing up people's brains while they sleep. The opposition says we need more time. We need to think about it. We need to take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, have a consultation in Beaufort, have one in Castries. I guess that's what they mean. It cannot be right How can it be right, Mr. Speaker? And how can it be okay for people to stay away from church, to go and praise their God, because they are fearful? One set of people have just decided that because of their actions, you will not go to church. How can that be right anywhere? It cannot be right, Mr. Speaker. And while members of the opposition want more time, they may recall that in 2017, and I hear in the media, you know, Viewfort, as if Viewfort has suddenly become a pariah state or that kind of thing. And I heard a member for Viewfort South recently, Le Bab Kamawadu Puidife, Uze Sao, because it's Viewfort. But we have very short memories. On January 8th, 2017, we were not in office. You remember Bloody Sunday? 5 individuals were killed. So we act as if we have very short memories. So it's 7 in Viewfort this time, so as if the problem is Viewfort. Viewfort is a pariah state now. But it's not just Viewfort. This is not just a Viewfort problem. And I remind you that in 2017, when 5 people were killed on what the literature calls Bloody Sunday, and you can Google it now as I speak, and all those who are listening to me, whether you are in Bellevue or Grace or Castries, just go to Google and type Bloody Sunday St. Lucia. You will see it. So don't behave as if this is a problem of Viewfort, and therefore, you know, you are behaving a kind of way as if Viewfortians is a Viewfort problem. This is a country problem. And if this government is taking steps to deal with it, we are not saying this is going to solve all the problems. And a colleague said it before. This is not going to solve all the problems. We don't expect people to become angels all of a sudden because of this bill. But we are taking concrete steps to deal with a situation which is dire. What steps did you take in 2017? What steps did you take when 8 people were killed? And you know something? Sorry, 5. And you know something? These 5 people, according to the reports, died in one day. And you can look at it. So this is not a sudden Viewfort problem. And if you look at it as a sudden Viewfort problem, yes, we have to deal with the situation in Viewfort now. I agree. But we have to go beyond just Viewfort. This is not just a Viewfort problem. We have a serious problem. And we have to find ways as a parliament to deal with it. And my colleague from Nikunov said it well. The opposition is looking at this thing as if it's politics. So we're going to come to the parliament and say, oh, give us more time, so we're going to have a debate, and the UWP will jump up and say, oh, Viewfort is a place, this and that, and they're expecting a political football from it. But we have a problem to deal with. And that's why I support this bill. And again, let it be clear that the opposition today did not support this bill and did not support to the police at this time. Let it be clear. But this is not about the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I want, before I go into the various sections of the bill briefly, I know there are parliamentarians here who are obviously better equipped to do a technical job on this. But I want, before I go into it too, to spend some time to look at V4, because we're talking about V4 now. And the people of Vieux-Fort at this time, Mr. Speaker, they've been traumatized for real trauma for a few days. We have had situations before, and we know that we've had serious violence before. But the way it happened recently, the people are traumatized. As I said before, some people don't want to go to church. The school children, you can well imagine children in the schools whose parents were gunned down, or their grandmother, or their uncle. You can well imagine how the people feel, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important for us to understand this community a little. I grew up in Vieux-Fort, Mr. Speaker. I went to the St. Augustine Boys School. And so if you hear me speaking like this, it's because I was born and bred in Vieux-Fort. And while my parents are from Grace and Bellevue, I was raised in Vieux-Fort. And I grew up at 37 Hospital Lane, which is right next to the health center, next to Ma JQ, a lady who sold fish, Mr. JQ. Before you had fish in supermarkets, this gentleman sold frozen fish. And I'm speaking about a Vieux-Fort of Dames, of Square United, of Belvedere Strikers, Halcyon Days football team, a Vieux-Fort of Ghetto Lions, of Ebra and Erof, of Magia in goal, a Vieux-Fort of Dreads, a football team of Rastafarians, and that football team terrorized the other teams. That's the kind of Vieux-Fort I grew up in. A Vieux-Fort of peace and tranquility. You go by the jetty, you catch your little fish. The fishermen and the fisherfolk united in love. That's the kind of Vieux-Fort I grew up in. You buy bread at Ma Alexan, never would you think bullets would fly. And I think it's important to create that kind of atmosphere so people can understand, Mr. Speaker, that this is not a demon community you're talking about. Vieux-Fort is not a demon community. People talking about, oh, people shooting in Vieux-Fort and so on. But they forget all the shootings in the other parts of the country. This is not a Vieux-Fort problem. I grew up in a Vieux-Fort where the green and black of the junior secondary school, hundreds of children would walk down New Dock Lane, and today some young people cannot cross New Dock Lane. I grew up in a Vieux-Fort where the man was united. They had their challenges, but the young people were united. The disagreement was on the football field. Root Sally Ballers, producing some of the best footballers in the country. So the people of Vieux-Fort, the young people of Vieux-Fort who are listening to me today, I want to tell you that you come from a community of culture, a community of intellect, a community of love, a community of passion. What you see today in Vieux-Fort is not in the roots of Vieux-Fort. And that's why any government, any parliament must do what we have to do to rid not only Vieux-Fort but St. Lucia of this menace. Because the people were not born like this. The people were not like this. And the majority of people in Vieux-Fort are not like that. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill because the Vieux-Fort of Bruce Williams and the dock workers and Mr. Flem and Father John and Father Barthelemy and all of these people who helped, and many others who helped shape this community, Mr. Speaker. These are not the roots and the seeds that they planted. So it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that what is unleashed on the community today is not the soul and the roots of the community. It cannot be. This is a Vieux-Fort which grew out of the 1997 elections when the member for Vieux-Fort South went in, and the same Baka there, where some young people have decided that they are going to create an enclave of war. The same Baka there, you should have seen it before, where the member for Vieux South and the Labour government transformed it into a place. I know, I'm coming there. Baka there, where there were no roads, you had to hold your shoes in your hands. That's a Vieux Fort where the member from Vieux Fort South went in and transformed the man and created areas in this community that finally made Vieux Fortians feel that they truly belong to a community where government cared. That's the kind of Vieux Fort I know, Mr. Speaker. The Binfield Secondary School, the institutions. And so we as a government must protect that legacy, and we must protect the values that most Vieux Fortians want to emulate. Most Vieux Fortians do not like what's happening, Mr. Speaker. Most Vieux Fortians hate what's happening, and that is why I support this bill. Mr. Speaker, do we just give up? We are not going to just give up. We are going to fight for peace. We are going to struggle for peace, because we know that peace can be found. And peace can be found with law enforcement and the wider community doing what we have to do. But as a government, we must stand up and decide that we are going to sacrifice for peace. We are not going to come to the house and use politics. And those who want to gloat about how many murders happen in Vieux Fort, and they are jumping up and clapping, les bab camarades puis di fait, vous ça où? Les bab camarades puis di fait, vous ça où? Because all of us are in this. This is not just a Vieux Fort problem. Mr. Speaker, the police powers I have spoken to before. One of them, the power to control places of public resort and entertainment. Parce que la police là qui jeune plus pouvoir, si la n'y a place qui n'y a bloco, ou bien si la n'y a place en bar ou bien disco, côté police là quoi, là ni vieux mouvement qu'a fait en dedans là, police là qui jeune pouvoir pour aller avec tout bout de ces bagages ça là, avec fermer place là. Mr. Speaker, there are also sections in the bill which allow the police to get certain access. So if the police believes that there is need to access certain property and certain public areas, this will assist. The detention of persons, it gives the police additional powers of detention. Parce que quand la police là, tu t'appliques pour si on joue un monde peut-être avec un fusil ou bien ammunition ou bien bail comme ça, ou bien si police là quoi monde ça là, peut-être qu'il fait un crime ou bien il y a un groupe monde qui fait crime, police là ça chebe yo code garde pour tu t'ac plus longtemps pour questionner yo. Toutes ces bagages ça là en bill ça là, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it also allows for roadblocks, I said before, and setting up of barriers, cordons. Mr. Speaker, it's very important to understand that this bill, while it gives the police additional powers, by extension, it is going to assist with the situation with healthcare, the doctors, nurses, ancillary staff. I've said before in this house, Mr. Speaker, that our healthcare workers, the doctors, the nurses, the ancillary staff, Many of them are worried. They are concerned for their safety. We cannot wait. We cannot wait, Mr. Speaker, for things to escalate and to demotivate our healthcare workers even further. And for those people who believe that this is just a Viewfort problem, you never know. You never know. It might come to your doorstep. You never know. It might come to your doorstep. Because apparently, Mr. Speaker, it looks like if you are related to somebody whom these people believe they have something with, based on what we are seeing, it looks like if you are related or if you are closely associated, it is possible for you to get it too. How can we accept that? We cannot accept that. And therefore, the members of the opposition who oppose support to the police at this time, I want them to explain that to the people of St. Lucia. I want the member for Choiseul to go to Choiseul. If there is a problem there with guns and fellas shooting or ladies shooting, for him to explain to the people of Choiseul that he came to this house and opposed support to the police at this time. I want him to explain that to his people.
How do you do that?
The member for Miku South and leader of the opposition,
How are you doing that?
I want him to explain that to the people of Miku South. I want him to explain it. How do you come to the house and oppose support to the police at this time? The fire service. Explain to the members of the fire service. And my colleague from Miku North said it well. Many times the fire service personnel arrive at the scene before the police because sometimes they get the calls first. Explain that to them. How is it you'll oppose a bill which will provide additional protection and additional powers to the police who can assist the fire service and other personnel? How do you explain that to the people? The rest of the emergency services. It is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that this urgency of now must cause us to take action. And there are all the other things the state needs to do. The social services, the courts, there are many things the state needs to do. But we cannot wait to fix the court building or the police station while some people just feel they can take automatic weapons and just shoot people in the dead of night, blow open their brains without thinking twice of who gets hit. We still have a young boy. We still have a young boy with bullet injuries. How can we sit in the house? How can we sit in the house and do nothing? And while the leader of the opposition is jumping up in his seat, laughing, doing all kinds of things, I want to remind once again that we did have a bloody Sunday under his watch. January 8th, 2017. 5 died in one day. So this is not, and I repeat, a Viewfort problem. So don't come here with your politics and talk about this and that, and you bring in bills to rush through the thing. You think the people who are sleeping at their homes and who want to go to church want to hear that? The children who want to go to school, and the businesses who want to continue to operate in VF4, you think they want to hear that? They want the government and the parliament to take action to stop what is happening now.
And that's what we're doing.
And that is what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, avant moi acide moi gaidi. Nous pas ni pour garder accréditation bagay vieux fort. Oui, bagay la fête vieux fort et qui sérieux. Comme ça nous kay fait un bagay pour garder situation en vieux fort. Mais ça pas un bagay vieux fort seulement. En l'année 2016, 2017, le 8 janvier, c'est pas nous qui sommes en gouvernement. L'autre façade là, c'est en gouvernement. Yo te kouye Bloody Sunday. 5 moun te jwen tué en yon jou. 5 moun jwen tué en yon jou. Comme ça pas un bagay nov. Nous n'y a pas de problème, c'est ici. Et n'importe gouvernement, ni pour faire ça, ni pour faire, pour protéger ces moun pays, c'est ici. Nous passons ça qu'il fait demain. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but I know we are taking concrete steps on the law enforcement side and now the legislative side to do what we have to do to ensure that we keep the people safe. So, Mr. Speaker, I yearn for the view forth of Belvedere Strikers and Square United and Dames. While we cannot go back to the past, but we can have a view forth where maybe the Square United, the members, the children of Square United are playing games on their computers safely. They can go to the Viewfort Square and play with each other safely. They can go to church unhindered. They can line in Viewfort at 2 o'clock in the morning, go to their favorite bars. The older people can do that without looking over their shoulders. I yearn for that kind of Viewfort. And I join every Viewfortian and every St. Lucian who seeks love and peace to join this government in this effort. You may not be a police officer, you may not be a lawyer or a soldier, you may not be a member of the RSS, but you can do something at your home, whatever you can do, to ensure that we have peace and love, not only in Viewfort, but in this country. And I urge honorable members to support this bill. And I end once again by placing on record the shameful behavior of the opposition today. Shameful. For petty politics. They will not support the police. They will not support the police. They will not support powers to the police at this time, a time when the urgency of now demands collective action. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dennery North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the proposed legislation that is before the Parliament this evening. The bill for consideration is the suppression of escalated crimes or further powers to the police, Mr. Speaker. And notwithstanding the numerous pieces of legislation that we have on our books, Mr. Speaker, to deal with criminality, this intervention has come at a time when it is necessary, and it is a courageous and bold response of the government to a situation of unprecedented proportions. But Mr. Speaker, before I speak to the bill before us, I'd like to comment on the presentations that have gone before me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you heard from the member for Miku North, a former police officer who served with distinction before he got a call, Mr. Speaker, to champion the cause of the people of Miku North in the parliament of this country. Mr. Speaker, he was not scripted for most of his presentation, and I can tell he was speaking from the heart, because he would have experienced firsthand on numerous occasions what his former colleagues in the Royal St. Lucia Police Force are faced with, Mr. Speaker, trying to deal with the situation in Viewfort. Mr. Speaker, we also heard, even more recently, from the member for Viewfort North, who gave a historical perspective in terms of what Viewfort was known for and what really characterized Viewfort maybe 2-3 decades ago. Mr. Speaker, and before my two colleagues on the government side, we heard from the member for Choiseul. Mr. Speaker, I was taken aback to see or to watch the opposition place on the record after a division was sought their opposition to the bill that was being presented for debate here today. But Mr. Speaker, I was not surprised.
Member for Denry North.
Speaker, a point of order. Mr. Speaker, again, the member from Denry North is suggesting that we did not support the bill. Let us remind what we did not support is the bill going through all of its readings at this present session.
Member for Denry North, please be guided accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. What I probably should have said was that, Mr. Speaker, when a division was sought in support or against the bill being presented here today and going through all its three stages, given the urgency of the situation that confronts our country, the opposition, Mr. Speaker, did not vote for the bill to have the debate on the bill to have proceeded to make that bill law. And the member for Beaufort North captured it beautifully, Mr. Speaker, when he said that the situation that obtains in Beaufort as we speak today, and by extension St. Lucia, is one that calls for bold and decisive action, Mr. Speaker. And the member for Micoud North spoke to it as well. And he said that time is of the essence. And using a term that perhaps President Obama would have coined, the member for Beaufort North spoke of the urgency of now. And Mr. Speaker, I believe every minute, every hour that we delay enacting legislation to deal with that situation, Mr. Speaker, we are doing a disservice to the people. And it is against that backdrop I've risen to my feet to lend support, Mr. Speaker, to this piece of legislation. But I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, at the opposition. Mr. Speaker, they saw a political opportunity. They saw an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to consolidate votes. And they would have a discomfort, notwithstanding the hypocrisy that we see when some of them speak from certain corners of their mouths to express concern. That's not genuine, Mr. Speaker. That is not sincere. They want to place on the record because they believe they can fool people. But St. Lucians, Beaufortians, and particularly those from the south are more discerning today than they were ever in times past, Mr. Speaker. So don't go when it is convenient on social media and put out statements to say that you are showing empathy and sympathy for the people of Beaufort. And today, where you have to come to the parliament to demonstrate your support to a government that is trying to bring this matter under control, you want to say your issue is the bill should not be going through all three stages. Mr. Speaker, I have sat in this parliament and crossed the Badil at 2 o'clock in the morning. Bills being presented at midnight, not for first reading. Rush those bills, all three stages, because somebody presenting the bill had to travel the following day. But today, given the severity of the situation that confronts us, your issue is not the bill, but your issue is the fact that the bill has to be that has to go through all three stages to become legislation. Hypocrites.
Yes, sir.
Hypocrites, Mr. Speaker. But I'm not surprised, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and I hope I'm not disparaging the members on the other side. But, Mr. Speaker, their selfish political agenda, Mr. Speaker, that is what they're concerned about. And they believe that if the situation in Beaufort continues to deteriorate, it will give them a political foothold, Mr. Speaker, and it will be an expedited route to get them into government again. But that will not happen. That will not happen. We have sat with the High Command of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. We have had robust discussions among ourselves, Mr. Speaker. There have been moments in meetings where we have disagreed with each other. And the meetings had to go on for much longer until we were able to arrive at a consensus to ensure that the decisions we take would redound to the people of Beaufort and by extension the people of this country. So when he comes here, Mr. Speaker, and talks about the issue being that the bill has to be rushed, how convenient And he was concerned, the member for Choiseul, about the abuse of power by people in the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. There has never been a more glaring demonstration of an abuse of power than when they were in government, Mr. Speaker. And if we want to talk about abuse of power, I was elected by the people of Denry North in 2016, Mr. Speaker. Under their watch, they were able, after budget after budget after budget, to have CDP allocations where elected parliamentarians can resort to those monies to the projects in their constituencies. And for 5 years, the first year they gave me nothing. The second year they gave me nothing. And I said to myself, maybe they have settled after a year free, I will get something. Nothing. Zero. The fourth year, it was worse. Fifth year, Mr. Speaker, I felt a little empowered because elections would have been on the horizon. You know what they did? They dragged us into a sixth year. And for all that period of time, not a dollar was given to me to preside over a single project in my constituency. But today, hypocrite can stand here and talk about abuse of powers and tell me that the police will abuse their powers. You are abusing your power all the time. Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence in the High Command of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force to use that legislation to bring that situation under further control than they have done so far, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the intervention has come at the right time. Mr. Speaker, we had a crisis on our hands. People were even losing count last weekend, Mr. Speaker. Social media was ablaze. I have thousands of contacts in my phone, and people were busy updating the status and their profile pics. Another one gone. Another one has been put down. The count for tonight is 3 and 4. And amidst all of those contacts, Mr. Speaker, sadly and regrettably, we had an insignificant few amongst whom the situation in Vieux Fort at the time sparked celebration. Those, Mr. Speaker, who believe that there was a political opportunity to be exploited. So when they come here and they tell you that the issue is about the bill going all through stages, Mr. Speaker, they don't know what they're talking about. And I watched the member for Choiseul, Mr. Speaker, and I asked myself, was it a member who had something to say? Or he had to say something today so that he could have found favor in his own organization? Because that was so out of character with the member we've come to know, Mr. Speaker. So out of character, Mr. Speaker. And then he spent most of his time talking about protecting the police from themselves. What the police need now is the support of this parliament, 17 of us, so that they can continue to go out there. The police are not afraid of the criminals, but they understand that in the execution of their duties, Mr. Speaker, they must operate within the ambit of the law. And what we say is that given all the pieces of legislation we have on our books, we need to further empower the police with legislation. Mr. Speaker, we could have given instructions to the police and have no regard for the laws on our books and ask them to do things, but that is not our style. We want to ensure that when we sit with the police, we dialogue with the police, and we agree with the police on interventions to be made to address situations, we are backed up by the requisite legislation, Mr. Speaker. That is very, very critical. So that when the police goes into Vieux Fort or Gros-Îlet or Denry or Soufrière, they are adequately covered by legislation, Mr. Speaker, that will ensure that the measures they resort to will not cause them to run afoul of the law. Mr. Speaker, je vais vous dire nous avons une situation que week-end qui passé, à peu près 7 personnes tapé fusillé et puis tué en Vieux Fort. Tant week-end ça, Mr. Speaker, parce que tout le monde sait ici de regarder Vieux Fort. Et que là, ils ont tapé fusillé et ils ont tapé tué. Un dernier dit encore, au cas où en les médias sociaux, les fonds de monde, ils ont tué l'autre 2 et bien l'autre 3. Et tout partout, Mr. Speaker, moun ka parler about ça. Et entre ces moun ça, qui a mouché concerné, et qui ont été peint, et qui ont une situation ça, tapé contrôlé, la tenue yonde, Mr. Speaker. Just yonde. qui la seule libre ça que tu as fait là. Puis yo quoi ça te kay bay parti politique yo en chance pour commencer mettre en place pour venir gouverner pays. That is not how you would want to regain the prime ministership or the reins of power. Mr. Speaker, you ought to do so by postulating theories and presenting programs that would excite the populace. Show people that you can do differently. But don't wait to exploit a situation when the country is under siege. And the member for Vieux-Fort North spoke about Bloody Sunday, and nobody in this country who claims to be patriotic and objective can chide the St. Lucia Labour Party for ever attempting to exploit crime as a means to score political points, Mr. Speaker. When there was criminality in this country and things spiraled out of control, we always supported the government. When symposiums were being held, we were always there, Mr. Speaker, in attendance making our contribution, because we are on the record as stating that crime is everybody's business. We have placed on the record that nobody wins when criminals, Mr. Speaker, are having a field day in our country. So when we come here on a Thursday afternoon, unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, I'm used to being in Parliament on a Thursday as a continuation of debate on either the estimates or the appropriation bill. That is what I know Thursdays in Parliament to be about. But given the urgency of the situation, Mr. Speaker, we have come here to debate and to present a piece of legislation. Notwithstanding that the police have been able to bring the situation in Vieux-Fort under control, but we have come in here with a piece of legislation that will further empower the police to ensure that whatever measures we take in Vieux-Fort will not only be a stopgap measure, but it will be measures that will bring relief to that particular community and by extension our country over a longer period of time. And Mr. Speaker, on a day when I expected everybody in the Parliament to speak in one voice, to lend support and to demonstrate their appreciation, their commitment and their support for the police, Mr. Speaker, sadly, Mr. Speaker, there were two persons who found issue as to why the bill, two members, sorry, who found issue as to why the bill should not have been allowed, Mr. Speaker, to go through. Mr. Speaker, I want to place on the record my personal gratitude to the High Command and the members of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Mr. Speaker, they have been at it from day one, night and day. And the member for Miku North spoke of his own personal experiences, Mr. Speaker. And I dialogue with police officers, sometimes on the phone at 2 in the morning. And when the sound of gunfire erupts, and we're talking about high-powered, high-caliber rifles, Mr. Speaker, and firearms, Mr. Speaker, they do not cower. They brave the night. They go in there, Mr. Speaker, putting themselves at risk because they understand that theirs is an indispensable role in maintaining law and order in this country. And we call ourselves leaders in here and can summon the courage to not support this, Mr. Speaker, because it will not sit well with our political ambitions. How selfish can we be, Mr. Speaker? Qui man here your moon? Qui tape électé comme membre parlement? Qui ou capé électé pour Denry, Vieux-Fort, Castries, Grosile? Et qu'on pas ni pièce qualité considération pour ça qu'a fait un Vieux-Fort. Et qu'on pas ni considération pour dire moi, t'as raison ou pas qu'à supporter loi 9 gouvernement qui a passé pour bailler police plus pouvoir. C'est pis moun pour parler about ça assez et pour raison ça là ou pas supporter pour nous venir ici et pour faire un bill ça là loi demain et bien semaine prochaine. How can that be, Mr. Speaker? You cannot be a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, who's serious about the business of the people and not support this piece of legislation as presented by the Prime Minister today. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about all the interventions that this government has resorted to in support of the police. Bulletproof vest. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the vehicles that have been procured. He spoke about increased manpower. and he spoke about a vote that he met when he came in as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Absolutely nothing for police training. $0 and 0 cents. And it has been increased, Mr. Speaker, from $0 to $300,000. And I know the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, this only represents a start. But Mr. Speaker, that's not all about police training. At the level of the Ministry of Education, we have given hundreds of scholarships. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, all you have to do is go on social media, look at the photographs that we post, and you will find out for yourself and discover for yourself that there has never been a period in this country's history where more police officers have been recipients of scholarships from the government to pursue higher training. We don't gloat about those things, Mr. Speaker. We support the police, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to support the police, Mr. Speaker. And we also, Mr. Speaker, thank the RSS for coming to lend a hand at a time when we need it. Mr. Speaker, I was at the center of a decision last week to suspend classes in schools in Beaufort. I got some flack for it. There are many who believe that we acted prematurely. There are many people, Mr. Speaker, who live far away from Beaufort, who according to them had all the solutions and had a better understanding of the situation from those in Beaufort. But you know what was interesting? A lot of those persons who called me, Mr. Speaker, the children were safe at school, either overseas or in areas far removed from Beaufort. And they did not understand the anxiety that the people of that community were going through at the time. And so, Mr. Speaker, we felt vindicated as a ministry when we decided to close schools. And maybe now is a good time, Mr. Speaker, for me to thank the St. Lucia Teachers Union, to thank the National Principals Association and all the other stakeholders, the police working with the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we give the best possible educational experience to the children of this country, irrespective of where they come from. I have said before, and I'm going to say it again. Mr. Speaker, I have no difficulty as the Minister for Education and the powers given to me in the Education Act to suspend school for a day, 2 days, a week, or a month, if I believe that the safety of students and teachers cannot be guaranteed. I am prepared to lose an entire day of instruction. I am prepared to lose an entire month of classes, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that the security of the teachers and the students entrusted in my ministerial care cannot be guaranteed. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the proposed legislation, and I have absolutely no doubt, Mr. Speaker, it will further strengthen the police to continue the good work they've started in Beaufort in restoring peace and order in a community that was renowned, Mr. Speaker, for all the wonderful things espoused and expressed by the member for Beaufort North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Babino.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill entitled Suppression of Escalated Crime, Police Power. This bill that was tabled by the Honorable Prime Minister and member for Castries East. This bill is necessary, and we have to deal with it expeditiously. At this point, Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my condolences with the families of the victims, of the persons who were deceased or met their untimely demise in Beaufort. I also want to express condolences to the Montud family in Babolo, where a young man was murdered in his vehicle just before the Beaufort incident. And I stand in solidarity with our parliamentary rep for Beaufort North, whose heart is bleeding, having represented his constituency for Beaufort South, for having represented this constituency for decades. It is part of him and it is hurting. And this is why the Honorable Prime Minister saw it fitting that we find time, a special session in this House to address the situation in the country, not just Beaufort, but in the country. Mr. Speaker, as a member with responsibility for home affairs, as well as the public service, labor and gender affairs, I will not sit in this honorable House and allow persons to say whatever they want because it is convenient to them without putting the facts out there for the general public to know what is going on. Mr. Speaker, when I heard persons on the opposite side speak to consultation and we need more time and the fear of power given to the police, I understand their situation. I understand the fear of power because these persons on the other side have seen what abuse of power is like. And it is the abuse of power that we are paying for today. When some people can afford to buy their seats, some can buy leadership. What else do you want for you to feel fearful of giving power to people? My member from Chosel, I understand your predicament. And I also watch your body language today. Because as somebody who has studied psychology and work with people on a daily basis, I see your body movement changes. I think, to me, you are in the house on Tuesday, right? And you are here on Thursday. And today you look so different. I don't know what is happening. What's the psychological thing that's affecting you? You are looking so mellow, and you know you understood everything on Tuesday, but today is like it's a totally different picture. Bad company. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has taken the decision to empower the police. The people have entrusted that power in this government, in this Prime Minister, to protect them. And this is what we are doing now. And this is what the bill is seeking to address. When I heard the issue of consultation, and you should have heard what some of the people out there said. They said you should have asked for a referendum, so you would have more time to think of what to do in a situation of urgency. I'm telling you, consultation can take place at several levels, in several ways. And I will just let you know that last evening, I left a meeting at 9 p.m. because I was in consultation with the people in Babolo. So if you want to consult the people, they are there. You make yourself available to consult them. And I had that meeting at the Babolo Multipurpose Center, And I can inform you that the people have a lot of ideas, a lot of suggestions, and they are willing to protect their country. They are prepared to work with the police, and we had a police officer there with them, and we were discussing the situation. We talk about consultation, Mr. Speaker. And a few years ago, when the last administration had responsibility for this country, there was a consultation on crime. And you should ask your leader, member from Choiseul, where was he the day they had that consultation? He took a flight out of the island. And today, he will come in this house and say how he is concerned about crime, how he is concerned about the police. We have to be very realistic in the way we do things. And the St. Lucian public, they are listening. They are listening, and we must not take them for granted. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to increase the power of the police to deal with criminal activities in St. Lucia and make St. Lucia a safe and secure place for people to work, enjoy, and live peacefully. C'est pour ça nous venons à Kaila Hodia. Pour nous passer loi ça là. Pour Saint-Lucien, sorti quand yo plus sain et sauve. Côté yo sauve là, y a un gouvernement qui concerné à sous affaires yo. Yo mettez gouvernement ça là pour adresser ça. Et que nous pas ni pour quitter situation en pays à aller vaille qui vaille. Et c'est pour ça les gens qui sont en cabane yo ka dormi et ces police là dehors là ka pas fouedi. On ne peut pas y power puis ça fait ça qui plus meilleur, ça qui nécessaire. And if there are 99% of the police who are doing good and 1% is doing bad, we want to make the entire police force suffer as a result of just one or two of you who are not doing the right thing. Therefore, I'm saying we cannot wait. We have to do it now to protect everybody and to empower the police. We cannot say, let us have a meeting, let's have a consultation next week, let's have a referendum, let's have another election for us to decide whether we should pass this bill. So why did the people put us here? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in his wisdom placed me in a ministry with responsibility for home affairs, while he takes on the national security and justice, where I was charged with the responsibility for the administration of the police, the full responsibility of Borderley Correctional Facility, the fire service, the marine unit, immigration, probation and parole, and now we are setting the youth at risk unit. Mr. Speaker, please bear with me as I outline what the Department of Home Affairs has done to protect this country and make it safe for us all as we look at this bill. The Department of Home Affairs, Mr. Speaker, talk about protection of the people. And it's not just about the police. Fighting crime and providing security, all of us must put our hands on that. All of us. And we have to support the police. And everybody is saying, the Prime Minister not doing anything, the government not doing anything. So if a criminal has intention to commit a crime, you expect the Prime Minister to know where and who will do it, and he has to put the police to stand there. So he becomes a guard there. So he has to know what will happen long before it happens. What we do, we empower the police because they are the ones who are out there when we are in our beds sleeping. Some of us are in party, we are dancing, we are enjoying ourselves, and these policemen have to go out there thick and thin and protect this country. Mr. Speaker, the people out there have been saying that we have been talking too much. We need to get into action. And today we are here for action. The Prime Minister is putting his money where his mouth is. And therefore, He is actually securing the resources to secure this country so that St. Lucians can feel safe. Criminals and crime have no friends and no boundaries. So none of us are safe. None of us. And today we are here in solidarity. It's a team effort. Today is Beaufort. Tomorrow is another community. Day after is another community. We have to make the entire country safe, not just one location. And I'm saying that because each of us here represent a constituency, and none of us would want what happened in Beaufort to happen in our constituency. None of us. And that is why we have to step up to the game. Mr. Speaker, the fire service is also under my watch. And it is putting the fire service on a lot of pressure. Anytime there is a criminal activity, the fire service has to respond. Some people call St. Lucia, oh, St. Lucia is like New York. It's woo-wee. During the time of COVID, that's what you hear all over the place. And the fire officers will tell you how many calls they get for the day. And they have to respond. They are asking for more ambulance. They are asking for better things for them to do their work. And they are even putting pressure saying that the police need vehicles for them to reach a crime scene before the fire service, because they have to be there to check for the evidence. And they must not reach after people have tampered with the evidence. That is going to compromise the investigation of the case. And that is why the Prime Minister and this government has invested heavily in providing the police with vehicles. Right? And he has not given one party. I have not seen, I don't know how they call it, Prime Minister's ball. Mr. Prime Minister not playing balls with the police. Huh? He will take the taxpayers' money and he will invest it to give the police support. So the support that this government has given is not because we had a barbecue and a fundraising. The people are paying the tax, the government take a part of it. The only thing, because the post is so limited and we have had so much debt to pay, and we have not seen what was done with the money that was borrowed, that is going to put pressure on the social services. People are going to ask for better health care. They are asking for education. They ask for them to fix all the potholes. They are asking for all kinds of things. But we have to beef up security. So every time the Prime Minister puts a few $1 million in security, then that is going to shorten the amount of money to ride the potholes and to block the potholes. It's sacrifices we have to make. But we have to know what we put first. And we put the people's safety and security first. And that is why we are here. Mr. Speaker, as we speak to this bill, we'll look at the issue of what crime is leading us to. And every time we talk about borderlay, we are talking about another big investment for this government. And at borderlay and the crime that we are seeing today, Mr. Speaker, you never get fruits unless you plant a seed. And some of the bad fruits that we are actually harvesting now was planted some time ago. Just check the records. The last government should have invested heavier in security. They had to put greater effort in protecting the people. They had to create greater opportunities for our young persons. So today, we will not be harvesting the bad fruits that we are harvesting now. And therefore, we have to do what we have to do now. Mr. Speaker, this bill that is here before us did not fall from the sky. We did not get up, the government did not get up one night and just wrote a bill. The police was consulted in drafting that bill. Because some of the areas you see there, they said they want this in because they are affected. And I don't know, the two members on the other side, how many of them have been police officers? You have to be in the shoes for you to see how it fits. And you heard how the member from Miku North was very emotional because he has been in that shoe. He has been there, and he knows what it is like. And if they are not here, if the police are not here in the house to speak today, we have to speak on their behalf. That's not a place where you come and say no. Here is a yes for our safety and our security. Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that we have to do what we have to do for the police. And under my watch, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister today and this government is enacting legislation to empower the police. But that is just a little one step further to all what this government has done since we came in the last 18 months. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that I have visited every police station with the exception of 2 in this country. Every police station except 2. Every fire station except 2. And you have to go and see where these officers are working before you make demands on them. And the Prime Minister, with a delegation, we visited the Grosile police station, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister publicly apologized to the police when he saw the condition under which the police were working. We wonder if there was a government for the last 5 years. I went there a few months after we got elected. I discussed it in cabinet. And when the Prime Minister went in there and he saw the condition, they are sitting right here in the house. The police are right here. And they are the ones experiencing it. And right now, as the Prime Minister indicated, we are demolishing the Grosile police station. And we have put the policemen in a better environment for them to sleep and to work. And I invite the members opposite to go and see where the Grosile police are working now while they wait for their new police divisional headquarters. We did not put them in a pig pen. We put them in a decent place. Because after these people go out there and work hard, you're telling me what we saw at the Grosile police station, that's where they have to sleep and say they are warriors, they are soldiers, they are human beings. They have feelings, they have families, and we have to treat them with respect and give the work that they do the level of respect that they deserve. And that is what we do here. Give them the power for them to do their work. We have the public, when the police is out there doing their work, you see the public come and they are interfering. We saw that on national television. Let the police carry out their work. And they want to threaten the police. We have to empower them and to give them that level of, we are not going to be afraid that they will have too much power, like those who have power over there and who bought power and who traded for power. We give it to them according to the law, and we expect them to use their discretion and apply it and use it reasonably. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, this government has engaged in a lot of things with regards to beefing up security and protecting the people in St. Lucia. And therefore, we are looking at the issue, for example, government has invested heavily in the border management system and in the process of establishing a border control agency. We have the probation and parole unit. And this probation and parole unit, we have to revisit it in terms of restructure it, look at its operations again to strengthen it so that it can deal with the delinquent youth, especially our young people. And I have said it here in this house time and time again that when we look at the statistics in Bordelais, we look at the age group. And when you look at that bar graph and you see it shooting up in the sky, Mr. Speaker, you would have seen that Those between 22 to 30, that's where you get the highest number. And Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 did not do justice to our situation in St. Lucia, because so many people lost their jobs. So many people were idle. And a lot of our young people who are not in school, some criminals decided to take advantage. And that is what we are seeing now. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are investing heavy in education. And I've had discussion with my fellow colleague, Minister of Education, and I've raised the issue, and last night it came up in the discussion in Babono, that we need to look at the issue of school attendance officers in our schools. In Little Grenada, we have a school attendance officer for each education district. In St. Lucia, we have only one school attendance officer. So when the children are about to drop out, or they have problems with the family problems, we have to find a way. And as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, this is another area the government will be looking at, because we have to look at the prevention, not just about the treatment and cure, the prevention. But now we have a crisis on our hands. We have to deal with treatment. And this bill here, Mr. Speaker, is to address the issue of treatment. Treatment in the form that we are looking at. If you look at the bill, Mr. Speaker, and you look at the areas, powers, give the police power to stop persons, block roads, and set up cordon. Require removal of vehicles and other articles. Access to London building. Closed premises. We look at controlled places of public resort and entertainment. When the police go out there and they are powerless, Mr. Speaker, they are caught. They do not want to cross the law. And therefore the law must give the latitude for them to deal with situations as best as they could in a difficult circumstance. There are some places in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you have traveled everywhere, but there are some places in St. Lucia that are scary. And the police said they have to go there. They have to go there. And when you reach in a situation that is difficult, you need the law to protect you so that you can maneuver in these environments. Mr. Speaker, I look at the bill and I look at what this government has been doing to ensure that we create a safe environment for our people in St. Lucia. And there is nothing more that the people in St. Lucia would like than what we are doing here today. Because you follow the social media, you listen to hear what the people are saying. I had a discussion with the people in Babono last night, and the voice was unanimous that there are things that we have to do, and they are willing to do what it takes to begin to protect this country. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the way forward in this bill, in order to give the police further support, we as citizens must engage in some activities. The parliamentary rep for Vieux-Fort said, "Les bab camarades pour dire point de l'eau et rouser ça." Well, Mr. Speaker, you also want to rouser somewhere Babono, because Babono, from the information that we are hearing there, what we are hearing that people are saying, they are aware that they have trouble on the ground. And we cannot pretend as though we don't know. We cannot pretend. It's real. And some people, once they have won the trust of the police and the security officers, they will give them the support. They will tell them how to maneuver in some areas. And we have to encourage our people to work with the police, support the police. And you cannot come in this house and say no to the police. This is unacceptable. And they will not forgive you for that. Mr. Speaker, let us look at, this is one of the ways we are treating the crime situation. But let us look at going one step further in looking for a cure. They are asking that we bring back the uniform groups. They are asking that we introduce more neighborhood watch. I've raised the issue of the school attendance officer. It came last night in the meeting. Counselors in the schools. The police need counseling because they have to face some situations we cannot face ourselves as human beings. So that we are looking at giving support. We have to give support to the single mothers, especially those who work in the service industries. They go to work, they come back home, they don't know where the children were during the day. They don't know how many guns are hidden under the bed. They don't know who the children are mixing with. These are areas we have to address, Mr. Speaker. We have to rebuild the family structure. And we have to raise the bar for the police. This is the best time the police has. The best time to raise the bar. And whatever changes we have to make, this is the best time. We cannot say, let's do a little thing now, and later on we'll do another one. We have started at a level, we are raising the bar right through. So let us look at our law enforcement, let us look at security and a number of areas. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, we have started addressing the situation at Border Lake. The inmates, they have planted over 3,000 plantain and banana plants, 2,000 dashing plants, so that they can feed themselves. Mr. Speaker, we need to commend the police who are out there working to protect us. When we pray to God, Mr. Speaker, and we don't see God. But God sends His angels as police to protect us. So these are the people we can see, and these are the people we have to invest in, because they have the powers to protect us. While we pray, God send the police, because you don't see God, but something must happen. So somebody must be out there patrolling and seeing that you are safe. So that is how God sends the protection for you. So we have to give the support to the police, and if we have policemen who are not doing their work properly, we have to deal with them. But we cannot say all policemen are the same. You have ships that sink, and there are more ships on the sea. There are planes that crash, and there are more planes in the air. So not because one or two policemen have fallen short that we are saying, let us delay the process. Let us not empower all the police because a few policemen are going to use excessive force. Minister, parliamentary rep for Chazelle, you cannot destroy the whole mall to kill an ant. So let us look for the ant, we kill the ant, and let the mall stay standing. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I want to give my full support to this bill. I want to applaud the Prime Minister for having the courage to get the support of his cabinet and parliamentary members in this house, and to show the St. Lucian public that we don't only talk, but we act. And that very bill that we have, Mr. Speaker, will require quite a bit of training so that the police understand the nature of the bill. We have to educate the public so that they understand what this bill is all about, to protect them. We cannot just pass the bill and finish with that. The education program must continue. And the people out there, those of you who are following the social media, they are applauding the government for making that move to protect them. People that were shivering when they heard what happened in Beaufort. They were trembling. They didn't want to go out. But when they saw, they heard, this government is coming in this house today, they are applauding out there. They are happy The children are going back to school in Vieux-Fort. The children are happy to be back at school and not to be trapped in their homes. And this is what we call strong leadership. And we are talking about leadership, Mr. Speaker, that is earned. This Prime Minister earned his leadership. He did not have a secret, the member on the other side, I don't know if he wanted us to have a secret conference. Because there was a secret conference where some people bought some leadership. You know about that? We were talking about that on Tuesday. You forgot that? 5 for 5. 5 for 5. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has earned the leadership. He has earned the power. And he understands it, and he uses his power diligently. He's not abusing it. He's not forcing it on the people. And therefore, I am very confident that after we have passed this bill, the police morale will be up. They will realize that the government is there to give them the support. They will realize that the people in St. Lucia will applaud them, and we expect them to use the powers that are vested in them with due diligence, reasonable, do not use excessive force, and do not cross the boundary. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I end by saying that I am fully supportive of this bill. I give my 110% support, and I stand in solidarity with the parliamentary rep for Vieux-Fort. I sympathize with the families that are grieving. I sympathize with the St. Lucian people who are worried that help is on its way. And that is the reason why we have stood up in this house, Mr. Speaker, and get this bill. We will get this bill passed to give our people the reassurance they need and to express further confidence in the leadership of this government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Micoud South.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate the words that I gave to the public of St. Lucia, that my sympathies go out to the families who lost loved ones. My sympathies and support go out to the communities that have been affected and the families that have been affected, and the terror that this has caused, and the fear and panic that this has caused, and a large part why we are here today, Mr. Speaker. Let me also reiterate, Mr. Speaker, my sincere, genuine, and heartfelt support to the Commissioner and the senior officers of the police force. And I too also understand how difficult the time is, and the expectation that the general public have, and the responsibility that you have in these very difficult times. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, while we're emphasizing today on St. Lucia, or in particular localized crime in the Vieux Fort area, police forces around the world are struggling. We're all recognizing that some of the old methods that we've been using, even in the more developed countries, are not working, Mr. Speaker. There's a program in the States called defunding police, where persons have believed that police have been using excessive force and that governments around the world have their priorities wrong, and that they should be spending less money on police and more money on the social programs, more money on the activities that actually prevent the crime from taking place. But I believe, personally, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes we overreact because there are incidences that take place and it compels us to react. Like what we're seeing today with this government. This need to show people that we're doing something now. Now. And I think that even in listening to members in the House speak, they admit that whatever we can do today is simply to stabilize the situation. But there's no way that what the amendments that we're making here today, Mr. Speaker, would even remotely come close to solving the problems that we have with crime, or even to prevent what took place before. The reality is we need a holistic approach. But we're not here today to discuss that holistic approach. We're here to discuss a crisis, and let's call it that. A crisis. Crisis of fear. An emergency. Where we've seen that crime has reached to the point, Mr. Speaker, where it has done what we've all thought it could do. It caused the closure of schools. It caused businesses to close. It caused people to evacuate their homes and to leave in absolute fear. If we never believed our own stories as to what crime could do in undermining our society, the last week was a stark reminder, Mr. Speaker, of how threatening crime can be. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we didn't find ourselves here 1 week ago. Gang-related crime has been with St. Lucia for years. We've come to this House and passed all kinds of legislation to prevent the assembly of gangs, to empower police officers, to do all kinds of things. And yet, Mr. Speaker, despite all the promise of those laws, here we find ourselves again. Because, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, it's not the laws that are going to solve this problem, Mr. Speaker. It's a collective effort of where we all now declare war on crime. But, Mr. Speaker, the members on the opposite side, in their typical fashion, always accuse the opposition of politicizing the situation. I'd like to think we've not. We came to this House, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that the Prime Minister in a previous session stood there and made all kinds of allegations where he had written to me to ask me to participate in a committee, and he gave me the opportunity. He said he stood down and he's going to give me the opportunity to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I never said so. I never said so. I never said so. I said that when he was in government, they invited me and I went. And he was not. That's what I said. I never said that I wrote it. Never.
Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mico South, do you accept that correction?
No, Mr. Speaker, because you were here at the same session. The Prime Minister actually read a letter and said how he'd written this letter to me in September or in October.
Member for Mico South, you are conflating two different issues. The letter the member for Castries East wrote was a letter sent from the Parliament of St. Lucia to participate in a committee on constitutional review. This has nothing to do with crime. These are two different issues.
So I'm just to believe that the Prime Minister was speaking on behalf of Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister in his contribution said the Parliament wrote you. You did not respond to the Parliament. And you're going to talk about constitutional review because, in fact, the bill being debated at the time was an amendment to the Constitution.
So, Mr. Speaker,
so these are two different issues.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would hope then.
No, member, hold on. If that is the point you're making about the letter, I would ask you to withdraw that comment because they're two different issues.
No, Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I'm simply making, and bear with me, where...
Member, you can make all the points you wish to make and I won't stop you. What I'm going to stop you on is that you made a comment that on the matter of crime, the Prime Minister wrote you. We have clarified that the letter the Prime Minister read at the last session that you were present at was a letter from the Parliament relating to the Constitution. So I'm going to ask you again to withdraw that statement and you may proceed.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'd prefer to amend it because if in fact that's what you heard I said, then I apologize, I withdraw it, and I rephrase it, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely, but you are withdrawing the original statement.
That's fine. I withdraw the original statement if in fact that's how it was interpreted, and to reinterpret it that the Prime Minister read a letter that was written to me by the Parliament and indicating that I had not responded. I would have hoped that, Mr. Speaker, that now everybody would have been informed that that letter never made it to my office. No. Mr. Speaker, I have personally followed up with Parliament. Parliament has no record of the letter being delivered to my office.
Member for Mico South, please proceed with the bill before you.
I am. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm making the point, Mr. Speaker, that we come to the House and we make some of these allegations. And again, I want to give the Prime Minister an opportunity. So here it is that we went through this spate. Cabinet and the Prime Minister, his prerogative, Mr. Speaker, to bring the RSS in, and his prerogative to actually put this bill together. I fully accept that. But I just want to put on record, Mr. Speaker, at no time did the Prime Minister ever reach out to the Leader of the Opposition to advise or to consult, and not that he's required to, but he would expect that if you want to come to the House with the idea of having a joint approach to this, I would have at least expected one phone call. But instead, what did we get, Mr. Speaker? We got a bill, right, that came out at 9:30 at night. I saw it this morning, and then it has been amended a couple of times. And the reality is Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that begs a lot of questions. Because I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the members on the other side are in course to try to be able to make it out to believe that the opposition is in any way opposed to any effective action to deal with this crisis. We're in full support. We're in full support of the police, and we're in full support of everything else. But, Mr. Speaker, if in fact that the government was genuinely interested in what was taking place, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the same reaction we're seeing here today would have started at independence. I stood in this same House, Mr. Speaker, after independence. We had a House session on the Tuesday after independence. And I waited to hear whether any of the ministers, and in fact, the Prime Minister admonished me and reminded me that he was the Minister of National Security. I said, but no one has spoken about the 4 deaths on independence. And we all know who those persons that were killed in Vieux Fort and in Soufriere. Are you saying to me that even if you're not part of the police force, that nobody here didn't think there was going to be some form of retaliation? No word, no reaction. And you want to come today, now, and all of a sudden, with what the crisis happened, pretend it just dropped from the sky? And that all of a sudden we're all to believe that this sense of urgency is coming from where? From where? And you want to talk about, you want to politicize the situation? Nobody wants to politicize the situation. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that the member from Soufriere Fontaine Jacques would ask the member from Choiseul a question as to who is going to give answers to the people. The same people that were killed in Soufriere, ma'am. Where were you? Where was your voice? Who is going to answer to those people? And all of the people who have been killed in gang warfare over the years, who is going to respond? Who is accountable to all of them, Mr. Speaker? Who, Mr. Speaker?
Only one children already killed white man.
Oh, you see, Mr. Speaker, the racism continues to come out, Mr. Speaker. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's in typical fashion. We came here to debate a bill presented by the government. A bill that was only really given to us this afternoon. A bill that's very technical, Mr. Speaker. Not necessarily technical in language, but technical in how it is navigating our Constitution and our civil rights. You know, Mr. Speaker, that's why in our Constitution anticipates a crisis like this. And I want to make the distinction, Mr. Speaker, because it's a very important distinction in order to understand why the opposition asked for more time on this bill. No, we didn't oppose it. We did not oppose it. We were not in support of the bill going through all of its readings. And as the member from Choiseul said, the RSS are in here, situation has been stabilized, and the reality is, if the government wanted to move quickly and not be in breach of any of our parts of our Constitution, you would have put in a state of emergency. And why? Why does our Constitution call for a state of emergency? Because there's accountability and transparency. So unlike this bill, where the person who is ultimately responsible for all of the actions in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the minister. Whereas the reality is, in the state of emergency, the entity that is responsible is Parliament. And that you have to come to Parliament in order to be able to ask all those things. No, not at all, Mr. Speaker. And you know, that's what I'm saying to you. No, Mr. Speaker, let us remember correctly. The member is saying that we sung a different song. Never. We are the ones who imposed the state of emergency. And the reason why? Because the state of emergency ensures that there's accountability to the public. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, if in fact that we had put in a state of emergency, the government could have moved much quicker in giving the police the kind of authority they would like to give them. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, it means that we would have come to the House and had to work it out a deal, and there's nothing that would have prevented the members from admitting, because the Prime Minister wants to talk about this is a temporary bill. There's nothing in the bill to talk about it's temporary. There's no sunset legislation in it. There's none. If I'm to be corrected, please, I'll be happy to sit down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the reality is, Mr. Speaker, there was nothing that would have prevented the government from declaring a state of emergency actually on the same weekend. They could have moved quickly.
A member just
through you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute, member. A member that just not say to you, I'll answer you, and you take your seat, you know, member. A member is given the opportunity to speak only when the chair allows him to. You have the floor.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker.
So you have the floor, member, not anybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reality is they could have imposed a state of emergency right away. And they could have given the police the authority to have moved as quickly as possible, and given them many of the same powers that they have under here. All we are saying as an opposition is that when you read the bill, Mr. Speaker, and if I can, First of all, Mr. Speaker, it defines a police officer as the same way as the Police Act defines it. And a police officer in the Police Act, I'm sure you know that, Mr. Speaker, is defined as any member who is in the police force. So it's not subject to any ranking. So any person who's a police officer can do it. So let's read. The power to block a road and set up cordon. A police officer, Mr. Speaker.
What clause are you reading?
Clause 8, Mr. Speaker. A police officer may, within an escalated crime area, divert a user of a road or stop up or any road, pathway, or cause a cordon to be set up to surround an area, place or premise to prohibit or regulate access to or egress from the area, place or premise for a period not exceeding 3 days. So a police officer, an ordinary police officer, can come up and just decide, I don't want people to go on this pathway. And somehow that decision by him or her, to the member of Vieux Fort South's interjection, can make that decision. Where a police officer takes action under subsection 1, he or she shall inform the public in the best manner possible of the action taken. Really? Number 9. A police officer shall, if he or she considers it necessary or expedient so to do within an escalated crime area, immediately have removed any vehicle or vehicle of any description within any area to some point outside that area. It goes on to define that area as outside 10 miles. Where a police officer is satisfied that it is necessary, a police officer is satisfied that it is necessary or expedient to take action under subsection 1, he or she may direct, orally or in writing, a person appearing to have control of any craft, vehicle, firearm, ammunition, etc. Section 10, power to access land or a building. A police officer, remember, anybody in the police force.
Anybody is not a police officer.
That's what it says in the definition. That's what it does in the definition, Mr. Speaker. It says anyone who is a police officer. It doesn't matter rank. There's no rank. Anyone in the police office. Anyone who is considered a police officer is a police officer. Who has reason to... But Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make the point, Mr. Prime Minister. A police officer, point 10. A police officer who has reason to believe that a criminal offense was committed is likely to be committed or is being committed on land or in a building within an escalated crime area shall have the right to access the land or building. In accessing the land or building under subsection 1, a police officer may enter into the remain in occupation of the land or building for a period as he or she thinks fit. A police officer. Now let's make a distinction here. Power to close premises. Where it appears to a police officer above the rank of inspector. So unlike what the Prime Minister was saying, Mr. Speaker, the Act actually makes a distinction between a police officer and a higher ranking police officer. So in this case, it's saying anybody above the rank of inspector. That any premises within an escalated crime area are being used, have been used, or intended to be used for a purpose or in any manner prejudicial to the interest of public safety or public order, the police officer may, by notice in writing, require the premise to be closed and remain closed until further notice or for the period not in excess. So in that particular one, a police officer has been defined as being as above the rank of inspector. But in the other ones, it's not. It's an ordinary police officer. It makes no distinction. So, Mr. Speaker, here it goes on to a very interesting one. Section 12. 12? Yes, Mr. Speaker. A police officer above the rank of inspector may, by giving a direction, provide for prohibiting absolutely or conditionally the possession of any firearm or any ammunition or explosive within the escalated crime area. So an inspector now is going to do what is now being done by our Commissioner of Police. So he doesn't have to go and consult the Commissioner of Police, who is the person who issues firearms and controls the whole situation. An inspector can just see somebody, even whether they're licensed firearm owners, whatever, and they can make that discretionary decision on the spot in this area to alter whatever the conditions to that person having their firearm is. So, Mr. Speaker, Section 13. A police officer above the rank of inspector may, by notice in writing, require an establishment situated within the escalated crime area specified in the notice to be closed and remain closed during specified hours, not exceeding 48 hours, and for the purpose as specified in the notice. So, Mr. Speaker, I bring this up because the reality is we are, whether deliberately or not, we are significantly empowering the lower ranking officers in the police force and using an area to give them those special conditions. And the reality is, even when we talked about, I think it was, I read Section 15, Mr. Speaker. Not even sure what that means. A person shall not, within an escalated crime area without lawful authority, destroy, damage, remove, tamper with, interfere with, or in any way impair the utility or efficiency of any building, structure, works, plant, machinery, equipment, apparatus, appliance, stores, vehicle, craft, animal, or article vested in, belonging to, or vested in any person in trust. I thought that was the standard practice in St. Lucia. We're not doing that. People are allowed to just go around and destroy people's assets, buildings, cars, and with things that they own. I didn't know that we could do that. What is the exception that we're asking for in that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, when we decide that Section 19, detention of persons, a police officer may detain a person if he or she reasonably suspects that that person is committing, has committed, or is about to commit, or has been involved in the preparation, instigation, or facilitation of an escalated crime or an offense under this Act. I have no difficulty with a police officer going out and executing controlling somebody, but for a police officer to be given the authority to make that kind of decision, that's what it's saying. 2, a person detained under subsection 1 shall be detained in such place, whether within or outside of the escalated crime area, and for a period not exceeding 72 hours, as authorized by the Commissioner of Police. Mr. Speaker, we have a process now that you just have to go to the judge and get an order to be able to detain somebody for 72 hours. We're going to allow a police officer, more than 72 hours. Okay, for detention warrant. But the person does not have to be there when the detention warrant is being given. The police officers and ranking police officers go and make that happen. This bill is giving the authority to an ordinary police officer to detain somebody. Not as an ordinary police officer. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm just reading the words that are here. So all I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, all the opposition has asked, we get it that there's a sense of emergency. We regret that the government did not act as a sense of urgency back on independence. But in failing to do so, when the first set of murders happened on the Friday in Vieux Fort, and understanding, and I'm confused because, Mr. Speaker, we have 2 members in the House. One says the person is a Don, the other person says he's a businessman. I don't know which one it is. But you know what? There's a big difference between being a businessman and a Don. But it's amazing to me, Mr. Speaker, and I will get there, is that we could have imposed an emergency, an act of emergency, a state of emergency. Would simply, the Prime Minister would have written to the Governor General, he would have immediately imposed upon it, they would have had a period of time before they had to come to the House, and all of these powers, that an authority that we're trying to vest within the police officers would have been given to them right away. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, because I'm also confused, the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security said it was a localized problem. I don't know where he came up with that. A localized problem. And yet we had to bring the RSS in to solve a localized problem? Wow. And we want to know why people are fearful, why people are scared. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's an elephant in the room, honestly, that we seem not intent to discuss it. The reality is that the members came here, and I think that they have tried to spin this idea that because the opposition did not feel that this bill, and with concerns about people's civil liberties, and knowing that the government has access to other mechanisms, a state of emergency, that they could have dealt with this situation swifter and more immediately, and to have given time for all of us to go through this. I think it's unfair, Mr. Speaker, to ask an opposition, particularly of two, whose voices are going to be drowned out, to have gotten this today, to be able to determine and ascertain what constitutional lawyers, other lawyers, and other police officers we would have wanted to have gotten their input. It's further complicated, Mr. Speaker, in that for whatever reason the government didn't feel they could trust the opposition to bring them in to start these discussions with us. And not to say that we would have input it, but at least we would have understood what we were attempting to do. So given the fact that they've made the decision not to consult us, no problem, that's your prerogative. There's nothing required, I want to make that point. There's nothing that requires the government to have consulted us. But now that we have done that, Mr. Speaker, to come and expect that we are going to be able to significantly and critically go through this very important document that has, in our opinion, when you start talking about a police officer can cause somebody to enforce incarceration. That's against their constitutional rights. And the reality is that we have to depend on the objectivity of the police officer, that he can distinguish between the good people and the bad people. So, Mr. Speaker, here's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is that clearly leading up to all of this, and one of the things that's hindering the police force's ability to effectively do their job is the confidence that the public have in the police. It's a reality. And how did that come about? We've had people in the past, Mr. Speaker, who've talked about the facilitators of crime, spoken about the police force and corruption in the police force. They've spoken about politicians. They've spoken about business persons. Which government were the ones that caused an investigation into the police force and made all kinds of allegations of corruption within the police force? Which is the government that was in office that caused police officers and politicians' visas to be revoked? Which government? And all the allegations that were put on them. The fact is that they said that there was a hit list that the police had. Even though the police came out and vehemently denied it, there was an insistence that there was a hit list. So the fact is that the undermining of the reputation and people's confidence in this police force has started from years ago. And that's why words matter, Mr. Speaker. Words matter so much. We are still suffering from impacts and the handling of impacts. And what was impacts? A third-party investigation into our police force. At a time when the police force was given significant discretionary authority. And there are some people, even in this House, who are still suffering today from those consequences, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. And when you go on social media or you speak to people, people believe in many ways, even coming out of this weekend, that there was no hope of our police force going in to solve the problem because they said that they were part of the problem. And again, when you hear politicians define somebody, one as a business person and another person saying the person was a don, people know the truth. Not hiding anything. It's a small society. Everybody knows who's connected to what. And so the reality is there is a lack of faith in our police force. And that is why it took the RSS coming in here to quell the situation. I mean, when I heard the Prime Minister say that school was going to reopen on Monday, I said, wow, that's great. But people voted. People showed they had no confidence to send their children to school on the Monday. We can't run away from that problem, Mr. Speaker, because that is what the problem is. And I don't see how this bill by itself is going to resolve that issue. In fact, it may potentially, Mr. Speaker, boomerang on us and actually create more fear and more panic. Because if in fact ordinary officers start executing that authority in an unreasonable way, Mr. Speaker, we will all pay that price for it. No, I have faith in the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I love hearing that, Mr. Speaker, is that all of a sudden now that the opposition is the one that does not have the confidence in the police. Let me remind, Mr. Speaker, which political party made the allegations as to who was involved and were the facilitators of crime? Who made that statement? Which political party? Which political party started impacts? Which political party made the allegations that the police, politicians, and business people were the facilitators of crime in this country? Which political party? You know, Mr. Speaker, when we want to run away from what the truth is, see, the members on the opposite side are only happy when they can play their politics. And their politics is simply to be able to come here and to say somehow the opposition is opposed to the bill. I want to reiterate it. The principles of the bill, the spirit of the bill, we're in full support. We feel that it would have been much more effective to use a state of emergency, because a state of emergency, and I want the public of St. Lucia to hear this, protects your civil rights.
Where? It allows you to override it.
Correct. It allows you to override. Mr. Speaker.
You don't even know the law.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I do know the laws. It allows you to override the same way that this is allowing you to override. But the difference is that when you do your overridings, all of your reports have to come to Parliament. And there has to be reports as to everything that you've done. In this particular instance, Mr. Speaker, you're overriding people's civil rights, and the ultimate power authority is the minister. And there's no accountability to the public of St. Lucia. That's a fundamental difference, Mr. Speaker. That's why the state of emergency goes through the Governor General and requires proper reporting. That's the fundamental difference. And it envisions times like this and on COVID, where the government would have to repeal, or what's the word that they use here in this bill? Suppress people's civil rights. But the difference is the accountability and the transparency of it. When you do it through a state of emergency, there has to be both reports before, and there has to be a reason. You know, Mr. Speaker, I would have expected that when the Prime Minister came here, that he would have explained in detail, or some detail, as to how this bill was going to help. What were the results he's expecting? Because you see, in a state of emergency, you have to come to Parliament and make a presentation to Parliament on why you're doing it. And there's accountability to Parliament. Not to the opposition, to Parliament. That's the difference. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. My good friend from Castries Central, right, in his typical fashion, wants to divert me. But I will, and I have dealt with the Daher Mall, and I'll come back and deal with the Daher Mall for you. Okay, and I will also come back and deal with you with Cayman Health City. And I'm going to say something, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucia is losing out to another country in this region every single day, taking away things that we were doing slowly. But that'll be for another discussion. We have a more important discussion. The people of St. Lucia are living in fear, and they are looking for a resolution to the problem. And the thing that's talk on the street, Mr. Speaker, is how long is RSS going to be here? And if this government believes that by itself, this bill by itself is going to resolve it, then we are in serious trouble. And I also believe that we're in serious trouble, Mr. Speaker, because if in fact this government had any sensibility, any compassion for the people of St. Lucia, they would have acted at least after independence. The same people, the same gang people, the same gang leaders, everybody knew what was going on. You mentioned it.
You knew that, but
okay. Sorry? Who is elected in that constituency? Who is elected in that constituency? Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, we have many examples of where we've come to this House and passed bills. Take 361. While there may have been complaints when 361 was coming to the House as to its legitimacy and whether in fact it constitutes its constitutionality, eventually it had to go away. And I'm saying to Mr. Speaker, there are major concerns that we believe ought to be answered. And we are genuinely asking the government, use the state of emergency right now. You have the RSS that are here. That's going to give all the police officers in RSS all the cover that they currently need, because we know that in a state of emergency there has to be proper reporting. And give yourselves time to make sure that when we pass this bill, that we know that the requisite consultation has taken place, Mr. Speaker. Even for us, that we would have been able to have consulted persons so that when we're making our plea here, we can be more detailed. All we can do is speculate. So, Mr. Speaker, in the couple of hours that we had to read it, those were some of the things that just struck out at me. Why would we give an ordinary police officer all of that autonomy? I'm concerned. And I'm willing to join hands with the government to help rebuild the reputation of the St. Lucia Police Force. And I will always do. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, you know, it was amazing to me to hear members in the House criticize an attempt every year to raise monies for the police specifically, and more importantly, to recognize the contributions of both past and present police officers. Because you see, it's in holding them in high esteem and recognizing and celebrating them on a regular basis that makes the difference. And so even the idea of being able to raise, Mr. Speaker, $350,000 a year from private sector that costs the government of St. Lucia nothing to deal with specific things for police officers. The government wants the members on the opposite side want to talk about the condition they found the police facilities in. Really? I went around as the Prime Minister to go and see. They had situations where they had people actually sitting on books because their chairs were so rotten. Where? There was no hot water. Where? There was no kitchens.
And you fix it?
Yes.
Where?
All over the island. I'll be happy to give you the list. I'll be happy to bring the list of all the things that we did. The air conditioners, the gyms, all of the facilities that were given. Mr. Speaker, we're speaking about the monies that were raised. Mr. Speaker, Babino. Who built Babino? Who built Babino? Who built Babino? Minister King
member for Castries Central, you'll have your opportunity to rebut.
In fact, I'm amazed that Minister King, the member from Castries North, is going to deny that. I was there at the groundbreaking. It was under his administration.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, please ask the member for Mico South to stop mentioning my name in this house.
Well, member for Castries North, I am not sure I can do that.
You know, and even when I hear this situation about Grosley, right? All attempts were being made to put the police officers in a new facility, a temporary facility. And Mr. Speaker, they were conceived by the Labour Party and in many cases badly built and very costly to maintain. Okay, Mr. Speaker? All right, Mr. Speaker? Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. All right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Members, please allow the member from Miku South to continue his contribution.
Look, you know, Mr. Speaker, I just have to point to the forensic lab. Look at the condition they left the forensic lab in, Mr. Speaker. Okay, closed. And that's what I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker. You cannot speak on both sides of your mouth. You cannot be hypocritical. You cannot tell us that you are serious about crime in this country, that you are shocked and awed by what has happened, when your practice in the last 18 months in particular have shown that you've not reacted. We have 21 murders already for the year. At 21. Yeah. 21? How many murders do you think you have? How many murders do you think you have? 21 murders for the year. Oh, Mr. Speaker. We're on pace to be 120 murders for the year, Mr. Speaker. Sorry? Sorry? No, I'm just doing that. I'm making a presumption. I'm just asking the question. If we continue at the same pace we're going. But I'm just saying to you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there's another thing that keeps coming up about the training of the police officers. So the 1 year that there was not a vote was the year 2020-2021, and because that was with COVID. But you will recognize that there was an increase in the allocation of monies to the police. The police were not going to get training that year because the police were on full patrols during COVID. Come on! But every single year before that was either 400, 500, or 350,000, which is the same that we got for training. If I want to go back to 2014, you had an allocation of 340,000. You only spent 143,000. So, I mean, again, this is where the half-truths come in, Mr. Speaker. Really, because it was 1 year that there was no vote, which happened to be during COVID. I would have understood if the members went back and looked at my entire record for these and said, oh, you never put any votes in for training for the police officers? United Workers' Party is on record for working through the impact situation, being able to get members of the police force back training with the U.S., getting them to agree to be included in the regional training. And Mr. Speaker, I am shocked to hear the member from Babonneau speak about the border control. We left the border control as well as all of the e-government situation that we have right now, ready to go. But you know what's happened, Mr. Speaker? The same location that we were supposed to be moving the border control to, which is that same corner in Banans. The member from Castries Central, through housing, has facilitated the sale of that land for $2.5 million. Land that was valued, Mr. Speaker, in 2013. Mr. Speaker, the land is on the
member from
waterfront.
Miku South.
Exactly.
Member from Miku South. Member of Castries Central, please withdraw that statement.
I hereby comply, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
The same piece of land that's supposed to be using for the border control, Mr. Speaker. You want to talk about bringing border control in now as a priority? You abandoned it the same way you've abandoned the airport, you abandoned St. Jude's, you've abandoned all kinds of projects in St. Lucia. You know, next thing you want to go and say, oh, we're the ones who made the economy grow. I can't look at anything that this government has done to contribute to the growth in this economy, Mr. Speaker. All they have been doing is they've been obstructionists and to stop. And it's the same way, Mr. Speaker. It's the same way, Mr. Speaker, with this bill. The opposition supports action, supports empowering the police. All we're asking is, in order to do this thing the right way, that we don't get our police officers in trouble, our police force into trouble, like what happened in impacts. We're asking...
Member for Microsoft, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're asking, Mr. Speaker, we're asking, Mr. Speaker, that we do it the right way. Let us impose a state of an emergency. Let the police and RSS move around now to give the confidence to the people of St. Lucia. Let us allow this bill to be properly vetted. Certainly the opposition would like the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to consult with lawyers, police officers, and other persons as to the merits of and the way that this bill is written. I believe, I may be wrong, that there are flaws. And this is too important of an issue, and when you're dealing with people's civil rights, it's very important that we protect them. And we cannot overreact to the situation that we have at any expense, because there are some persons that I did get to see this, and their immediate words to say was, this is a police state. When you're going to empower the police force down to the level of a police officer to have all of these kinds of powers which exist already but need permission at a senior level. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm really appealing to the government again, and I want to re-emphasize, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is in full support of immediate action. We believe, even though it's late, the government can still go ahead and implement a state of emergency. All of the powers that you're looking to see happen can happen. And give this bill more time. We're prepared to sit down with the government, and go through it. After we've been able to do our own interaction, we want a strong bill. We want a situation in which our police force is reinforced, strengthened, and has the ability to execute. And Mr. Speaker, again, if we wanted to have a special select committee of Parliament, I believe a select committee to deal with the police force, and specifically how we're going to build back the reputation of our police force in our communities, would be a good place to start, because that's really what select committees are supposed to do, is to hone in on specific things, not on witch hunts. But that's the reality, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm repeating, the opposition is in full support of the spirit of this bill. Given the fact that this bill was only presented to us today, given the importance of this bill as it pertains specifically to the civil rights of people, and again, bearing in mind the reputation of the St. Lucia Police Force, we're asking, let us go ahead and use an emergency powers, state of emergency, if you want it to be in your, what do we call it? Localized area. I don't know really how that applies, because I know the crime is all throughout St. Lucia. It doesn't have to be. If you want to confine it to the Viewfort area, by all means. Okay, but the reality is this is a permanent bill. And it is permanent. And you're not being truthful to the people. And again, if it's intended to be a permanent fixture of the police force, let's do it right. Let's just take that course. I'm happy to come back next week, and we can come back and deal with this bill immediately. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, okay, is I think that there are questions that were brought up by the member from Choiseul that are legitimate. I'm hoping that there are questions that I brought up that are legitimate. And the reality is we're not asking the government to stop. Impose a state of emergency. Give the St. Lucia Police Force and the RSS the authority that they need right now, the seriousness, and declares the seriousness of this situation. Let us fix this so we do not undermine the reputation of our police force anymore. And let's give them the independence they so richly deserve. But let us remember that we, the politicians, have all contributed to the undermining of the police force, because we politicize too many of our institutions. Too many of our institutions. And while we have differences with each other, that's okay, and policy differences is what we're all about. So again, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank the opportunity, and again, my sincere empathy to all those persons who are suffering in St. Lucia, who have lost loved ones, and who remain extremely concerned about their own well-being. And again, it's been mentioned in this House. People are saying it. We need to understand that people are saying it. What happens when the RSS goes away? The vendettas that are out there. And as was mentioned by one of the other members, that when they couldn't find the person, it gave the impression that they were shooting anybody. And there are some serious vendettas that are out there. And that's the reality. So again, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that we're able to convince the government to take our words very seriously, and again to remind everyone that this is not something in which the opposition is opposing any action. We believe the action can take place more immediately, more effectively, and in protecting people's constitutional rights through what the Constitution designed, a state of emergency, and give time, not a long time, but give some time for deeper consultation in this and making sure that it can stand the test of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Member for Castries Central.
It's really cold in here. No, bring this. I cannot address Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to lend my voice in support of this bill, one which is historic in nature, which is a bold move by the government of the day in addressing a situation which is dire. Mr. Speaker, I stand on my feet both as an ex-police officer and an attorney at law. I have worn those caps, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I believe I can make a contribution with fact and experience on my side. I want to start off, Mr. Speaker, by applauding the member for Miku South for seeking consultation with the government before the bill is passed. I applaud him. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves whether it is that same individual who said, and I quote, "I don't listen, I let the jackasses breathe." Is it the same individual?
Speaker, on the
Member for Castries Central, member for Miku South.
Members,
just a minute. Member, please take your seat while the member is speaking.
The member is misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. Those statements were made on a political platform and were making reference to politicians. We're not making reference to Parliament. I certainly treat Parliament with the greatest amount of respect. In fact, even during COVID, Mr. Speaker, we always did consultation before anything was passed in this House.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, I did not disclose the locality within which the statement was made. I merely said that I cannot believe it is the same individual who said, and I quote, "I do not listen, I let the jackasses breathe." But if he wants to come to the confines of this august chamber, Mr. Speaker, he said right here, you lost the right to advise. You lost the right to speak. And today, that very same individual yearns for consultation. Oh yes, another one again. He lost confidence in the speaker. Right in this chamber. But today, consultation. Mr. Speaker, I've heard
a barrage of allegations about infringing rights, constitutional and otherwise. Everyone ought to know, with every right conferred upon the individual comes a responsibility. So you don't enjoy rights in a vacuum. You don't. The Constitution guarantees us freedom of speech. But does that mean we can use that freedom to go about telling untruths and transgressing or rather defaming other persons? Can we? It is your responsibility to use that freedom of speech to tell the truth and to refrain from defaming persons. So you don't use your freedom of speech and say the member for Castries Central had a 3-day visa. It's a blatant untruth. You don't use your freedom of speech and say that there was an account in the name of Jufali, a joint account in the name of Jufali and the member for Castries South. And when questioned, you want to turn around and say it was a joint account between the member and the High Commission, or the High Commission and Jufali. Turn everything around. With every right comes a responsibility. We all have a freedom to associate. But do we use our freedom of association to join gangs and engage in illegal activity? Can we use that freedom in that manner? No, we can't. We have the right, Mr. Speaker, to go wherever you want. You have a right to roam, the right to lie. But does that give you the authority to walk down the street and just kill people with total impunity? Those are the rights you want to refer to? Mr. Speaker, there is a maxim in law that says a cry of distress is a summons for help. We have a crisis on our hand. We have a crisis on our hand. We are in a situation of distress, at this point confined to a given geographical area in this country. But it is not to say it will remain in that area for an eternity. So today, Mr. Speaker, we are giving the urgency that the situation requires. We are doing what we need to do to ensure we address it with due dispatch. Now you listen, Mr. Speaker, to the man, the leader of the opposition, the man who gave an excuse for no longer funding the police training. Rather than funding the police training, Mr. Speaker, and rather than funding the police equipment and gear, using taxpayers' money as he ought to, Mr. Speaker, he would have a ball of balls. He would have fashion shows. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, having ministers of government dressed like models parading in front of people.
Member for Castries Central. Yes, member for me.
The member is misleading the House again, Mr. Speaker. Is there any evidence to suggest that the government during my tenure did not use taxpayers' money to fund cars, the CCT cameras, all kinds of equipment, the same bulletproof vest, the fixing up of the boats? Everything was done with taxpayers' money. The bald money was used to be able to supplement, to help little things to help the police force. So it's both things. But the member is suggesting somehow that during my tenure as Prime Minister, we neglected the police by not providing them with those capital investments and using taxpayers' money. Ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, and I would like him to withdraw that statement.
I definitely will, Mr. Speaker. I thought he was saying something of substance. But when I look at the whole shelf is empty. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat. Rather than using taxpayers' money in its totality if you want me to see that. They were having balls, and they had ministers of government parading. You didn't parade? Oh no, I didn't see you. Jealous? Have ministers of government, Mr. That's correct! Spider was as well. You know, to raise money for the police, you having ministers dressed as models. Dressed as models to come and parade in front of people to raise money for the police. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't my wife who was on TV donating the proceeds of any ball or balls. I don't know whose wife it was. It certainly wasn't mine. But that is what they had to do to show the police that they care. They had to show that the police that they care. So they did whatever they did, went on television, did a brouhaha about it. You know, oh, we raised so and so. And you know what was worse, Mr. Speaker? What was worse? As soon as we assumed governance of this country, the Prime Minister invited me and other ministers to the Grozile police station. The same station that they had ministers parading as models to raise funds for. Mr. Speaker, quite honestly, I held back the tears. Because when I saw how those police officers, and that wear and tear did not come overnight. That wear and tear came after a man sat as Prime Minister for more than 5 years, the longest in the history of this country. The longest in the history of this country. He sat as Prime Minister for one term.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order again.
Of Castries Central. Yes, Member Micus.
The member is misleading the House. Why doesn't the member remember that the Grozile police station where he found was actually not the police station? The police station was in Grozile, but it had been so badly deteriorated that they'd moved to that location. So, Mr. Speaker, don't come and
Member,
pretend.
what is the point of order then?
The point of order is the member is trying to suggest that the condition of the building that the police were in Grozile, which was not good, that they had only been there for 3 or 4 years. Before that, they were even in a worse condition than the Grozile police station. I didn't hear him say that.
He didn't say anything about which location that police station was. He said he went to the police station.
Okay, I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. I went to the Grozile police station accompanied by my Prime Minister and other colleague ministers, and the Grozile police station, the building from which the police operated, Mr. Speaker, was in conditions that were not fit for human habitation, far less police officers. And that was happening when the leader of the opposition now and member for Miku South was Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, having served the longest ever in the history of St. Lucia as Prime Minister for one term. You know, I remember Bradley modeling, the member for Swizel modeling when they were raising funds. And somebody placed on social media, Miss Swizel. You know, I even took offense to it. How on earth can a Prime Minister have your ministers parading as models to raise money for police? And today you are talking about the police. Mr. Speaker, this government has provided the most vehicles ever over that short period by any government. By any government. Over 20 vehicles. The same way, Mr. Speaker, that the stress fund was defunded. The same way that the stress fund was defunded. And this Prime Minister in his infinite wisdom, saw it was necessary to replenish that fund. It is the same way he replenished the training vote for the police at a tune of $300,000. That is somebody who cares about the police. That is somebody, Mr. Speaker, who cares about the police, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, you care about the police. You care so much about the police, Mr. Speaker. And this is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that hurts my heart. It really does. It really does. It really does, Mr. Speaker. The issue of custody suits hurts. But before I get to it, Mr. Speaker, I want each and every St. Lucian to know that law is dynamic and it's not static. There is no law that is cast in stone. Each and every piece of legislation in this country can be amended at any time. Laws are passed to deal with situations that currently exist. Laws are passed so that customs which we have taken as part of our lives, laws are passed so that that modality can be continued. If there is a piece of legislation that we no longer see is necessary on our books, they are taken off. We have amendments in this house almost every sitting. That is why laws are not static, they are dynamic. And therefore, if this piece of legislation, which seeks to address a situation of utmost urgency, is shot in any regard or is abused in any other regard, those things can be dealt with, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, hypocrisy is not a good thing, Mr. Speaker. Hypocrisy is not a good thing, and some people believe, Mr. Speaker, that they can come here, say one thing, and they ought to be believed almost immediately. But Mr. Speaker, it's not like that. I remember the leader of the opposition organizing a crime symposium. He organized the crime symposium, Mr. Speaker, invited the then leader of the opposition, who's now our Prime Minister, to the crime symposium. The then Prime Minister, now leader of the opposition, organized a crime symposium. Laissez écouter ça bien. Adjournment ou katan leader of opposition na Mampu Mikus South. Ka vle mou tue moun, I kosene de krib. Mais l'été premier ministre, il organisait un symposium à la crime. Lui-même parlait. Et although il évitait leader of opposition à den qui c'était Mampu Castris East, qui actuellement c'est premier ministre. Premier ministre là, allez, mais lui-même pas là. Koité, Jamaïque. Ça y est arrivé là. How they call it? Massa. But I understood his political gallivanting. That's what I understood. So don't come and show any kind of concern about crime. You don't care about crime. You don't care about crime. You know, and I'm happy the member First Roselle Saltibus re-entered this August chamber, because he can attest to the fact that to raise money for the police, they had to parade themselves as models. They had to do a model show. And you know, at the time I was looking for a member for Miku North, for Castries North. I didn't see him. Mr. Speaker, custody suites hurt me more than any other issue in relation to crime fighting. The reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is because it was built under my stewardship. 2 police officers, I was Minister of Physical Development then, 2 police officers approached me. First thing they did, played on my emotions as they relate to once being a police officer, and then there is this philosophy, once a police, always a police. And that is true. There are certain things no police officer would pass and see. One person taking advantage of another, you get involved. Those are traits. The blue vein, that's correct. Blue vein. You know, Mr. Speaker, and they came to me, they say, Mr. Minister, you know Port Police Station has no room. The member for Miku North, for Castries North, was then Prime Minister. I called him. I said, Mr. PM, I need some money to build custody suites. It was drawn and constructed in record time, Mr. Speaker. It didn't even take me 3 months. That's correct. And further, it was enhanced upon by the now Prime Minister. You know, we built this. When this thing was finally built, Mr. Speaker, all police officers were breathing a sigh of relief. It was the largest prisoner holding facility in the OECS. Could have held at least between 75 and 100 prisoners at any one time. And what did the member for Miku South do? He put excavators in it. I think at the time it had cost pretty close to $1 million. It was somewhere in the region of $960,000. Built in record time, Mr. Speaker, because the police had a problem on their hand. Today that problem has escalated. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? After he destroyed Port Station where they were using before, he destroyed custody suites as well. And he destroyed police headquarters and the canteen. You know, the man was and the bridge in Soufrière. The man was on a demolition exercise. You know, Port Police Station, at least the conditions were not the best.
Don't forget this parliament escaped that.
Oh yes, and even I have the clip, Mr. Speaker, of this leader of the opposition expressing an intention to demolish this parliament and to demolish the Printry and two custom buildings and the CDCs. You know, the policeman now renting from his father. You know, Mr. Speaker, that is what we're confronted with. And today, you want to talk about crime? You know, there was Port Police Station, it was there, but we were using custody suites alongside it. So we had ample space for prisoners. Today you arrest a man in Labri, you have to take him to Babuno. That is what we are confronted with under the situation of the member for Miku South. And you want to talk about crime? Crime? Yeah, crime? And you know what is worse, Mr. Speaker? I end up getting 2 different invoices from 2 different contractors for the demolition of the same custody suites. So even whilst they are on the demolition exercise, they were demolishing the treasury. Yes. And guess who supervised the demolition? The father of the leader of the opposition, as though he was a government minister. I have the clips. I could speak authoritatively on that. You know, since when your father is a member of government, he goes there, break it down, break it down, break it down. You know, what kind of thing is that? Governance of this country was a family affair. A family affair. It is a family affair. You know. You know. And today you want to pretend, Mr. Speaker, as though all your interest is in fighting crime. Yes. You're hearing this? Are you hearing this, St. Lucia? Are you hearing this, persons in the diaspora across the global village? The demolition of custody suites was ordered by the leader of the opposition's father, and he hired the contractor. You know? And today you want to talk about crime? Which crime are you talking about? How can you be an authority on crime when you have done this country such transgressions, both financial and otherwise? So you know, Mr. Speaker, this government is serious about crime fighting. We have done a lot. We have done what we had to do. We have equipped the police, Mr. Speaker, vehicles, training funds. We have passed all the laws necessary to ensure that all our I's are dotted and T's are crossed, Mr. Speaker. We have done that. But yet, you find that there are still persons, the thugs, who believe that notwithstanding the equipment that the police have, notwithstanding the draconian nature of any piece of legislation that we have passed, they can still go on a frolic of their own by murdering people in a brazen manner. That has to stop, Mr. Speaker. It must stop. You know, and you know, Mr. Speaker, it really amazes me that we in this chamber are attempting to empower the police to deal with a desperate situation. And there are men who, having been elected by residents of this country of ours, by constituents, and to whom they owe a duty of objective representation, can stand in this honorable chamber and object to the passage of this piece of legislation in all its stages at this sitting. Mr. Speaker, I think it speaks to how wrong the priorities of some of the members are, particularly those opposite, Mr. Speaker. People expect protection from the government. People expect us to do what is necessary to combat the situation. And we stay here and tell St. Lucians, even on a division, that we don't support the urgency of the situation at hand. And yet, these are the same men, Mr. Speaker. These are the same men who would go on television, who would go on social media and manufacture crocodile tears in a show of empathy to show how much they are concerned about the situation, Mr. Speaker. We have people killing each other. And not only that, I don't mind if it remained within the confines, they kill each. It's not even that anymore. They cannot get whoever transgress them in whatever way. They take your brother. They can't get your brother, they take your sister. They can't get your sister, they take your mother. That is what we are dealing with. And you're telling me you care about this country? Mr. Speaker, the member for Swazelle spoke about the law and, the application or applicability, whatever it is. Mr. Speaker, I will be going through the legislation. But what he must realize, Mr. Speaker, what he must realize is that before this piece of legislation, no matter how draconian it is perceived to be, can be applied anyway, the place must first be declared as an escalated crime area. So it is not a law that applies all over St. Lucia. It is not a law that will apply where there is peace and calm. It is not a law that will apply where total tranquility prevails. It is a law that will be applied to address a situation after a detection of a scourge. That's what it is. So it's not a situation where the police can just get up tomorrow morning and say, let's go to Masha, and we are using this law to do what we have to do. It is not like that. Moi vle laisser policier savent. Loi nous ka passe aujourd'hui. C'est pas une loi, c'est police là ça aller n'importe côté qui fait ça yo vle. C'est une loi nous ka passe pour n'importe côté qui ni en difficulté equip. So tomorrow, if it's Babano, if it's Central Castries, wherever the problem arises its ugly head, or raises rather its ugly head, the Prime Minister can designate that area as an escalated crime area. And only when that is done, the law applies there. So it is a response to a situation. So, Mr. Speaker, the member also spoke about abuse, Mr. Speaker. Abuse. Abuse. Mr. Speaker, when this government was elected, we were elected, Mr. Speaker, when COVID had not turned its back on us. COVID was still around. But Mr. Speaker, we came in and we tried our best to handle the situation without necessarily subjecting our people to the kind of treatment that was known when the leader of the opposition was Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I remember seeing news clips of police officers drawing firearms on people for not wearing a mask. Can you believe this? Police take a heady gun a lemon because you're pani mask. Jodi a moun ka chwe moun. Même moun ki te bayo kalte autorité sa la. Ka di nou poko passe loi, le moun ka chwe moun. At least, Mr. Speaker, COVID would not kill you instantaneously. COVID would not cause a bullet to pass through your heart. But you have that very man who subjected St. Lucians to all of that. Today, Mr. Speaker, objects when we have a calamity on our hands, Mr. Speaker. We do. You remember the COVID wardens, Mr. Speaker? You remember them? COVID wardens were everywhere. The average St. Lucian limed. COVID wardens were everywhere. the average St. Lucian roamed. But the places where the bourgeoisie frequented were devoid of even half a COVID warden, far less one. You know, Mr. Speaker, those are the things we encountered, Mr. Speaker. Those are the things we encountered. Today, the leader of the opposition speaks to the invocation of a state of emergency. You know, a state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, authorizes the suspension of constitutional rights. I repeat, a state of emergency authorizes the suspension of constitutional rights. And that is what he wants us to do. We are not going that way. We are not going that way, Mr. Speaker. We are not going that way. We are dealing with the situation as and when it arises, Mr. Speaker. When he was there, Mr. Speaker, there is a Public Health Act. There is a Public Health Act. He could have acted under the Public Health Act during COVID. He could have. But no. He imposed a state of emergency on this country, and all the powers were vested in him, treating us as his peasants on an estate. And today, you have the audacity to speak to us as though we don't know what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, I want the member to know that we know exactly what we are doing. I remember, Mr. Speaker, there was this night, it was roughly between 9 and 10 p.m. I had to do a live right away from my Can I Help You page. I had to do a live then because the then Prime Minister, now leader of the opposition, came on national TV and announced a state of emergency and everybody must stay home for the next 3 days. You all remember that? You begged him not to. You heard this? The member for Castries North is saying he begged the Prime Minister then not to. He did it. 9:30, 10 just came on TV. Came on TV and say everybody stay home for the next 3 days. Look, the member for Castries North is saying he called the member for Sozel and said, ask the then Prime Minister not to do it. He did it anyway. And Mr. Speaker, I got so many frantic calls. I could never forget one from my good friend Natasha Dax, who runs a supermarket. And he said to me, Richard, we had placed a lot of meat outside the freezer to be defrosted and packaged in smaller 2 and 3 pound bags the following day. What do I do? What do I do? Those were the kinds of situations that this country faced under this man's leadership. You know? Just go on TV. The country is shut for 3 days. And it was after intense pressure, Mr. Speaker. After intense pressure and calls, obviously, from citizens that matter. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said, and I can never forget that, one of the reasons why he lost the elections is because his class didn't support him. Can't forget that, his class. So one of the members, Mr. Speaker, of his class probably called him, and then he gave everybody a few hours to at least prepare for the onslaught of captivity that followed. So don't come here and pretend, don't come in this chamber and pretend that person's memories are like yours. Don't believe all of us suffer from amnesia the way you do. Don't believe so, Mr. Speaker. And I remember that. There were things I had to do, and had I known, I would have done it. You know? And you come here today, Mr. Speaker. You come here today and pretend you have all the answers. And you want this government to do to the people of St. Lucia what you did to them. Philip J. Pierre, the Prime Minister that I know, the member for Castries East, is not like that. And he will never ever do that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a situation. People are killing people, broad daylight. Murders, Mr. Speaker. Broad daylight. You know? And you want us to postpone, Mr. Speaker, the debate on such an urgent bill. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the members opposite speaking about giving the police powers. I want to say this. You will have unscrupulous people everywhere. You will have unscrupulous people in every organization. You will have, in fact, there is a well-known phenomenon of good cop, bad cop. You'll have good police officers. You'll have scrupulous police officers. You'll have unscrupulous police officers. You will have good politicians. You'll have unscrupulous politicians. Like those that are elected unopposed. Yeah. So you would have good firemen, you'll have bad firemen. You'll have good women, you'll have bad women. You'll have good men like me, you'll have bad men. That is the reality, under Speaker. That is the reality. You will get, but I can tell you there are 90%, if there's 2% bad police officers, there are 98% good. Because, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding, the police had no legislation which they could have used to disguise their abuse. Can you imagine a senior police officer giving instructions to write in the diary of a police station, arrest people once they're dressed in red? You remember that, Mr. Speaker? Arrest people once they dress in red. So you don't have to have legislation if certain persons want to abuse the system. There's a certain one who's very brazen, Mr. Speaker, Sergeant of Police. Brazen. You know? There was a situation down in the valley where a man lost his life. To date, Mr. Speaker, we don't know the justification or lack thereof on that whole situation. But you don't have to have the support of any law to be as brazen as that. When you tell me my friend Christopher Hunt can be followed and arrested for driving around the St. Lucia, some people can be unscrupulous. But I repeat, if you have 2% bad cops, 98% are good cops. I was there. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, can you imagine? Wait. Member for Mickwood North and member for Swazel. Is it true? I need to ask that. Mickwood South. No, member for Castries North and member for Swazel. Is it true that there were instructions handed down to the police to barricade people from coming here for 6 years? You all remember that? Imagine there was no state of emergency. There was no escalated crime area. Parliament was no escalated crime area. But yet, you have a then Prime Minister who barricaded the people of this country, preventing them from coming to listen to the very people they voted for to represent them in this parliament. That is what we had, Mr. Speaker. That is what we had. I remember, Mr. Speaker, there was a time I was watching proceedings in this house. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning, when sleep would assail the ordinary man. But I don't know if some people believe that by virtue of being here, you have bionic characteristics. And so, whilst 3/4 of the House was half asleep, a bill was passed, and guess what, Mr. Speaker? On top of that, they appointed a senator temporarily to pass it in the upper house. You see? And today, Mr. Speaker, and today, you have the audacity to come here and to sing a tune, Mr. Speaker, a tune that is not worthy, in my humble view, of even being listened to, far less danced to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to address...
Member Central, you have 15 minutes left.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap up. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind members and St. Lucians that under Section 5, a designation must be made and published in the Gazette before this law finds applicability in any given geographical setting. And Section 5 says that the minister may, by order in the Gazette, designate an area, an escalated crime area, if there is escalated crime in that area. So ça pas en loi ko police fait tout ça nous ka di a tout partout. Il pas comme ça. Obviously, the police have the powers that they do under the Police Act. This is extraordinary legislation to deal with a situation on hand. Okay? So before that law can be applied anyway, it must be published as designated as an escalated crime area. And the police, Mr. Speaker, can now do what the leader of the opposition did for 5 years, cordon off the area. For 5 years, there was no escalated crime. For 5 years, our people's parliament was cordoned off. They had no access to the immediate vicinity of this august chamber. There was no escalated crime. Jodia ou la kahele akodo mele ou pamele hypocrite. That is what you are. That is what it is. And so, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to the offenses, breaking down the barriers, removing lights, doing anything that seeks to inform persons that this area is designated as an escalated crime area. And one of the recommendations I made, Mr. Speaker, one of the recommendations I made, and I will stand by, Mr. Speaker, is 144 hours as opposed to the 72. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat this. A cry of distress is a summons for help. We need urgent help. Some of the thugs tell you they just go in and do that, the police will keep them for 72 hours and drop them. They are so accustomed to go in and relax for 72 hours. So, Mr. Speaker, we need, I think it is Section 19, detention of persons. A person detained under Section 1 shall be detained, whatever, and for a period not exceeding 72 hours. I would say for a period not exceeding 144 hours, 6 days. Makadile se plisye that right now police hani pouvoir pour mener ou tuer pour 3 jours, 72 hours, 72 méditants pour y faire investigation. Situation ça là, nous ka face et pays là, trop critique. Because tant parler by des moun 3 jours à passer. Donc à demander parlement pour loger ça. Et là où arrêté ou ça chebe pour 6 jours. Et sous brisé plus tard, de nous kay oti un juge. This is specific legislation, Mr. Speaker. Like I said, that does not apply to all over the country. C'est pas en loi les 7 lycéens qui a passé tout partout à 7 lycées. C'est quand nous avons des problèmes là, nous avons dit les problèmes. Et si c'est moun nan quoi, c'est criminel là quoi yo kay quitter yon côté. Et aller à l'autre côté. Et fait même bagay là, nous avons venir des aussi. Nous avons venir des autres, nous avons des ignites. Et nous avons venir. So, Mr. Speaker, having said this, I want to say I unequivocally, I wholeheartedly, and without a dint of apprehension in any regard, support this piece of legislation, as indeed it is a response to our situation, one which is dire, one which can bring the economic activity in a given area to a halt, and which it has done. And so we need to respond in a forceful manner. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I take my leave.
The member for Vieux-Fort South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, not at all. Mr. Speaker, in the life of any parliament anywhere in the world, there's a time when a parliament will be summoned to consider urgent public matters, and in some instances to enact urgent legislation of necessity. Now, Mr. Speaker, when those occasions arise that a parliament is summoned to do those things, it places a very special responsibility on all members of parliament. They have to consider the weight of the issues. They have to bear in mind that the circumstances are exceptional, circumstances are grave, and there is then a very special responsibility to determine whether what is before them is truly urgent to have warranted Parliament to be summoned to legislate, perhaps, in the manner that has been suggested or is being suggested or being prescribed. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we have to bring to bear almost a different kind of raison d'etre, a different kind of approach when we are so summoned, as we have been summoned in these circumstances before us. I am compelled to speak with a heavy heart. I don't deny it, Mr. Speaker. It's my constituency, after all. It's my people. It's my constituents. And I know that every single member of this House who has spoken on this bill, Mr. Speaker, at the back of their minds, they will always remember for the historical record that that there were events in Beaufort South which triggered the legislative intervention that is now occurring today. We will be remembered for this, Mr. Speaker. But in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, I think the members who have spoken are so right and correct to say that while it may have been those circumstances that have triggered this piece of legislation, there is absolutely no doubt that what has happened in my constituency will happen in other constituencies in this country at some point, maybe not to the same extent, but will echo what has happened there. But you know what is worse? This country has gone through precisely some of those phases as expressed in my constituency in the last few days and which we are now addressing today. The reality may be that we may not have made sufficient preparation for the eventuality that has occurred in Beaufort South. But I maintain that Bab Kamawadu Pwidife Wuzesau. And that is why I reject any attempt by anyone to single out my constituency for special attack, for special comments, and of course for any derision level at the people of Beaufort. I'll not accept it. But I say this, Mr. Speaker. I say this, Mr. Speaker. This Attorney General has made what I can only describe as a valiant attempt, a valiant effort not to transgress the fundamental rights provisions of the Constitution. This is by no means a perfect piece of legislation. It isn't. Necessary as it may be. And I'm pretty certain that at some point that he may well have to ask the House to amplify provisions of this legislation, clarify, especially when the police begin to utilize the legislation in due course. But I reject absolutely the invitation of the Leader of the Opposition that we should have proceeded under Emergency Powers Act and the Constitution on this matter. And I'll tell you why. First of all, Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that you employ, as is known from the recent experience in COVID, emergency powers in circumstances where there are grave and severe events, and the Constitution defines some of those events which I leave it to others to amplify. For example, potential state of war, grave public disorder, etc., etc. And we had an example during COVID when we had a major pestilence in our midst, which I shall come back to, Mr. Speaker, in a few minutes. And the gravity of the events described by the Constitution to allow the invocation of emergency powers, it is debatable whether what has occurred in Beaufort falls within the parameters of those events to justify emergency powers. But you know, Mr. Speaker, there's another element to the Leader of the Opposition's comments that you need an emergency. You need emergency powers and to act on the Emergency Powers Act. The Leader of the Opposition knows full well that if there is a declaration of emergency under the Emergency Powers Act of this country, the entire tourism industry will be in trouble. Yes. He knows that. And what is worse, Mr. Speaker, when we invoked emergency powers during the COVID period, it is well known that American Airlines did not want to fly to St. Lucia so long as emergency powers existed. What are we doing? The reality would be that we'd be crippling the economy of this country if we did that because other countries would have imposed restrictions on St. Lucia or issued warnings of all kind if that occurred. Now the question is, do the events in Beaufort justify a state of emergency to trigger that kind of response where the whole country is held to ransom, and of course the very tourism industry that we are now saying that is critical to its recovery is now put in jeopardy and put into difficulties. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back a few steps and to consider the events during COVID. I want to go back to those events. I asked Mr. Speaker and honorable members who were then in opposition, who are now in government, will remember this. When the former government decided to impose the state of emergency, and when the legislation came to Parliament, I stayed away. And there's no secret, I can share it. I alerted to my colleagues to the fact, I said, I can't go to Parliament and support this legislation because it is unconstitutional. My colleagues said to me at the time that they felt they had a duty and responsibility to support the government on that occasion, and even if there were legal issues with the way the government was imposing or introducing the state of the emergency, they felt that this was an occasion when the people of St. Lucia needed to see that both sides were working in their common interest. That was their position. My position is different. I said, listen, I have problems. There are constitutional transgressions with the approach that the government is using. I do not wish to be part of any attempt to infringe civil liberties of St. Lucians in that regard. I therefore prefer not to go to Parliament and debate it. Because if I come to Parliament, I would have to say exactly how I felt. They understood. They understood my position. And so I made no appearance in Parliament, but I believe in time the very same government saw the wisdom of what was being said, because they then proceeded to amend subsequent legislation to bring their actions into conformity with the very constitution that they had ignored. So when you look at what existed finally to what they did initially, you can see a huge difference in approach. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my introductory statement, I said that these are unusual circumstances calling for unusual responses. But this Attorney General did something that is highly unusual and highly peculiar. And this is not a criticism of him, it is rather my way of applauding his now in retrospect, his dexterity. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm never afraid to criticize the Attorney General. I have done so in the past, much to his chagrin. I've done so. But you know what he did? The first draft of this legislation, he circulated it to all members of Parliament. Yes, he did. And I am aware that he invited comments on the very first draft. All of us got this at the same time. How then can you come to this house and say you were not consulted? Yes, you had a limited amount of time to respond, but something unusual happened. You were asked to comment on raw legislation. Don't go there, because if you go there, I will ask the Attorney General to publish all his. Don't go there. Please do it. Don't go there. You know you're already in trouble over what you say about a member for Castries Central and what you said about Jufali and a member for Castries South. Don't go there. Member for Castries South, I want to be heard in silence. No. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, for usurping your jurisdiction. But it's my colleague and I have to guide him. He's young still. He doesn't know the ways of parliamentary techniques and behavior, so I have to guide him. Now, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill went through several permutations because of the urgency of the occasion. Everybody got the first bill. And when you look at the very first bill that was circulated to what was eventually presented to this House, you'll see a vast difference in approach. And you could see the efforts of the Attorney General as he meandered through the various provisions. He danced through the various provisions to try and come up with a piece of legislation that in fact strengthens the hands of the police without transgressing on the fundamental rights of citizens. And that was a preoccupation of all concerned. Now, of course, as I said, whether this legislation will be successful will have to be determined on its implementation. And I'm certain that when the police begin to implement the legislation, they may then say, well, there are certain weaknesses, certain issues. You may need to look at this and you may need to consider this. That's understandable because of the sheer urgency that has been involved, in this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, the question is, at what cost would you have introduced a state of emergency? And the cost is simple. You would have introduced a state of emergency to transgress, trample on, interfere with the fundamental rights, because that's what states of emergency do. You would have introduced a state of emergency to go and set up a tribunal to determine whether people's rights are infringed or not. You would have introduced a state of emergency to bring a country at a standstill. You would have introduced a state of emergency to cripple the very tourism industry that you think you claim that is vital to the success of the country. That's what's going to happen. And so the government had a responsibility to meander. I don't know why the leader of the opposition loves states of emergency like that. It's only despots who love states of emergencies. That's the reality. It's only despots who love state of emergencies.
That's right.
And the clerk is looking at me as if to say, what? I'm going to tell the clerk, I never had the honor of introducing a state of emergency in this country, no matter what the circumstances were. And I'm hoping that I will leave this parliament without having the honor to be part of a state of emergency declared by the government of which I am a backbencher. So the fact of the matter is that I believe it is highly disingenuous to make that recommendation in the circumstances. And certainly I can tell you, if there was a state of emergency imposed and my constituents were affected, and you know me, I would protect them. I will shout out. Because I have a duty to my constituents no matter what people think. I don't agree with wrongdoing. I don't agree with people breaking the law. I don't agree with people killing. I don't agree with people murdering. I don't agree with people ransacking business places. I will never accept those things. But that don't mean that my constituents have to be treated with disdain, impunity, disregard in a discriminatory way. I will not accept it. I've said so before. We are human beings. We are decent people. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on this briefly, I heard, and I hear the leader of the opposition, he says, well, you don't need this. RSS is here and the rest of it, but people are asking how long will they stay. I don't know who's talking to the leader of the opposition. I can only guess. When I go down to my constituency, as I was there yesterday, as normal on a Wednesday, I've been before every Wednesday. I was there last week, Thursday, after some of the events. And when I talk to Beaufortians, I don't hear them saying how long the RSS is staying. All I hear is, when is the RSS coming? Why is the RSS not here? It's a very different approach. But last night, it hit me even harder why it was essential in the circumstances that the RSS be here to provide assistance and support to the police. While going around the constituency, and I shall speak about that in a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, a police vehicle drove up with some officers. They stopped. I want to talk to them. And you know what struck me, Mr. Speaker? Their tiredness. They were tired. 4 men, 4 RSS officers in a police vehicle, heavily armed but tired. Tired. Why? Because they had been on duty repeatedly in the preceding hours trying to bring calm to the town. There's no question that given the manpower that exists, that the police need relief, they need support in the circumstances. But it's also a case that we reflect on what has happened and look at our capacities to deal with potential issues like that in the future. And I certainly would want to make some observations in a few minutes. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, related to this, I know we are very busy thanking the RSS for coming here and making all the arrangements, etc. And I have my issues. I think the RSS is taking too long to get here. There's an issue. In fact, the way they are handling these matters, the delay can create more problems. I mean, the issue of mobilization is still a problem, but that's a larger issue. I want, however, to note that ahead of the RSS, there were French police officers and others here at the invitation of the government of St. Lucia, and they too rendered assistance to the police. We don't thank them, Mr. Speaker. We don't thank them. And I think the House needs to place on a record its appreciation to the French security services for responding to the crisis in Beaufort. And I don't mind describing it as a crisis, to the crisis in Beaufort, not a crisis to cause an emergency, but a crisis. And to thank them for being in St. Lucia and offering support to St. Lucians and the Royal St. Lucia Police Force in the circumstances. As you know, I have said time and time again that we need to strengthen our ties with the French. We need to do it in all spheres. We must do it on the security front. We must continue to do it in matters of health care and in matters of cultural cooperation, because whether we like it or not, they are the closest people to us in this region. They are powerful political, social, and economic reasons why those ties have to be maintained and be developed. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is no question that the events in Beaufort South have traumatized residents in the community. Absolutely no question about that, Mr. Speaker. It has been an exceedingly painful and difficult period. Never before have I seen Beaufort so traumatized, so uneasy, so uncomfortable, so full of terror. Mr. Speaker, as someone said recently, there are homes in Beaufort that will not be healed in a hurry. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell homes in Beaufort where fathers were gunned down because they happened to have a child living in another part of the community that was alleged to be a gang member. What do you tell the family of those persons who were executed and taken down? What do you tell the parents who have left Beaufort, gone into hiding because they are fearful of their lives? I wish I could explain to you, Mr. Speaker, the number of requests I get from constituents asking to be relocated. Where do I send them? Where do I send them? Where do they go? I mean, you know the historical problems with invested Lucia don't really care about the people of Beaufort. They care about other things, not the people of Beaufort individually, making land available for the dispossessed who need it. That's not an issue. But where do you send them, Mr. Speaker? And both ministers have spoken about the problems with school children. being denied education, having to close down, can't do their SBAs because of these issues. And Mr. Speaker, I heard, of course, the comments of the Minister of Education, but I think he knows full well that I have asked for some time now that special security officers be assigned particularly to the preschools in the community so that they can assist in counseling staff and guiding staff how to handle any sudden shootings occurring within the presence of the schools. Many persons have not showed up for work. The reality is so many have been separated from their loved ones, and of course immeasurable damage has been done to commerce in the community. When I drove around last night, Mr. Speaker, I stopped at some of the bars in Beaufort. Stopped to talk to the owners of these bars and to get a sense of what was happening. Truth be told, by 7 o'clock, Beaufort was a ghost town. A town that was lively, people at different bars at all odd hours. And those who operated restaurants told me that unlike previous occasions when persons came in, sat in the restaurants, had dinner, they would prefer to order through a window and quickly get their orders and clear the streets and move on. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the town was almost under siege. There's a heavy air of uneasiness and uncertainty, and everybody wanted to close early and get to their homes. Now, of course, unfortunate as this is, it is certainly helpful to the security forces as well, because people of their own accord decided that they would vacate the streets, go home until they have the surety, they are confident they can return, and that their lives would be safe. So, Mr. Speaker, the damage, the emotional and psychological damage really has been immense. And to be honest, it will take a considerable amount of time healing the community. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the memes, the aspersions cast on the people of Beaufort. And you know, I was a little taken aback when the leader of the opposition sought to make reference of one member describing a certain individual in Beaufort as a business person, as a fisherman, etc., because of statements and so on. Now, contrast that to the very pious and sanctimonious statements of concern and care about the people of Beaufort. What did you want me to say? A drug lord? Want me to say, was he? Was he? But that's the point. If you want to commiserate in that kind of environment, then of course, you cannot on the one hand be making those pious statements and then on the other, you want to make statements of denigration, etc. You're talking of a victim. Someone who was brutally killed and brutally murdered. Someone who has left a family behind. We now have someone who was gunned down, and now it is our responsibility to try to find mechanisms to deal with the healing that is required, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. And these are circumstances where we have to find the right language to describe what has happened. No one condones the killings in Beaufort, as no one will ever condone killings anywhere in this country. But I don't mean you should make an entire community pay a price. I can't agree with the business people for wanting to close down their operations in due course and deny people access to stores and supermarkets. I don't think that it is the right signal to be sending in the community in these circumstances. But then I respect their right to make their decisions because they feel they're protecting their staff and they're protecting customers. I was down, as I said, in Beaufort yesterday and was happy to see the traffic in and around this JQ supermarket, is it Massy supermarket, right around where the banks are, etc. I was happy to see that. But certainly these are circumstances that one has to weigh very, very, very carefully to determine what is the appropriate action to be taken. But Mr. Speaker, I want to come back and talk to this and refer to some aspects of this legislation very briefly. I made the point that I think the Attorney General attempted to meander very, very carefully to ensure that the fundamental right provisions of the Constitution were not transgressed. Some might argue he was not entirely successful in that regard, but we shall see. And a classic example can be extracted on how he attempted to deal with the issue of detention of persons, of individuals. Now, the current practice, as is known, is that the police can detain someone upwards of 72 hours for questioning, etc., etc. And those engaged in criminal practice will know that when the police invokes their powers to do so, if the individual asks that an attorney be present, then they allow the individual to call the attorney to be present to be a witness to the interrogation that is taking place. Obviously, in the situation that we are confronting where you have escalated crime, it does and may take time to amass information, but it is also necessary sometimes to ensure that persons who may be active in the process of committing crimes are extracted and removed from the scene. And then, of course, too, the community feels a certain sense of peace if they know and they are aware that at least these individuals are being brought in for questioning or for whatever other purpose that may be in store. But what has the Attorney General done in this case? He said in clause 19 that, okay, the person can be brought in initially for the 72 hours. They may be detained by the police for 72 hours for the questioning. And this is normal. In the event, however, that it is determined, that the commissioner determines that the person has to be detained for more than 72 hours, then you get an ex parte application to a judge to determine that issue. And then the judge, in making a decision on an ex parte application made under subsection 3, order the Commissioner of Police to release the person from detention subject to any of the following conditions as the judge thinks being conditions issued in written directions to that person. The restrictions may include, for example, restrictions regarding his or her place of residence, his or her association or communication with other persons, prohibiting such persons from being out of doors between such hours as may be so specified except with the authority of a written permit granted by the Commissioner of Police, prohibiting or restricting the possession of or use by such person of any article so specified, requiring such person to notify of his or her movement. Now, when you look at this, what is different in that from a bail application to the court? Because basically, when applications of bail is made to a court, these are type of conditions that magistrates tend to impose. I have seen so many approvals of bail applications where essentially what is happening is that the magistrate says you have to be indoors by a certain time, you can't go certain places, etc. While you're out, you have to surrender your passport, go and report to the police station. You are confined to X residence or Y residence. What therefore we want to quarrel with this? And the Attorney General has wisely taken a different approach, because in the initial draft of the legislation, I'm aware that the suggestion was to introduce a tribunal a la emergency powers, abandon the route of the tribunal, and instead decided that it is better to proceed by way of an application, allow the police to make an ex parte application to the court. A judge may well decide when an ex parte application reaches him or her that he or she wants an inter-party an application between the two parties instead of an ex parte application, which is totally within the jurisdiction of a judge. And let's stop pretending that ex parte applications are unique in criminal matters. Where the interception of telecommunications legislation is concerned, it is well known that the police commissioner or the attorney general can approach the court ex parte because of the nature of an ex parte application. It is for the police to argue their case properly before the commissioner before a judge. And this is where perhaps I have issues, because I do think that the government has really got to change the entire process of prosecution within the police force, and the time has come to assign trained lawyers to the police to handle police prosecutions. We are entering a very sophisticated period. There are good police officers who are trained in law, but it's a different thing when you are going to be exposing police prosecutors to all kinds of trained lawyers in the court system, and the time has come to offer special arrangements for lawyers who want to join the police force and to form part of the police prosecution team, albeit under the Crown Prosecution Service that we have. These are the things we need to do now, because when you're dealing with that kind of legislation, with that kind of complexity, you clearly require far more support than you'll get traditionally from an office of the DPP. Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding, for example, that some sections of the legislation will be amended as we proceed. And the member for Swazelle happily grabbed on to one phrase, happily to make a point to substantiate his arguments of that the police can abuse their powers. Of course, abuse is a reality of life. There are police officers who abuse their powers. This is not going to cure police officers of that problem. What has to happen is that the police have to learn to operate within the four corners of their powers, of what the law confers. Half the problem is that they don't even know what the law confers. So he jumps with alacrity on clause 10, subclause 2, which says, in accessing land or a building under subsection 1, a police officer may enter into and remain in occupation of the land or building for a period as he or she thinks fit. Now, my understanding is that this is a clause that would rightly be amended as we proceed into committee stage, which should be, because the law abhors now concepts of as he thinks fit or as she thinks fit. And the courts tend to treat such clauses with disdain. And the Attorney General is right to make a correction. But that doesn't mean that because you see this, then you should latch on to it to heap unnecessary criticism. Advise the member for Suzanne, Mr. Speaker, don't take me on. It is not in his interest to do so. It is not in his interest to do so. As much as I like and respect him, I mean, now you see he's telling me leave that alone because he knows I like and respect him, even though a few moments ago I asked him if he remembers the time he dressed up for the party at the ball held by the then former government. And you know the only person I remember among all of them is the member for Sozel. Yes.
Anything to raise money.
So, Mr. Speaker, clearly, I mean, little clauses like that should be amended. Now, having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, I do reiterate the point that I would hardly be surprised if down the road we do not come back and take another look at this legislation. Because it's going to be tested in practice when the police begin to utilize it. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are other issues, I think, raised by the Leader of the Opposition that warrants a comment from me. The Leader of the Opposition submitted to this Parliament, and the language was dramatic and emotional. Dramatic and emotional. That it was a Labour government that commenced, should I say, the destruction, the compromise of the morale of the police by the impacts report. I have always said in this house, learn to let sleeping dogs lie. I have always said in this house, do not open the door. I will say this. Mr. Speaker. I lost the general election in 2016. We're now in 2023, 7 years ago. In those 7 years, I have said little or nothing about the impacts report. Books have been written in which allegations have been made, in which I am aware are untrue, but I have never challenged those allegations. I prefer to keep my silence. That doesn't mean that I will not speak one day. That doesn't mean that. But why, Mr. Speaker? I have not spoken on it for the very simple reason that I respect the fact that a DPP is supposed to be making decisions regarding that report and the implications of that report and what is probative or not probative, and I respect that. I respect that process. That is why, Mr. Speaker. That is why. And the Leader of the Opposition should also know that he should avoid making statements, whether in this house or outside, about the impacts report. Because I heard him during the campaign in 2016 when he told the police that in 3 months the impacts report will go away. I heard him. Yes. Yes. And I will also tell you in this house tonight that just before the general election he had a copy of the impacts report which he was going to discuss at a meeting in Barbados. And I was called by an ambassador to tell me that he was going to do that. And I said, what? And I told the ambassador, and I'm not going to mention for the moment who that ambassador was. And I told the ambassador, look, you call him and tell him that what he's about to do is unwise and he should not partake that course. Yes. 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 Well, but you know, nothing you say anybody in this house believes. Certainly not me.
I'm in good company.
I mean,
I'm in good company.
you can describe company as you want, but you and I, we're not in the same class, partner. I mean, just understand that. No, Mr. Speaker. It is it. But you hear him already. But he should be careful, because when you see I tell him to be careful, he should be careful. No, Mr. Speaker. But I want to move on. Having said all of that, I'm not going to touch the impact report. What has said in the impact report? What may be true, what may be untrue? Leave that. That's not for today. But you see, that's a problem we have in this country, a naked refusal to look at our problems squarely and deal with the problems that we have. That's the problem in this country, that we prefer to put things under the carpet. We don't like the unpleasantness of facing the realities of the situation, that we have to deal with it. Every time we make an excuse and take the easy way out. Every single time. You don't make a statement that the morale of the police started to decline with the impact report. The fact of the matter is, there is no institution in this country that has been the subject of reports and commissions of inquiry like the Royal St. Lucia Police Force over the years. Why? Why? That's the question. Why? Because we have endemic and structural problems in the police force that we're not dealing with over the years. We're postponing it each time. The opposition and the government cannot find common ground to deal with some of these issues. That's why we have the problems that we have today. No one can understand why intelligence in the police force was compromised in the last couple of years. Why the intelligence structures that were constructed by the former government were totally dismantled, and for what reason? Who can explain it? Who can explain it? All these things happened. And you know what this is also telling us? Because I'm going to come back and make some points. And I hope this debate has been beneficial to all of us, Mr. Speaker. Because if it is one thing all of us have to do, is to unite behind the Royal St. Lucian Police Force, clothe them with the powers that they need to do what they're doing, but at the same time tell them what it is that is going wrong, and they must correct, and we must speak with one voice to them. Rather than, for example, making, well, sure. Because you see, these are the things we have to consider in the context of your fort. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will be the last person to stand in this house and say this issue, this bill is going to cure problems in Beaufort. It will not cure the problems in Beaufort. It will certainly be an instrument to allow peace to return, to restore peace and to restore sanity. But in the long term, it's not going to solve all the problems in Beaufort. As indeed, it will not solve all the problems anywhere in the country to which it is applied. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this parliament for all these years since 1997. I've been honored to be a prime minister. I've had to preside over national security. You don't think I don't know over the years how hot it was in Castries. It is only in recent years crime in Castries, gang warfare has abated somewhat. Whether it is on an easy calm, nobody knows. So the symptoms were always there. There's no question about that. They were always there. It's nothing new. But I believe that we have to take a determined look at the situation, certainly in Beaufort, and to consider some additional measures. Mr. Speaker, several murders in the last few months have occurred at the fisheries complex in Beaufort at the pond. The last set of murders were not the only murders there. There have been several murders there before, stretching back in time. But yet, what is the situation? And first of all, I will tell you I am exceedingly disappointed by the state of the fisheries complex in Beaufort by the pond. I am very disappointed. Disappointed because the repairs to the buildings have not been done this financial year. Disappointed because I'm tired drawing to the attention of those who are responsible the deplorable condition in which the deplorable condition at the pond. We have not even been able to get some funds to clean up the pond and to restore it to some semblance of order, some semblance of control. But I will not hide my disappointment over matters like that. However, the time has come for the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, and especially its Marine Arm, to consider whether they ought not to have a police post or marine post at the pond. This is crucial because the pond is really the area where a lot of foreign boats and fishermen enter Beaufort to do business. That's a fact. In and out, in and out, in and out. And there is nobody checking on issues of immigration. It's a free-for-all. And this is a place in Beaufort where law and order should be present at all times. And so I want to urge that consideration be given to creating a permanent outpost, a permanent police post or marine post at the fisheries complex, so that movement in and out, and that there can be a sense of police presence in that area. This notion that the police, each time something happens, they can jump on their vehicle and come down, that kind of policing will not work in an area like that. That's the first thing, Mr. Speaker. The second thing I want to touch on is the Special Services Unit, Mr. Speaker. That Special Services Unit, currently in Beaufort South, Mr. Speaker, was in fact introduced there during the period I served as Prime Minister. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, when that decision was made, I was faced with a barrage of criticism. Criticism too by the drug community in Beaufort, how I sending police after them and the rest of it. And of course, there were police officers themselves who criticized the move, And at the time, I remember that we had trained a special number of SSU officers to man that station. In time, of course, the Americans built the building that is there, and of course, it was extended. I think...
Member of Beaufort South, you have 10 minutes left.
Are you serious, Mr. Speaker?
Very serious.
I will try and wrap up, Mr. Speaker, within that 10 minutes. I never can understand why my time goes by so quickly. I can't understand this phenomenon. So, Mr. Speaker, without further ado, I believe that we need to take a fresh look at the detachment in the SSU and increase the numbers. I say so because I'm aware of the pressures and demands being made on the Special Services Unit detachment, because they're required all over the south of the island, Mr. Speaker. So I want to suggest that we do this. Then, the tricky matter of rebuilding trust and confidence in the community by the police. Occasions like this is sad, it's distressing, it is painful. Sometimes it's hard to think clearly because you're dealing emotionally with what is before you. But you know what? As I said in a public statement I made, it could be a watershed. It could be a watershed. There is so much anger and distrust, Mr. Speaker, in the community that I think a lot of parents who probably protected their children, sometimes provided them with alibi, a lot who knew where guns were hidden, never betrayed the trust between them and their children. Rather, the temptation is to encourage them, but they have seen the mayhem and the consequences. It may be that coming out of this, parents will now begin to think twice and perhaps understand the implications of what they do. The second thing has been the sheer outrage by Beaufortians of what's happened. And a member from Beaufort North who gave an eloquent statement in defense of the people of Beaufort South, for which I thank him. I guess he did so in tribute to the fact that he was a resident of Beaufort for several years before he emigrated back to Bellevue or whatever the case is. But he's right. That when people are afraid to go to church, to go and worship, it hits them. And they realize that the attack on their civil liberties does not necessarily come from an assault on them by the police, but by the very criminals in their midst who are doing these things. And so it may be a watershed moment when a lot of parents will rethink their postures towards those involved in criminal behavior in the community. Of course, we know the issue is deeper because of the socialization that takes place in those communities, especially the defenseless young children who are taught to admire what is happening. And we have not found answers to be dealing with issues like that. But I also believe, in all sincerity, it is a watershed moment for the police themselves. I am on record as saying, and I know the police don't like me to say this, but I say it again. Not because I dislike the police, but because I know there is a real problem. The people of Beaufort do not trust the police. Why? Because there's a widespread view that when intelligence is provided to the police, somehow the gangs become aware of who provided that evidence. And Mr. Speaker, I've had the experience, Mr. Speaker, and I'll share this with the House. There are people I know in Beaufort who were compelled to leave Beaufort, go and reside in other parts of the country, and then they call on me to provide them with money to pay for the rent, etc., and to find jobs for them. That's the reality. And what I'm really saying to the Royal St. Lucia Police Force is that they have to take a fresh look at Beaufort and build and prepare to put together a special unit to look at the issues in Beaufort and begin to handle those issues in a different way, to use the opportunity to build back trust. And as harsh as it is to do what is being proposed here, we all, in the various capacities that we have, got to make use of this opportunity. On the one hand, I will have to be preoccupied with seeing how I can heal my constituents after this. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the person who has been most bruised by all of this is me. You have seen the comments, all kinds of comments, including blaming me for what has taken place. But that's okay. I've always said I have broad shoulders and can deal with that in my own way. Then, Mr. Speaker, there are those who find it convenient to level all kinds of calumny against the people of Beaufort. But my point is that coming out of all of this, there's a wave of sympathy to face the problems and to handle the problems and deal with the problems. And my plea is, let us work together with the police, widen its own net of consultation to determine how we're going to move forward with this, not only participate in the healing process that I'm talking about, but rethink how policing in Beaufort South should be handled in the future. Because unless there is dramatic change, not much progress will be made, Mr. Speaker. Reconciliation cannot be just for some, but it has to be for all. It has to be for all. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, that as much as the experience has been painful, difficult, distressful, hurtful, let us also turn our minds into thinking how best we can react to correct the mistakes of the past and indeed to repair the damage of the past and enter into a new era of security and safety in the community of Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The member for Castries North.
Mr. Speaker, it has become a comedy that once certain members stand to speak, the children will run away. They'll take their equipment, they'll take their ball, and they'll go. But Mr. Speaker, the business of this Parliament will continue, no matter how much they run, and no matter how much they defy the time of day. Mr. Speaker, it's a time for action. It's a time for action, and I believe what has brought us here today is the courage, the determination, and the spirit of a Prime Minister who thinks it is necessary at this time to take action. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of my own time when, in my capacity as Prime Minister, we saw an escalation in crime. And at that time, the determination was to suppress crime and put in place whatever necessary to be able to bring it under control, because in my view and in the view of the government at the time, if it wasn't controlled, the country stood to lose. And so we took action. And so, Mr. Speaker, for me, at this time, there is an obligation. I'm obliged at this time, Mr. Speaker, to stand up, to speak up, and to man up in such a situation to give support to this bill which we have before us. And Mr. Speaker, it is one which is very clear, very simplistic, and no amount of appeal for consultation and need to look at it carefully and to determine the best way moving forward. At the end of the day, the bill speaks to the purpose, and that is the establishment of a framework to protect the public order, public safety, and economic stability of this country, and to suppress or otherwise deal effectively with escalated crime within an area in St. Lucia, within an area in St. Lucia, not in the entire state, within an area. Whether it is Beaufort South today, it can be at any given time, maybe Grosley or even Castries North, etc. And so this is what this bill is about. I heard the member for Choiseul Saltibus attempting to understand what is meant by escalated crime. when it speaks of means and action or omission that constitutes an offense. Mr. Speaker, that in itself is almost a direct quotation from Oxford, which speaks about crime, and it says the suppression, let me get to it. It speaks of crime in this fashion, and it says an action or omission which constitutes an offense and is punishable by law. So in other words, this is nothing different to what crime really means. This is nothing different to what this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is attempting to do when we speak of escalated crime. An action or omission that constitutes an offense. And so, Mr. Speaker, that in itself, when we look back and we track the development that has taken place in this country over the years, Mr. Speaker, and where we are today, it calls for resolute action. Resolute action, not to be delayed in any way, but to give the necessary powers where we need those powers to be in the hands of the police so that they can act swiftly in dealing with such situations. The member for Vieux South went into the constitutionality of the matter in terms of what the Constitution of St. Lucia speaks of in terms of declarations of emergency. And he said, and it quotes, "A public emergency has arisen as a result of the imminence of a state of war between St. Lucia and a foreign country, a foreign state." So that's a serious matter. It's more than just a community. It's more than just a small area like in Vieux. And it goes on to speak about pestilence and infectious diseases, etc., as in COVID. But it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, at this time, it's amazing that it is quite expedient. It is quite expedient today to say that you could have dealt with it under the Constitution. Today, we could have dealt with it under the Constitution. But at the time when the COVID legislation was being proposed, when the now government, then opposition, was saying, but there's a Public Health Act under which you can operate. There's no need to go in the direction that you're talking about. And I'll make a revelation here today, Mr. Speaker. During COVID, just when COVID, the first case was declared, and we were discussing the way forward. How do we deal with COVID? I remember attending that meeting, and I begged for an excuse because I had to go to attend another matter. And I got a call from a member of the public who said, "Is the country going to be locked down?" And I said, "No, we cannot do this." He said, "Yes, I heard there will be a state of emergency." And I called and I said, the member for Choiseul Saltibus, and I said, "Is it true there's going to be a state of emergency?" He said, "Well, we're about to take the decision." I said, "No, you guys cannot do that. If you call a state of emergency on a public health issue, you're sending the wrong signal. You're saying that you have lost control of the situation, that you cannot manage, and so you're shutting down the country." I immediately called the then Prime Minister, who is now leader of the opposition, and I'm sorry to say it in his absence, but when you take your ball and you run, things must be said, even though you're there or not. And I said, Mr. Speaker, I said, do not do this. Do not shut it down. Give people time. Give the country time. Let people understand what is being done. No, we must do it now. And of course, the rest is history. Command center to distribute food, which became the command center of the whole COVID situation. Mr. Speaker, we need to know exactly what we are doing and do it right. What this legislation does, Mr. Speaker, is to confine the powers that we need to put in place in cases where there is an escalation of crime in the hands of the authorities in this country. Not to dabble around, not to play around, but to deal with it. Deal with it. And throughout this legislation, Mr. Speaker, it tells you of what exactly that we are trying to do, is to handle the situation swiftly and don't play games. So today you come here and you believe it's expedient for you to say you only got it a while ago, when the Attorney General circulated it to everybody. The thread of emails are there. And all of a sudden you didn't see it on your email. You probably have disappearing messages in your email. And so it disappeared, so you can't read it. But Mr. Speaker, this is important business. This is serious business. And I will stand up, and I will speak out, and I will man up. When a mother dies, and there's a call for justice, I will stand up and speak out and man up. When a father dies, and when a son dies innocently, Mr. Speaker, we in this government will stand up and speak out and man up. When a neighbor dies, an innocent citizen dies, or Mr. Speaker, and dies as a consequence of crime. The situation in Vieux-Fort is not unique. There are other communities in the country who are going through similar situations. But what happened in Vieux-Fort South, Mr. Speaker, recently is alarming. Is alarming. But I think it was the parliamentary representative for Vieux-Fort North who made reference to the, and I mean, I was surprised when he brought it up about Bloody Sunday. And you know the thing about the Bloody Sunday, Mr. Speaker, which he brought up? You know, it is amazing. He said in one Sunday, the 8th of January, I believe, 2017, 5 persons died in one Sunday. 2017. It wasn't 5, 6. 6. And Mr. Speaker, I read it here. Mr. Speaker, what is ironic? In 2017, the situation was worse than what happened in Vieux-Fort then, recently. Worse. Because on that day, 3 individuals were killed in Jacmel. 1 was killed in Grand Rivière-Rosalie. Another, I don't need your information, sir. You were speaking early on. You should have said so when you spoke. Okay? 1 in Grand Rivière was killed. 1 in Marigot and 1 in Arundel. 6. In one day, Mr. Speaker. So it wasn't concentrated in one little area. It was all over. Did the then Prime Minister say anything? Did he say anything? But more than that, Mr. Speaker, I've been trying for a little while now to see over the 5 years of the last administration, which I was part of, and I cannot believe I stayed there for so long. I attempted to see the trend and track record of the one who walked away with the ball, and to see how often did he address the issue of crime in the 5 or 6 years that he stayed there. I couldn't find one clip, not one single clip of he having made a serious statement on the state of crime in the country. I may be wrong, and if I'm wrong, and proven wrong rather, I will withdraw my statement. Not one single serious statement on crime between 2016 and 2021. Never. A few snippets here and there where questions were asked and he responded ad lib and making promises. Nothing of serious. So even on this Bloody Sunday, not a statement was made on this one. But Mr. Speaker, you know what is very interesting in all of this? What is very interesting in all of this is the trend as far as crime is concerned or was concerned then. Let's take 2016. In fact, let me go as far back as 2007, 2008. In 2006, the crime rate per 100,000 was 26. It went down in 2007 to 17.3 per 100,000. In 2008, it went back up to 22.94. In 2009, 22.65. In 2010, 25.27. And 2011, 26.21. So in 2006, it was 26.00. It ended at 26.21 in 2011. And then in 2012, it went down to 22.08. 2013, 18.59, 2019, 19.07, 2015, 15.07, and 2016, 16.66 per 100,000, 16.66. Between 2016, Mr. Speaker, it moved from 16.66 to 27.08. In 2017, it went down slightly in 2018 to 20.34 and then started escalating from 2019 to 25.16 and in 2020 to 28.32. In 2020, 28.32. So when you hear them talking about the state of crime and it's escalating and it is so bad, that is where they left it, at 28.32. And even last year, Mr. Speaker, which in some instances are being made to believe it's the highest ever, it's not the highest ever last year. It probably plateaued at the same thing. But up to that time, Mr. Speaker, 67, and last year was 66. So, Mr. Speaker, the crime, and I'm saying all of this to state that crime cannot be political. We have to make a concerted effort as a government and opposition, and make that determination to resolve the issue of crime. And if I were ever in the position of the leader of the opposition, and the government were to have a serious debate on crime, and I'm invited, I would make myself available. And so, in that, when the then Prime Minister, who's now leader of the opposition, as you heard, when the crime symposium was convened, the leader of the opposition, who is today the Prime Minister, made himself available, but the Prime Minister was not there. But you hear all sorts of statements last year in November, statements being made by this same gentleman, Mr. Speaker, the representative for Miku South, calling on the government to state your plans for crime and all sorts of things. So, and you'd believe that when he was there as Prime Minister, that he did such a fantastic job, left it at 28.32 per 100,000, 28.32, when he inherited it, Mr. Speaker, at 16.66 per 100,000. That's his record there. Not mine. It is his record that is there. The manner in which he managed the crime situation in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to take this matter seriously and to move on with the business of the country. In times of war, in the fog of war, you take decisions that you believe is necessary. This is war, and so we need to take those decisions. We need to do it, Mr. Speaker, to bring back an atmosphere of peace and tranquility to our land. And we cannot hesitate in what we would like to do, because we need to preserve the integrity of this country. We need to preserve the economy of our country. We need to bring back peace to our people. We need to make people comfortable, and we need to make sure that our investors are comfortable. Mr. Speaker, only on Sunday, I had reason to meet an investor who is considering some major investments in St. Lucia. And while he's all excited about investing in the country, and he has no doubt that this country has tremendous potential, his biggest concern on Sunday was crime. I said to him, well, you know, what happened? There's an isolated situation in the town of Vieux-Fort, pretty much isolated. That will be dealt with. It will be suppressed. I do have quite a bit of confidence in the police force, etc. And he said to me, Minister, today it's in the south, tomorrow it can be on the beach. In the north, it can be in another community. Today it's gang related, another day the guns are turned on visitors. And so he's saying, I need to be guaranteed that the government takes control of this situation and bring peace and tranquility to the country, because we are investing millions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, when an investor speaks in this manner, an investor who says, I love your country, I want to visit, I want to invest, I've got millions to invest in every area you can think of. Okay? And through the program, the CIP program, he has got into this country and willing to put millions of dollars into the country. And you're telling me that this government must not act responsibly? Of course we must act responsibly. We must put in place the framework to allow the police and others in authority to manage the affairs. And we are not saying, Mr. Speaker, that this piece of legislation alone will solve the problem. We understand that there's need for short-term measures. And once we believe that there are loopholes, we must block it. Recently, not too long ago, we came with the amendment to the firearms. And sometimes I wondered, well, you know, we came here, we did it, and when you hear that persons are being arrested and then bailed for nothing, I mean, the sums that I'm hearing, it's better we had not passed it. But the thing about this, Mr. Speaker, is the enforcement. We must ensure that it's enforceable, and we must give the necessary support to the police to enforce the legislation that we're passing here. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue is even deeper, because I spoke of the investor. What about the breakdown of our social fabric? The representative for Vieux-Fort South has spoken about it, what it is doing to Vieux-Fort. And Vieux-Fort at one time was a very, for me, is a community that we all were very proud of. At one time, you know, I knew, you know, in the days of my youth, who would go to Vieux-Fort and spend weekends, etc., etc. Okay? My young people, you'd go down on a weekend to shop in Vieux-Fort. So there was an economy in Vieux-Fort. They would go to Vieux-Fort and shop. And the reason they said they went to Vieux-Fort, they got good quality stuff and cheaper than in Castries. Someone said to me last week, I had to go to Vieux-Fort, I'm not going. So we have to take the necessary action in a timely way, Mr. Speaker, so as to return the spirit of the South to Vieux-Fort, where the people of this country can feel comfortable to return and to ensure that it doesn't repeat itself in other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, you know, crime is a reflection of some simple things we do. It escalates. So we break the law on certain things, we disregard laws, we disregard rules, we behave in a manner that is unacceptable. I mean, I came in here today, Mr. Speaker, and for the second time, the Speaker walks in, and we all know what we've got to do. It's not to the Speaker personally, but it is the rule of the Parliament. And when a member can stand here, Mr. Speaker, around the table, knowing what he has to do when the Speaker comes in, to recognize the Speaker in a particular form, he gives the Speaker his back and waits to see when everybody's then sitting down to sit down. Disrespectful, Mr. Speaker. So when you can come into this house and disrespect the chair, disrespect the Speaker, it tells you a lot about behavior. It is a serious matter we must think of. When you come to this house, you get elected as leader of this country, and for 5 years you violated the law, didn't appoint a deputy speaker for 5 years, and you expect what? And you believe you're an example to who? To who are you the example? For 5 years you broke the law, broke every law in fact, because you thought that as Prime Minister you could do what you want. Mr. Speaker, we need to stop it. We need to stop it, Mr. Speaker, by doing what is necessary. There's simple things, Mr. Speaker. Let me take a few of them. The question of traffic regulations, Mr. Speaker. We have to go back, Mr. Speaker, and begin to enforce every law in this country. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, as we do this, we must also look and see where are the areas we are faltering. I drove into a gas station recently up north, and someone pulls up with me without a number plate in the front, without a number plate in the back, so I don't know what's the registration of the individual. He goes in, he calls for $20 gas, he goes in and he leaves his car at the pump, and everyone has to wait for him. We need to have that kind of presence, Mr. Speaker, along our roads to be able to monitor traffic, double parking, violation of every rule, parking on double yellow lines, etc. Because as they break it, the small things, it's like the broken windows. As you break one, you keep breaking until every glass pane is broken. Same thing with the laws, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I must commend the Prime Minister on promising, and I'm sure next week, whenever we come here with the estimates, where he'll put his money where his mouth is, by putting in place the allocation necessary for training and for increase in police officers to police this country. We need to do it now. Mr. Speaker, noise pollution, another one. Disregarding at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, there's sometimes I would take the opportunity, if I need to work a little late in the evening because of our schedule. There are individuals who come to the compound of the Department of Infrastructure with their music blasting, pounding away and ready to shatter the windows. No respect whatsoever. None. So this gives us an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, while we introduce and we pass this legislation to suppress escalated crime, that we also extend to the other little areas that are being broken, the other areas where there are violations, to bring this country in line. And Mr. Speaker, this also calls for other areas of strengthening. Some of what we have, Mr. Speaker, emerging in our society is a breakdown of the family, a breakdown of the social fabric. In many instances, young men who are just allowed to do what they want, parents are not in control of them, and they then have an expectation and an entitlement. We need to deal with this situation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is critical. In a recent meeting, Mr. Speaker, with business people, I can feel the tension. I can feel the trauma. I can feel the fear among those business people who felt that, hey, what went on in therefore threatens their business. So we are threatened by loss of business, foreign investment, and of course what I call cross-boundaries economic activity, as I said early on, between those in the city who saw Viewfort as a place to visit on a weekend, to get cheap goods, and of course to have a good line in the south. That is under threat, and so, Mr. Speaker, I think we are on time. So, Mr. Speaker, as I see it, I believe what we have come here to do, Mr. Speaker, is one which is timely, one which needs the support of the entire Parliament, and it's unfortunate that in very early, no matter how much explanation was given by the two members of the opposite side as to their not wanting it to go through the three stages of the bill, the signal that went out there, whether it was their intention to prevent it from going through the three stages of reading, the signal that you sent is that you do not support the initiative of the government to suppress the crime situation in this country. And no amount of explanation will save you. None. None. Because you stood your ground and you said no. And if, Mr. Speaker, there was any metal in the leader of the opposition, he would have sat here tonight and stay on for the debate and learn something for himself instead of picking up his ball and running away. He's gone. As usual, he's gone. And so, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I believe it is imperative that I express my condolences to the family of all those who have suffered as a consequence of the events in VF4. I also believe it is timely for me to also extend my condolences for the 67 of 2021-22 and those of 2022-23 or thereabout, 2021 and 2022. Mr. Speaker, because in particular the Vieux-Fort situation, what we saw were individuals who were directly involved in gang warfare, etc., killing one another, but also the extended family being killed, and in the same instance, you also have innocent persons who got affected as a consequence. Mr. Speaker, I also believe I need to commend the police on the work that they're doing thus far. What we have seen, Mr. Speaker, from the police force, is a determination to resolve the situation. A determination, no matter what, to fight it, to keep on fighting. A determination to bring back peace to this land. And I am confident, Mr. Speaker, by the leadership and composition of the leadership of the police force, Mr. Speaker, that we will see some resolution being brought to this situation and some suppression of crime in this country. So for those who seem to feel that when the RSS disappears, what will happen? I mean, come on. Come on. Is that a question? When the RSS goes, what will happen? When the RSS goes, our policemen will take control. By then, the numbers will increase in terms of the numbers of police officers. The training will also set in. The experience of the RSS will further boost the morale and the commitment and competence, of the police to be able to continue the work moving forward. And that's what exchanges do. Exchanges is not about the RSS coming in and so the St. Lucian officers are relaxing or sent home, allow the RSS to do the work. The RSS is embedded in the operation of the police force. So whatever expertise that the RSS brings in, whatever strategies, tactical or otherwise, the St. Lucians are working alongside them, and when they leave, they will be able to continue the work that they have started. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to also commend the Prime Minister on his courage and his determination to bring peace and tranquility to our country. To be able to come here in quick time. And don't worry about all what has been said about a statement should have been made after independence. Of course, if a statement was made after independence when we had the shootings or the killings on Independence Day, it would have been nice to make a statement. But the fact that within such quick time we have been able to come here and bring a measure that will assist in resolving the situation is commendable, and I must therefore commend the Prime Minister for his efforts. And so, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to state that we must continue as a government in every measure to put in place initiatives to help resolve the crime situation in this country, wherever it is. So while we put in the laws, there are the soft measures, the social measures, the measures that will begin to train our young people, so we do the immediate and the future. Our young people who are coming up, to begin to guide them, to position them, and to prepare them for the future, and teaching them positive lifestyles and behavior. We need to go into the communities, we need to speak to young people. Our boys are in danger, and they're the ones who we have to be careful of and to see what we can do to help out the situation. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand here confident that this piece of legislation which we have brought here, which deals with some of the more troublesome issues, but gives the necessary powers to the police, certainly under the necessary framework that will allow them to perform. I stand to support it and to hope that in its implementation that we will see a response and the results that we're looking for in bringing about a more tranquil and peaceful community here in St. Lucia. I thank you.
Member for Castries North, can you turn off your microphone? Member for Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, with the lateness of the night and the Prime Minister still having to wrap up on committee stage, it forces me to truncate my presentation. And many things I would have wished to say, I'll probably have to leave it for another day. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleagues before me were remarkable in their presentations. And I think many of them have truly made the case why we need the legislation that we are discussing this evening. It was really disappointing, Mr. Speaker, to hear my dear friend and colleague, the member from Strozel, Saltibus. And, and Mr. Speaker, I must tell him that I was very disappointed. Not necessarily some of the matters that he raised, because there were a couple that he raised that even ourselves noticed it is something that we probably will have to deal with in committee stage. So it is not necessarily those points. But the fact that we all accept we must do something now. And I am sure he, in the deepest recesses of his mind, will rationalize that yes, we have to do something now. And under normal circumstances, he probably would be encouraging us to do something now. And I think the greatest disappointment with him is the timidity he showed when his leader, the leader of the opposition, sought to oppose us acting now, and to support that kind of approach and thinking is probably not for us what we expected of him. But I think we kind of understand why he probably would act in such a manner. Although, if he had happened to be one of the unopposed members of the executive, I could have understood that. But, you know, I can't even say he enjoys the benefit of being a member. He was there? Well, that's even more disappointing. But Mr. Speaker, I think we need to just reflect on a couple points made by the leader of the opposition, despite the lateness of the night. Because the member from Beaufort South made a powerful case why we should not have a state of emergency. But I think we need to look beyond what the member from Beaufort South said, because the insistence by the member of Miku South, the leader of the opposition, that we have a state of emergency is cynical and unpatriotic. Because anyone in their right mind will understand and would comprehend that to declare a state of emergency in the country would be disastrous for us. How can you justify explaining to the international community, the traveling community, that they should come to your island when you've just declared a state of emergency because of crime? That you are saying crime is so bad in the country, or in parts of it, I have to declare a state of emergency, but I'm still saying to you, come to my island. It cannot work that way. And he knows that, because after all, he's a guru when it comes to tourism. So he knows that. But he's insisting that we should declare a state of emergency in this country. And the member from Beaufort South is right. We've taken a clear position, even then during COVID, that we did not support a state of emergency, because we believe a state of emergency should only be enacted in the most grave or the gravest of situations. We supported then the fact we needed to take action against COVID, and even if we did not support a state of emergency, we were prepared to work with the government. The member from Beaufort South is very right. He made it clear that under no circumstances, and not under those circumstances, would he support it. So we've held our position consistently that there is no need for a state of emergency. We believe that there are provisions that can be constructed, that can be enacted, that can deal with the situation. And surely, for one to argue that the real way to deal with those problems is to declare a state of emergency that will cause unemployment, cause the economy tremendous stress and strain, why would you recommend that, Mr. Speaker? It is really cheap politics on his part, because he knows the consequences. And I think it has to be exposed for what it is. I heard the leader of the opposition explain that there was no money for training of the police during the latter years of his administration because there was COVID. And the police would be fully engaged in dealing with COVID-related matters. They would have no time for training, or words to that effect. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. The police would be involved in COVID-related matters, and therefore they would not have time for training, so no money was put for training. But in the hospitals, where people are ill and coming for treatment and are fully engrossed with COVID, he would still bring in consultants and pay them $1 million a month, which we had to come to this house 2 days ago to borrow $11.4 million to pay the balance of that bill. Consultants were brought in, and the report on those consultants said because of COVID and the concentration of staff at OKEU to deal with those matters, they could not properly attend to the work the consultants that were being paid $1 million a month. Now, how do you square the circle? Because on one hand, the police is involved in COVID-related matters and cannot be trained, but on the other hand, you'll pay $1 million for consultants to come and work in the hospital, Mr. Speaker. And then again, I heard the member from Miku South explain, and he read the piece of the legislation, the draft legislation. And I am no lawyer, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure, just like I ask a lot of questions, he can ask a lot of questions. He's reading the act and he's saying, this act gives ordinary policemen too many powers. And I'm wondering, and the first question I ask the AG is, how is a police officer defined in the Police Act? because it suggests that that's the meaning of police officer. And then when you read it, an inspector is a police officer. A superintendent is a police officer. It didn't say a constable Shala. It said a police officer. Meaning, it can be an inspector, it can be a superintendent. But it can also be a constable. So his interpretation is that a police officer means an ordinary police officer. Now this is the leader of the opposition. He's been a prime minister. He's been a prime minister. But even more interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that some of those very provisions already exist in the police, in the act. It already exists, and we all know it. If there's an incident, say by the Shock Bridge, a police officer can erect barriers and deter people to go through Union. Can they not? That exists already. That exists already, and that's already in our laws. This is already in our laws. However, under certain provisions, because of the severity of what's involved, we're saying it must be not just a police officer. It is identified the person must be at least at the rank of inspector. And if you notice carefully, those provisions you referred to are provisions that suggest that there's an action taking place. So the police are erecting barriers, the police are directing traffic, the police are doing X, Y, and Z. In the other instances, they are identifying a premise that they are going to go and shut down, and you're saying you must be at least at the level of inspector. Clearly differentiating between the level of intervention that is involving. But the important point for me is that this is an attempt to bring together the necessary laws or the necessary provisions to attack a particular occurrence. And it says clearly under section 3, without prejudice to existing laws, saying that there are laws that exist that deal with those matters. However, those laws have been put together to be able to deal with a particular situation. And that for me is important. We're not saying some of those do not exist elsewhere, but it's been brought together in almost a kind of codified form to deal with a particular situation. And Mr. Speaker, if we just focus on how this can happen, if there is a series of actions, criminal activity taking place, the minister has the authority to issue an order designating that area as an escalated crime area. And he has to indicate in that order the period of time for which those special provisions will apply. This is not an existing law that can be used any and every day, anywhere. It is only when he gives an order that they come into effect. And the suggestion that ordinary policemen can just do what they want and abuse their powers under this is not correct. It is not correct, because it says the minister very clearly, Mr. Speaker, the minister may by order published in the Gazette designate an area as an escalated crime area if there is escalated crime in that area. Only then. And it continues, an order under section 5 must contain a description of the boundaries of the area, the police powers specified under part 2, and the applicable period for which a police officer may exercise the police powers specified in the order. So first of all, there has to be the escalation in an area. Then the minister, and I assume he will do so after consulting the Commissioner of Police, will then issue an order that will be gazetted, and then that order will have A, B, C. Only then an officer can exercise those powers. Where is the suggestion as if ordinary policemen have been given authority and power to do whatever they want? It's inaccurate. It's really, really inaccurate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take just a few minutes before I wrap up to make a clear point. The approach of the Labour Party government, whether it's this government or successive previous governments, has always been that our first approach to dealing with crime has to be social intervention. We are a party that believe in social development, economic development as the fundamental approaches to dealing with crime. We're not a government that believes the first instance must be more laws and more powers and more punitive approaches. We do not believe that. Ideologically, philosophically, we don't. And it is why, and I believe the member from Srozel and the member from Castries East mentioned it. In the last year, we have launched free programs. Sufre, sorry. I said Srozel? Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm giving him more credit than he deserves. Yeah. You opposed it. We launched this morning the MSMA to give grants and loans to small businesses. We launched a couple of weeks ago the Youth Economy Agency. And a few months ago, we launched the community tourism in every instance to make monies available to St. Lucians, to make sure we can empower them, to create opportunities for them. In the case of the SME this morning, $10 million. The case of the youth economy, the first announcement in the budget was $10 million. In the case of the CTA, the community tourism, it is more than $10 million. To make monies available to create opportunities. The social programs, the provision of laptops, the provision of paying school fees, you know, scholarships, Mr. Speaker, the flow bundle to make sure households that don't have internet. Our emphasis is always the social development programs, Mr. Speaker. But we accept and we are determined that when matters get out of hand, and some of those programs do not seem to have had a desired effect in some communities, we will not stand by idly and allow the situation to degenerate any more than it has. That's our approach. And Mr. Speaker, when I listen to the leader of the opposition, I don't think any government other than the Labour Party government has put in the kind of resources in the police force like we have done. The member from Beaufort South will tell you the number of police stations. In 1997, the member from Castries East will tell you there were police stations where the prisoners and the police officers had to use the same washroom and had to be in, you know, a contest with each other to see who can use the washrooms first. The conditions of the police stations then, and the member from Beaufort South got NIPRO. I think we started with NIPDEC and then NIPRO, because NIPDEC came out of Trinidad. And started building new police stations in St. Lucia, throughout the island. Richford, Miku, Denry. Give me another one, a couple others were built. You know, a number of them. Fire stations, trying to improve the conditions of police officers. And I will say to you, I believe every government has tried to fight crime. Every single one. Every single one has. Whether it's support for the police, although I'm boasting that we've done a lot more, have tried to put in place some social programs, although I will say that under the United Workers' Party, the last 5 years, a special effort was made to decry social programs. We were told that it is creating mendicants of people. We stood there and we defended, 6 of us, we defended the necessity for more and more social programs. I'm not saying there were no social programs, there were some. Some of them were legacy programs that they allowed to continue. But we made sure we made a case for social programs. I remember the same leader of the opposition standing up and saying the monies he was spending for COVID doing this, and if it was the Labour Party, all he would do is just give it to the people. Said so, remember? That all we would do is give the people everything, making beggars of them. I remember the member from Beaufort South having to defend the STEP program when it was first started in this country. And we explained to them there were thousands of persons in this country who could not find employment. Some are unemployable, some are low skill. And for us to ensure that the frustration does not build to the point where it explodes, we need to release the social safety valve. And we started the STEP program. We did because we didn't want that tension to explode. And we said there were some people, no matter what amount of training you give them, you just cannot really employ them. And creating those programs so we can relieve that stress. And we were told by the leader of the opposition that we were making beggars of people, mendicants out of them, because we were giving them too much. That is the philosophy that guided the thinking of the leader of the opposition, who now boasts that he cares about people and he is serious about crime. But he stands there today when he's gotten an opportunity to say to St. Lucians, I may not always agree with the Labour Party government, but on this matter, we have to do it together, and we have to do it quickly. So I'm going to support this initiative. He had an opportunity today to do so. And that's why I'm probably more disappointed in the member from Strozel, because today was an opportunity to say that Beaufort situation had gotten out of hand. And why had it gotten out of hand? And the member from Beaufort South is right. They've had incidents of crime elsewhere before. It can happen elsewhere. But for the first time, we believe that line was crossed when the entire community was held hostage by the violence that was taking place. Schools, students not going to school, business places closing down, citizens cannot go to church. We had always seen crime before, all over. We had never seen it so intense and concentrated, and the consequences so stark in front of us. We had never seen it like that. That line had been crossed because the entire community was being held hostage. Most people who live there are decent people, law-abiding people. But those elements held an entire community hostage. And that was qualitatively different to what we had experienced before. And therefore it called for tough action. And it called for quick decision making. And to say to us, don't do anything about it now, we need more time, we need to go and discuss, we need referendum, we need all of those things, is playing cheap politics. Because all of us will agree there's a need for quick action. Beaufort does not deserve what was happening. And we had to step in. And we need to give the police all the support they need to make it happen. We cannot tie the police hands behind their backs. We cannot. The police have to have the confidence that when they move in, they have the backing of the law and the protection of the government and all the institutions of the state, that they can set it right. Set it right. And we, all of us, are saying tonight, and the member will get the final opportunity tonight to show his solidarity with the police, that we want them to succeed and we are empowering them. You know, Mr. Speaker, you will get the opportunity, you will make your suggestions for the changes, and collectively we will make it a better bill. The member from Beaufort South said from the first draft you could see the changes as the attempt was made to try to get it right, and that will continue tonight. There's still changes to be made because we listen, we're listening, and we want to get it right. And the approach cannot be what adopted by the leader of the opposition and to walk out rather than staying here tonight and make the changes. And I want the member from Strozel, because I want to ask him, Mr. Speaker, whether the leader of the opposition who has left the chambers gave him a list of suggested changes to the bill. Because if you want to make it better, if you want it to really reflect what you think is the best response, leave your suggestions behind, since he had to leave. And you know, this is really shameful, and I've said it over and over, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot have parliamentarians behaving in such a manner. He's not going out and have a cup of coffee. It's cool in this chamber. He's not going out to have a little warm air. every sitting he does that, Mr. Speaker. He does that over and over, Mr. Speaker. He masquerades, pretending that he cares, and when the critical time is coming, he's leaving. What can be more important now than staying in this chamber and getting it right so the police can have the power to go and do what they have to do to make sure St. Lucia is in a better position? What can be more important than it, Mr. Speaker? What can be more important than that? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying to the police that we applaud you for all that you've done so far. The member from Mako North shared with us his experiences as a police officer, what it means to be out on the front line and to be attempting to deal with some of those issues. We want to tell you that as a government, we support your efforts. We want to let you know that. We want to let you know, and the Prime Minister has said it, when you need resources, ask for it. We're not operations people. We're not the trained like you all are. We cannot tell you how to do operations. But our responsibility is to give you the resources that you need to do the job. And we are giving you the resources as best as we can, and we're giving you the legislative strength that you need to do what has to be done. Now, all they talk about when the RSS leaves, what's going to happen, and the member from Castries North dealt with it. Again, it is shameful when those things have been asked. Shameful. If it were been asked in a context where one is saying to us, the RSS is here, is needed, is going to do a good job, but let us start thinking of post-RSS and see, and I suggest A, B, C, D as things that can be done, but instead it's almost suggesting, y'all bring down RSS, but when they leave, it's the same thing that you'll go back to. And he meant that, because he is predicting that there's going to be about 121 murders in St. Lucia for the year. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? He's predicting already that we're going to have 121 murders for the year based on what has happened so far. One, he doesn't have faith that the police can deal with the situation. He doesn't believe that as a nation we have the capacity. We have the capacity to deal with the problem. And he has this smirk on his face when he's predicting 121 murders will happen. I tell you, cheap politics have a way of destroying politicians, a real way of destroying them. But more than the police, I think we should also, as a government, express our appreciation for the civil society organizations that are out there fighting. We have to mention some of them. The SLHTA through their program RISE, and Dr. King, and Dr. Bird, and the entire group, and all of them. Because I'm a strong believer in some of those violence interruption approaches. I believe in it. I have seen it work. And I want to encourage civil society and those groups to continue to do the work that you're doing. Continue to do it. The government appreciates it. Because in addition to the work of the police, in addition to the work of the government, your work is also important. And we want to say to you, we appreciate it, and we will fight the hardest we can to make sure St. Lucia come nowhere near 121 murders as predicted by the leader of the opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, I end by expressing my support for the bill before this House, and I look forward to some of the changes that we can make. Thank you very much.
Minister for National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not be long, although I had a lot to say. But in the interest of time, it's 11 o'clock. I will not be long, Mr. Speaker. I promise you. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, and I was in the opposition business myself, Mr. Speaker, and I recall being here 1 o'clock in the morning, sitting across there and listening to them, listening to what he had to say. Most of it used to be insults. Most of it used to be ridicule. but we stayed and we listened, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition is a master at the act. And I think when you have a mixed degree, that's what happens to you. He comes here, Mr. Speaker, and listen to how he starts, very quiet. I tell him, guys, talk up, speak up. Because he's pious, he's concerned. He wants to know that things, and he feels sorry, and he has sympathy, and etc. And he says, yes, so he starts with this sympathetic view. I'm sorry with his product of Canada accent, sorry. And then he goes and he says, but on the undermining, the misinformation, the lies, the calumny, the insults are open, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. The leader of the opposition, and I can say for the Lucia Labour Party, during this crisis, the Labour Party has not made one statement about this crisis. Not one statement, Mr. Speaker. Because the Labour Party understood the seriousness of the situation, and the Labour Party understands, and I said in my opening statement, you cannot take Viewfort in isolation. It happened in Viewfort, it can happen somewhere else. I said so in my opening statement. I've been saying so from the beginning. I said so to the press, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something about the leader. And I'm sorry I'll do that today, because I don't like to mention people's names in the parliament. But I must do it today for the public to see, Mr. Speaker, the deception of the United Workers' Party and its leader, Mr. Speaker. The deception. And with your permission, I want to make it a documented house. Because, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, together with his United PAC, which is an agent of the United Workers' Party, which he writes in, he's a subscriber to United PAC, they peddle lies, misinformation, calumny, libel, defamation, all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. All kind of nastiness, thank you, in pretending, and then he comes and says, oh, let's work together. Why don't you call me to work with me? Come, let's speak. Why don't you stay here and let's work together on the bill? Mr. Speaker, let me give an example. And I apologize for doing that, but I must do it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a politician that doesn't have many godchildren. I don't have many. I know you must have about 70, right? Because I take the business of godfathering very seriously. Both fathering and godfathering. That's why I only have one child. But Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, the United Workers' Party and United PAC, the same. They insist in casting aspersions on a young police officer who got the greater part of his promotion on the United Workers' Party. It started by the former Minister of National Security in the cabinet saying that the police officer is on my payroll. Yes, Mr. Speaker, from that day, the United Workers' Party, United PAC, and the leader of the opposition has targeted that police officer who is qualified, who is a professional, who has, I think, 2 master's degrees, and who got the majority of his promotion on the United Workers' Party. So they come to a rumor saying he's my godson. But Mr. Speaker, I always challenge them. I always challenge them that when they take me on, I can answer. They can take me on anything. I've challenged them. Take me on anything you want. Take me on. I've said so in opposition, and I remember the member for Cassius North telling me, boy, you or something else. You can say that. I've challenged them, Mr. Speaker. So I allow them to say whatever they want. But they can never come with any element of truth about what he said about me. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. But he come and talk about helping in crime. So they say that the gentleman is my godson. It's very easy to find out anything about you in St. Lucia. What land you have, what property you have, what happened in your divorce case, anything. Very easy. Very easy. So when they play sanctimonious, when they play in sanctimonious, you can go back in history. You can go back in, because our democracy makes all these things very boy to find out. So I did a registry search and I found out who was the gentleman's godfather. So today, when the leader of the opposition comes, it's piousness. And you should come and talk to us about crime and this and that. In the United Pack, here's what he writes. Mr. Speaker, and I apologize again for calling the gentleman's name in the parliament. But I have to protect him and me, the integrity of the government that I lead, and my integrity as the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. United Pack. The correlation between criminality and nepotism. Look at the words. In the police force cannot be ignored. United Pack. Your party's organ. It raises the question of how serious the Prime Minister is about curbing crime when such blatant favoritism exists with law enforcement. Likewise, it is hard to believe that Philip J. Pierre is committed to reducing crime when he promotes his godson. And they come and say about let's work together. Yeah. Who is facing numerous over other deserving officers. This kind of corruption at the top is breeding ground for criminal behavior and serves only to spin us round the mud, Mr. Speaker. United Pack. That is the mouthpiece of the United Workers' Party and the mouthpiece of the leader of the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, they take a picture. Mr. Speaker, these guys, anytime you see us, you want to run a country, and my friend always tells me these guys have to construct lies to win the next election. Because no way the people of St. Lucia are going back to that. No way, they're not going back. Look what they did. They post a picture of me at a meeting with the cabinet secretary, the attorney general, the commissioner of police, and the police officer, and they point at him, Philip J. Pierre's godson. You see the calumny and the lies. You see what the leader of the opposition is peddling in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker? That is only one, Mr. Speaker. That's only one. And they have some more that they do United Pack and the member for Vivat South, they have more. But look at it, Mr. Speaker. And I want you to make it a record of the House. Baptism and birth certificate. Extract from the register of baptisms, marriages, and burials of the parish of Castries in the year 1983. Denomination Roman Catholic, St. Lucia, year 1983. November 242, live 58. Bear with me on remembers. That's important because it's my turn, all of your turn. It was your turn. You have to bear with me. Listen, don't get too sleepy. Baptism in the parish of Castries. Date of birth May 10th, 1981. Date of baptism 5th January 1983. Sex of child male. Child's name, excuse me, I said Ronald, R-O-N-A-L-D. Mother's name Annette Philip, A-N-N-E-T-T-E P-H-I-L-L-I-P. And my name is Juan L. Mother's full name, occupation and domicile. Home duties of Pavé. Father, Henry Jean-Baptiste. Sponsors, if any. Sponsors, if any. Nenan Pawe. Godson. Henry Jean-Baptiste, mechanic of Pavé. Lydia Centros, barmaid of Pavé. That's in Nenen. My name is Philip Joseph Pierre. You see it right there? Status officer, Reverend Charles Grit, FMI. Priest. Signature of parents, Annette Philip. Signatures of sponsors unless declared unable to sign. Henry Jean-Baptiste and Lydia Centros. Register of Civil Status, dated February 18, 2023. That is the baptismal certificate of the police officer, the high-ranking police officer, that they've caused members of the police force to spread the same rumor, saying he's my godson. But that is what, Mr. Speaker, can I make it a document house?
Member, I know the rules governing documents of the House, but I must tell you that I have to look into the utility of this particular document. I don't see any particular reason why a document of that nature should be made a document of the House to further spread what you consider to be a falsehood. So I would want to suggest to give me some time. You may leave it at the clock, and I'll make a ruling on it at a different date.
I'll be so guided, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, you want it clock? No, I'll get back now. Again. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what the party of the leader of the opposition peddles in, and they talk about crime, wanting to deal with crime, and wanting to work together with crime, and let's get together. Sanctimonious, Mr. Speaker. Sanctimonious. Further, he says that this government is the one that began inquiries into the police force. But Mr. Speaker, I know the leader of the opposition doesn't like Sir John Compton. I know what he did to his daughter. I know that. I know how he treated his family. So I don't see why he must begin to attack him even in his death. Sir John Compton on television dismissed 3 officers in the police force. Long pants, short pants. You remember that? He dismissed it. Listen to what he said. He said that police officers hide their criminality in uniforms. When drugs were found on the port at Port Police Station, but he wasn't here. But he knows that there was a Carl Hudson report that said that certain high-ranking police officers should never wear a uniform again. Never. The Carl Hudson Phillips report. That's what he said. But but you come and you masquerade that Impacts was the first inquiry ever into the police force. You masquerade. And I know there is somebody listening who knows that history. Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of misinformation and lies that he repeats with an accent that people believe. So, Mr. Speaker, we have never, no one in this party has ever openly criticized or insulted any member of the police force. We've been very careful, Mr. Speaker. Even when we believe we were treated incorrectly or wrongly, we have not done that. But Mr. Speaker, that is the respect we have for the police force. But the leader of the opposition, instead of sitting here, and if you're genuine, working with us, and say, listen to me, that is wrong, that is right, as we've done before in some legislation that came to this house when you're in opposition. But no, he leaves and he goes out, and his surrogates tomorrow on radio and television will make statements like, it is better to lose $7 million than 7 lives. You want to believe that? You want to believe that? You want to believe that? How can you compare recklessness with the people's money? Share recklessness with the people's money. And Mr. Speaker, I have news for you. Very soon, we are going to make these reports documents of the House. Because you see, what they have done is we've tried to run the country and run it in a way that will cause us to not to create too much distraction for the country and even cost. But we have to continue, we have to stop that, Mr. Speaker. So very soon, there'll be many documents that will be documented in the House. But Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition says that the police, why are we giving so much power to the police? The police, again, not misinformation. The Police Act, Mr. Speaker, that governs the police in St. Lucia, the Police Act, Mr. Speaker, here is how it describes a police officer. A police officer means any member of the force. So when he comes and says, why are you giving so much power to the police? That is, the police officer means any member of the force. But this legislation goes further, and it says, even if a police officer means any member of the force, there are certain things that only somebody in the rank of inspector can do, out of the abundance of caution, Mr. Speaker. But again, playing to the gallery, misinformation, peddling ignorance, peddling lies, peddling things that he thinks will sound nice, Mr. Speaker. He says that that law can happen anywhere. Section 6, Mr. Speaker, order for designation of an escalated crime area. Section 6E, the applicable period for which a police officer may exercise the police powers specified in the order. So it's only for a period of time. It's not even sunset legislation. It is there that you can use it for a period of time. And sometimes we say 4 weeks, 6 weeks. The member Senator Cassie says that he thinks it should be longer, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is to show that the government has confidence that the police force can bring this situation under control. But they need resources, they need manpower, and they need the necessary legislation. The resources, I said, we're going to continue to give it. The manpower, we've asked the RSS to help us. And the French, Mr. Speaker, have been on the ground in St. Lucia. They've come into our rescue, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank them for coming in and help us in our time of need. The French are here, and they will return, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is not legislation that we take lightly. It's legislation that we seriously wanted to do something that will send a message, Mr. Speaker. And this message is a message that says to the criminals, and you know, and sometimes we make excuses for criminals, Mr. Speaker, and gangsters and selfish people. Criminals and gangsters, all kind of excuses for them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who knows more about social programs than the Labour Party? Who knows more about education, the education revolution than the Labour Party? Who had universal secondary school education? Who had universal primary school education? Who had the one laptop per student program? Who knows more about education as a leveler? Who knows more about creating social equity in this country than the Labour Party? But you cannot mistake these things with criminality. You cannot mistake it for gangsterism, Mr. Speaker. And this legislation, for a period of time, when necessary, will stop that criminality and that gangsterism in the country by enforcing a law and by giving the police the tools and resources to do it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by thanking the members of the police force, by thanking the French, by thanking the governments of the region that have helped us with the RSS. I want to thank the members of the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, for having the courage. Because you know, Mr. Speaker, particularly in constituencies, in some constituencies, although it's happening all over the place now, there are people who will not be happy. They're not going to be happy, but you must have the courage of your conviction to stand up and do what is right for the majority of the people in the country. And we believe that this is the right thing to do, and we hope that the police may never have to use it, but they have the resources, they have the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And I call on the people of St. Lucia to call out the leader of the opposition, to call out United PAC for their lies and their misinformation and their gloating on crime. There are some people who appear to be happy that there are these murders. They appear to be happy. They appear to be glad. They're gloating. All kind of innuendos, Mr. Speaker, just because they believe that they will gain some political mileage from that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank members as we look to finalize this bill for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Bill be read a second time. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide police officers with additional powers for the suppression of escalated crime and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, Clause 2, Chairperson, we want to remove that entire section, Mr. Speaker.
Clause 2.
Remove Chairperson, Mr. Speaker. And then, you've seen that?
Yes.
Yes.
And then add in the land or sea or air.
That's in the definition of vehicle.
Yes. Vehicle.
So your amendment is, it would read as transportation on land, comma, remove the or sea and add or air.
Or air, yes.
Okay. Members, there are two amendments being proposed to the interpretation section, clause 2, to remove in its entirety the words chairperson means the chairperson of the tribunal under section 22. That is expunged entirely. And on page 7, under the definition of vehicle, the final line should read transportation on land, comma, remove the word or, sea, and then add or air. So it should read transportation on land, sea, or air. Clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Application of this act.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Purpose.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause Part 1, clauses 5 to 6.
Designation of an escalated crime area.
Mr. Speaker, clause part 5, we want to add the minister after consultation with the Commissioner of Police. May. The minister may after consultation with the Commissioner of Police.
Oh, after the word may.
The minister may, after may, after may, after consultation with the Commissioner of Police.
Right. It's clause 5?
Yes.
Page 7. It's either way is fine. The effect is the same. No, may after consultation or after consultation may. It's the same thing, the same thing. There's no change in it. Clause, part 1, clauses 5 to 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Part 2, clauses 7 to 14.
Police powers for suppression of escalated crime.
Power stop. Which one? Clause 7, Mr. Speaker. 7.1. A person, whether within or entering, remove outside.
Within, remove what?
Take out outside.
Entering.
And replace it with entering.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Prohibited or regulate. After prohibit or regulate. After prohibit or regulate.
Within or entering.
Is that the only amendment you have?
Yes. On what? On 7?
On 7. But we are on to 7 to 14.
7 to 14. Prohibits.
That's 8.1b.
8b1, yes.
8.1b Roman numeral 1.
Yes, 8b Roman numeral 1. Prohibit or regulate the use.
So after the word prohibit,
regulate.
To add or regulate.
Yes, yes.
Members, are you with me on that?
Yes. Section 4. Section 4. Object design. Object design.
Designated.
Object.
What is that?
4b.
It's designated.
Object design.
Wait a minute.
Right here.
Which one didn't come in?
It's designed.
Yeah, object.
Okay.
Design.
Yeah.
4 on page 9, 4b removes any sign, instrument, light or object designed.
Design to inform.
Designed to.
Object designed to.
For the area at the end.
And the end, at area at the end, which is more.
And in that same B, second line, inform another person of the prohibition or cordon area. So area at the end. So it will read now. So 4b will now read, removes any sign, instrument, light, or other object designed to inform another person of the prohibition or cordon area. Put on your mic, yeah. 10-2? Yes. What's the amendment?
Delete the word for a period as he or she thinks fit and replace it with for a reasonable period that allows him.
Just a minute. For a reasonable
period.
Period.
That allows him or her
allows him or her
to exercise his or her functions.
That's 10.2.
Functions. So on page 10, 10.2, third line in 2, remove the words for a period as he or she thinks fit and replace it with for a reasonable period that allows him or her to exercise his or her functions.
Yes.
Any other amendments? Part 2, clauses 7 to 14 as amended stands part of the bill. Part 3, clauses 15 to 19.
Offenses for suppression of escalated crime and detention.
Subsection 4. Mr. Speaker.
Subsection 4 of which clause? 19. Uh-huh.
That's 19.
Yeah. To release the person from detention, and we want to add subject.
We had 4 what line?
19.4.
19.
Yeah.
To release the person from detention, subject to any conditions as the judge thinks fit, including the following.
So remove being conditions issued in written direction to that person. So let me see if I got that right, National Security Minister. 19.4, as the judge thinks fit. That's it.
As the judge thinks.
Subject to any.
Including the following. Imposing the social, including.
To include the following.
Yeah, if you want. Including the following.
After the word any, you add conditions that the judge sees fit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, including the following: A, B, C, D.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me just see if we get it correct. 19.4, the final line will now read, or from line 3, as the judge thinks fit, including the following.
Yeah. Subject to any conditions.
Take out what?
Subject to any conditions as the judge thinks fit, including the following.
Including the following, yeah. You saying take out subject?
The judge.
Oh, okay.
Subject to any conditions.
Okay, so subject to any conditions. So take out of the following. Because it's been put at the end. Okay. So it now reads, 19.4 now reads, a judge may, on an ex parte application made under subsection 3, order the Commissioner of Police to release the person from detention, subject to any conditions as the judge thinks fit, including the following.
Mr. Speaker, 19.2.
19.2.
You want to put 144 hours instead of 72 hours?
Remove 72 hours and replace it with 144 hours. Any other proposed amendments?
On the other line, page 15.
On the 19.2, instead of 72, you expunge 72 and replace it with 144.
Mr. Speaker, on page 15, after E, and the Commissioner of Police may in writing issue to the person replaced, or remove that. And remove.
No, I didn't get that.
We didn't get
and the Commissioner of Police may in writing issue to the person revoke or vary any such direction. You have to remove that because remove it completely because the judge will
do that now.
Yeah. And then a person of and 5, a person who fails to comply for condition attached to or restriction imposed remove the rest. Under subsection, remove from a direction given under subsection.
So remove whether or not the direction is revoked in consequence of the failure.
Right.
And
Yes.
so it just goes given under subsection 4 commits an offense.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go through that. Page 15, below E, where it begins, and the Commissioner of Police. You expunge entirely, and the Commissioner of Police may in writing issue to a person revoke or vary any such direction. That comes out entirely, because that is now the matter for a judge. And on the subsection 5, we'll read, a person who fails to comply with a condition attached to or restriction imposed by a direction given under subsection 4 commits an offense. So you remove the words whether or not the direction is revoked in consequence of the failure. That correct,
that's
is it?
5, right?
Okay.
That's on 5.
Yes.
So any more on the part 3? Yes. 22? No, well, we in part 3, which is 15 to 19. So that's fine. Part 3 clauses 15 to 19 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 4 clauses 20 to 22.
Miscellaneous.
The Speaker, amendment of clause 22.
That's on page 16.
Yeah. Add a new clause, subclause 3, to read, regulations made under subsection 1 are subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament.
Regulations made
under
subsection
3. Subsection
1 are subject to affirmative resolution.
Affirmative resolution of Parliament.
Okay, Speaker, read it.
That's the only amendment?
Yes, sir.
So regulations, clause 22, add a subclause 3, which shall read, regulations made under subsection 1 are subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. Part 4 clauses 20 to 22 as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Bill went through committee with amendments to various clauses. Minister for National Security.
Move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Act 2023.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023.
At time?
10 in the forenoon.
Members, before I put the question, the member for Sozel, in his remarks, did pose certain questions to the presiding officer regarding the order paper and the lack of the suppression bill on Tuesday's order paper. Clearly, the member is making an error between a suspension of the House and an adjournment of the House. At an adjournment, the sitting ends. So we adjourned on Tuesday, so that sitting ended on Tuesday. Today's sitting is a brand new sitting with a brand new order paper, which requires. So, for example, during the debate on the estimates or the appropriation bill, we would suspend to the next day so that the debate continues on the same bill. Pardon? Whether you adjourn sine die or adjourn to an actual date, the sitting ends. But if you suspend that same sitting, so for example, you would see the sitting, and I'm just using numbers today, you would see that today's sitting would be the 12th sitting of the second session of the 12th Parliament. Next week, Wednesday, will be the 13th sitting. Had we suspended on Tuesday, you could not have introduced any new bill because you would have to use the same order paper. And finally, and the member for Vieux-Fort South is a constitutional expert. The member for Castries Central is an attorney, as is the Attorney General. I noticed certain looks of anxiety on members' face at a time when there were 8 people present, including the Attorney General, and I suspect members were concerned about a quorum. I reference members to Standing Order 7. It says a quorum is 7 members plus the presiding officer. But I would also reference you to Section 30 of the Constitution, composition of the House of Assembly, and I have ruled on this. Under the Constitution, when an Attorney General is appointed in the manner that this Attorney General is appointed, under 30 subsection 3, he is a full member of the House. That he chooses not to exercise his right to debate and vote is a matter for him. But in the composition of a quorum, he stands as a full member of the House. I have ruled on that. That ruling stands unless otherwise removed by a subsequent speaker. That is the rule. Honorable members, the question is the House do stand adjourned to 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 22nd of March, 2023. Pardon? Next week, Wednesday, yeah. Wednesday, the 22nd of March, 2023. I now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
session conséquente, côté de passer loi pour la police pour pouvoir en cas ça qui passait en défaut semaine passée, semaine passée, c'était une situation qui était bien sérieuse, avec presque toute semaine parlement qui était présent, parler à ceux, il menait à chaque parole, à hors ces différents membres parlement. Mais bien à présent, avec nous, bien contents qu'il reste puis nous contents d'expliquer à dire, nous avons ici pour l'autre session qui consiste mercredi à 10h, ça c'est mercredi 22 à 10h, mais nous avons ici aussi pour ça, c'est l'autre session, Sénat là, nous avons ici à demain à 10h matin, so nous avons invité pour joindre puis nous, à ce NTN pour plus à ce ça qui passe à qui consiste et puis Sénat là. Bonsoir et nous avons mené en studio. Lord Jesus.